Cultivating immortality, I can travel to other worlds. Hey! Look who's back for more adventures. We love having you here to continue this story that keeps us all awake. Important note, all of this is pure fiction. So don't try any techniques you hear here in real life, your neighbor might call the cops. This amazing novel and all its rights belong to the original author. We're just the ones giving it voice and drama. Are you enjoying the show? Prove it by subscribing to our YouTube channel and leaving that like that motivates us so much. And if you want VIP access to exclusive content, our Patreon is waiting with things you won't find anywhere else. Chapter 1 Time Travel. Swaying, Zhu Ju opened his eyes and found himself sitting in a carriage. You're awake. The woman in ancient costume sitting opposite him spoke coldly. This is outrageous. Father worked his whole life to build this vast fortune, and this is all he gives you? Never mind. The short, stout man leaned close to the woman in ancient costume and advised, as the saying goes, better to deceive an old man than a poor young man. Leping County is where the old man started his business. If they drive him back today, Zhu Ju might one day rise to the same level as the old man. What happened? Who were these two people in front of him? Zhu Ju's eyes were blank. He wanted to ask something, but the words he wanted to say changed. Sister. I'm fine. Sister? His expression froze, and fragmented memories surfaced in his mind, slowly changing his gaze. Brother. Zhu Shuang, her eyes red, took Zhu Ju's hand and choked out, I know you're heartbroken because of our parents' tragic passing, but life must go on. To be honest, the prefectural city isn't all that great. It's just a quagmire, far less carefree than Leping County. My wife is right. The short, stout Lupu nodded in agreement. The power dynamics in Hejian Prefecture are complex, and martial arts masters are everywhere. With your personality, without your father-in-law's protection, you might offend someone one day. You won't have to worry about that in Leping County. What are you saying? Zhu Shuang's pretty face darkened. Do you think my brother is so useless? No. Lupu waved his hands repeatedly, I was just saying. Zhu Ju sat silently to the side, seemingly lost in thought, though his mind was racing. He had transmigrated. He had gone from a fresh graduate in modern society, a workplace newbie who hadn't even had a chance to experience the 996 work culture, to a 14-year-old boy in another world. Fragments of memories flooded in, scattered and mostly vivid. Parents, relatives, knowledge of literature and martial arts. While he couldn't fully absorb the original owner's past experiences, he gained some understanding of his current situation. The good news was that his new identity wasn't that of a beggar or vagrant at the beginning of a chaotic world, but rather a noble young master from a prominent family. The bad news was that his parents had recently perished while participating in a government-organized bandit suppression operation, jeopardizing his status as a noble young master. Today, just after their 7-day mourning period, he was expelled from the mansion by the first wife's family. The old master had 3 wives and concubines, 3 of whom had no heirs, while Zhu Ju's body originated from the second wife's family. Although from the second wife's family, due to the power of their maternal clan, Zhu Shuang and Zhu Ju had been pampered since childhood, never experiencing humiliation or living independently. Therefore, upon hearing the first wife's arrangements, they couldn't bear it and fainted, their bodies taken over by the transmigrated Zhu Ju. He didn't know how much time had passed before he slowly recovered from the shock of fragmented memories. The other 2 people in the carriage had stopped talking, and even the sky outside had darkened. The carriage was exquisitely decorated, furnished with incense burners, dressing tables, and other women's items, clearly belonging to Zhu Shuang. Zhu Ju peeked out, his eyes meeting the bronze mirror on the dressing table. The mirror reflected a young man's face, with red lips and white teeth. He wasn't exceptionally handsome, but he was above average, and his height was not short, placing him at the top of the 3 people in the carriage. Back to your senses? Hearing the movement, Lupu rubbed his cheeks and looked over, sighing, although the eldest son's arrangement was unfair, the 3 years of mourning can be a good opportunity for you to temper your character. You did lack discipline before. He glanced cautiously at his wife, who was pretending to sleep with her eyes closed, and only breathed a sigh of relief when she didn't react. 3 years of mourning? Zhu Ju rubbed his throbbing temples, suddenly remembering why he had to go to Leping County. The old man was from Leping County, and he would be buried there after his death. As his son, he had to go there to observe mourning. During the mourning period, he was forbidden from marrying, drinking, gambling, and frequenting brothels. Although the original owner was only 14 years old, he seemed to already have experience in that area, which was quite admirable. You won't have to worry about food and clothing. Lu Bu continued, after all, this is where we started. The old man left a lot of things in Leping County, enough to support your living needs. Yes. Zhu Shuang stopped pretending to be asleep, opened his eyes, and slowly said, Father left 2 houses, a pharmacy, and a forest farm with a 10-year lease in Leping County. These things might not be much in the eyes of wealthy families in the prefectural city, but they are quite good in the county. As for those subordinates, with your brother-in-law backing you up, I doubt they would dare to act recklessly in front of you. Zhu Ju's eyes lit up. He originally thought he had been driven out, but now it seemed more like a division of the family property, although the amount he received was less. But one should be content. In his past life, he couldn't even afford a mortgage, but now he was a genuine millionaire. I can't stay in Leping County to protect you forever, you'll have to rely on yourself, Lu Bu interjected. With 3 years, if you put your heart into it, you can definitely cultivate this technique to a certain level, enough to protect yourself in a small place. Besides, you'll have Uncle Kin looking after you regularly. Zhu Ju looked down at a book on the small table, its cover bearing 4 large, elegant characters, 13 Horizontal Refinements. Although the 13 Horizontal Refinements is a body-refining hard skill, if mastered to perfection, it is incredibly powerful. Lu Bu stroked his chin and explained, 100 years ago, a body-refining genius appeared in Hejian Prefecture. He defeated many masters in the prefecture with his perfected 13 Horizontal Refinements, earning him the nickname Iron Pagoda, of course. He paused slightly before continuing, body-refining hard skills are easy to learn but difficult to master, and progress is slow. There's no need to force it, you can always switch to another skill later. With a foundation laid by your grandfather and the aid of the great elixir for body tempering, as long as you focus on cultivation, mastering the first 3 levels shouldn't be difficult. A martial arts manual? In their youth, who didn't dream of roaming the martial world with a sword? Zhu Ju's heart stirred. He picked up the 13 Horizontal Refinements and began to read, only to be met with utter bewilderment. He couldn't understand it. He recognized the characters, but couldn't grasp the meaning when they were put together. Lu Bu had been observing his expression, and upon seeing this, his eyes darkened, and his face showed displeasure. The 13 horizontal training methods aren't complicated, especially this one, which is almost entirely written in plain language, without any obscure or difficult characters. If he can't even understand this, it means his brother-in-law's martial arts foundation is abysmal. Just as the original owner disliked the short, fat, and ugly Lu Bu similarly disliked the uneducated Zhu Ju. Sigh. After all, they're relatives. Shaking his head, Lu Bu said softly, the 13 horizontal training isn't difficult to learn, at least the first few levels of the external training are easy to grasp. The difficulty lies in perseverance. Brother-in-law, Zhu Ju unfolded the manual, looking frank, I don't understand the contents here. Could you explain it to me in detail? He genuinely couldn't understand it, after all, the inherited memories were incomplete, and the original owner had never liked martial arts. Having a martial arts manual in front of him was like flipping through a book of incomprehensible texts. Lu Bu's lips twitched slightly. Teach him well. Zhu Shuang patted her husband's shoulder and comforted Zhu Ju, don't rush. We'll go back to the city when you've mastered this skill. Sigh. Lu Bu sighed again helplessly. The 13 horizontal refinements are divided into 2 volumes. What you have is only the first volume, which is what I call the 5 levels of external refinement, corresponding to skin and flesh, tendons and bones, internal organs, blood and marrow, and the Tuangyidun realm. If you can reach the Tuangyidun realm, I won't be your match. External body tempering mainly involves adjusting breathing, refining strength, and using potent medicines to nourish the body. He took the manual, turned to the last page, and pointed to the prescription, saying, this prescription is a powerful medicine to aid cultivation. You're interested in medicine, so you should be able to figure something out, right? The original owner didn't like martial arts but was very interested in medicine, even being considered exceptionally intelligent because of it. Zhu Ju nodded slowly. Compared to his previous blank expression, he could discern something from the prescription. It was a body tempering formula. The prescription here isn't complete. There's a part 1 I need to dictate to prevent outsiders from learning it through the manual. Lu Bu, unaware of Zhu Ju's thoughts, earnestly instructed, you need to prepare this part of the medicine yourself. Don't let anyone else do it. Those knowledgeable in pharmacology can easily reconstruct the prescription from this. This prescription is worth almost as much as the manual. Brother, Zhu Ju added, you must remember your brother-in-law's words. He obtained this technique with great difficulty. With our parents gone, it's just us siblings left in this world. I can't always be with you. How will you manage alone? What? She sobbed, her eyes welling with tears, her words filled with concern and worry for her brother. Sister, Zhu Ju opened his mouth, it's alright, I can take care of myself. He was new here and hadn't fully adapted to his current identity, feeling lost and uncertain about the future. But he could feel the deep affection between the two people before him. Even Lu Pu, who had always been aloof and somewhat sarcastic, didn't forget to offer some earnest advice along the way, helping Zhu Ju quickly accept his new identity. It's best that you think this way, Lu Pu said, a hint of surprise in his eyes as he comforted Zhu Ju. It seemed the saying you can't grow without experience was true. The Zhu Ju of the past had never shown this attitude. What a pity. The old man wouldn't see it. Whoa. The carriage slowly came to a stop, and the driver, Uncle Qin, called out, Young master, we've arrived. Chapter 2 13 Horizontal Training. This is a 3-courtyard residence located in the southern part of Leping County, covering several acres. The houses are grand in design, but clearly rarely inhabited. Even with careful cleaning, their neglect is still evident. The main gate is not spacious or tall, but rather narrow. A couplet is pasted on the walls to the left and right. 3 stars shine brightly on this peaceful home. 100 blessings descend upon this wealthy family. It's rather cliché, but it fits the image of the old man in the original body's mind. A group of people were already waiting at the gate, and they all bowed respectfully when the group alighted from the carriage. Greetings, young master. Young master, Miss. Zhu Ju's delicate demeanor in the carriage was completely different. Her pretty face was cold, and she exuded an air of authority, stepping through the gate before the 2 men. Let's go inside. The front courtyard was spacious. Zhu Ju pulled Zhu Ju to sit down in the main seat by the main gate and pointed to the group that had followed her. They will obey your orders from now on. Wang Quan. Yes. An elderly man in a brown robe with a 3-inch beard stepped forward and clasped his hands in a salute. I am Wang Quan, currently the manager of Zhu's pharmacy. I greet you, young master. He then beckoned to those behind him. You two, come and pay your respects to the master. As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 young men behind him knelt down on both knees. This humble one is Liu. This humble one is He Yuan, paying respects to the young master. Zhu Ju, who had never received a kneeling bow before anyone, tensed up and instinctively tried to stand up from his seat. Fortunately, the thought was quickly suppressed. Judging from the expressions of the others, it was normal for servants without status to kneel here. If he stepped forward to help them up or stop them, it would only cause confusion and unnecessary trouble. Yuan Chong. A short, thin, monkey-like middle-aged man with shifty eyes stepped forward, cupped his hands in a salute, and said, Back then, I was fortunate enough to be favored by Master Zhu, who sent me to the forest farm as a guard. All these years, I've wanted to thank you in person for your kindness, but I never had the chance, and now I hear this terrible news. Young master. He choked back tears, saying in a muffled voice, I'm from the same hometown as Master Zhu. I may not have many other skills, but I will certainly help you manage the forest farm he left behind, to repay his kindness. Good. Zhu Ju's face softened. I've also heard my father mention that we have a fellow townsman like you. I hope you will take good care of my brother in the future. It's my duty. Yuan Chong bowed his head. I will do my utmost. Ahem. Lu Pu, standing to the side, coughed lightly, shook his head slightly at Zhu Ju, and stepped forward, saying, I'm here today to let you meet the master of this place, to see who will be in charge. Don't blame me for being blunt. His face darkened. If I find out anyone dares to bully my brother-in-law's youth or feign compliance, don't blame me for being impolite. Crack. A powerful gust of wind exploded, like a whip lashing the air. The short, stout Lu Pu flashed several feet away, appearing instantly in front of a rock in the corner of the courtyard. He clenched his fist and punched out. Bang! The rock, as tall as a person, shattered before everyone's eyes. A sight that turned many faces pale. Internal energy. Yuan Chong's eyes narrowed, and he lowered his head even further. The others were dumbfounded, and Zhu Ju, who had never seen anything like it, gasped. However, Unlike the others, because of his position, he could see Lu Pu's wrist trembling slightly beneath his long sleeves as he returned, his expression somewhat stiff. It seemed that the attack hadn't been easy for him either. Night had fallen. The study in the backyard was still brightly lit. Lu Pu paced back and forth in the room, his hands behind his back, saying, "For martial artists, health preservation is paramount. You've taken various tonics since childhood, and although you don't practice martial arts much to strengthen your body, your physique is still much stronger than your peers. With the aid of powerful medicines, mastering the first level of the 13 Horizontal Refinements within a month shouldn't be a problem. And after a few more years to reach the second level, you should be able to protect yourself in a small place like Leping County." "Brother," Zhu Ju said softly, seeing Zhu Ju's expressionless face, assuming he hadn't taken Lu Pu's words to heart. As the saying goes, bad people come from poor and remote places. Leping County sounds nice, but it's never truly peaceful. Just a few months ago, a bandit broke into the county town at night and slaughtered an entire wealthy family. So, only by practicing martial arts diligently can you protect yourself. Slaughter an entire family? Is it that dangerous here? Zhu Ju became wary and nodded emphatically. "I understand. It's good that you understand." Seeing that he was more obedient than before, Lu Pu smiled and continued, "The 13 horizontal training is divided into external and internal training, and further subdivided into 13 parts such as fingers, palms, elbows, arms, and head. Once all 13 parts have been tempered, one will be able to move freely without any weaknesses. The initial stage begins with breathing techniques." Zhu Ju looked very serious. To prevent any omissions, he even took out paper and pen to copy down Lu Pu's words one by one. When he encountered something he didn't understand, he asked questions in detail until he understood it. If he really couldn't understand something, he would write it down and mark it down to try to understand it later when he had time. This serious learning attitude made Lu Pu's eyes fill with satisfaction, and he became even more attentive in his teaching. "Martial arts training can't be rushed. Let's stop here for today." He took a sip of tea to moisten his throat and waved his hand gently. "Martial arts training is only for self-defense and to avoid being bullied. Being overly aggressive in this world is also not advisable. How one conducts oneself is also very important. Your sister also has something to say." "Yes." Zhu Ju nodded and handed over the neatly arranged ledger. "This is the income and expenditure of the pharmacy and forest farm for the past 2 years. I took a look, and last month's income totaled 327 taels of silver. PFFT. Lu Pu, who had just sat down, spat out a mouthful of tea upon hearing this, his face showing astonishment. "How much? 327 taels a month? This is no small amount. More than 300 taels a month, wouldn't that be nearly 4,000 taels of silver a year? Not to mention the county town. Even in the prefectural city, it's not a small amount. You have to know that Lu Pu, who fights to the death a year, can only openly earn a few hundred taels of silver. On the other hand, Zhu Ju, whether in his past life or now, has no concept of prices and didn't react much to this news. This is without considering expenses." Zhu Ju rolled her eyes at her husband, saying, "Buying medicinal herbs, repairing the house, and paying labor costs, these are all things that can't be cut back. After deducting these, the net profit is barely 100 taels. 100 taels? Lu Pu nodded, his surprised expression slowly fading. "That's not a small amount. It's more than enough for one person, but after marriage, with all the comings and goings, it might not be so comfortable. Marriage and starting a family isn't just about adding another person or another set of utensils. It's about adding a bunch of relatives. And a lot more indispensable comings and goings. If there are children, and more than one or two, a mere 100 taels of silver simply won't be enough. In short, everything is fine before marriage. Once married, you immediately become less well off." Lu Pu, having been through it all, knows this perfectly well. "Not 100 taels," Zhu Ju sighed. "Once winter comes and the mountains are snowbound, the income from the forest farm will plummet. We'll even have to pay out of pocket to cover the labor costs. That means there's almost 4 months of no income from the forest farm each year. And then there's the medicinal herbs. Medicinal herbs are essential for martial arts training, and they cost several dozen taels each month. In short, life isn't easy." After a moment's thought, she waved to Lu Pu. "You can go out now." "Wife?" Lu Pu raised an eyebrow. As if he'd guessed something, Displeasure flashed in his eyes, but he shrugged and turned to leave. Brother. Once Lu Pu's footsteps faded, Zhu Shuang took out several silver notes from her person and placed them in Zhu Ju's hand. This is 300 taels of silver. Sister. Zhu Ju was startled and quickly withdrew his hand. How can this be? Why not? Zhu Shuang's eyes widened, and she forcefully shoved the silver notes into his hand. This is my dowry money that I brought from home when I got married. It originally came from the Zhu family. What's wrong with giving it to my brother? And I've had your brother-in-law prepare some powerful medicine in advance. You don't need to worry about body tempering for a while, but you must study martial arts diligently. This is the so-called Voldemort? But it doesn't seem so bad. Looking at the silver notes and packets of valuable medicine in his hand, Zhu Ju fell silent, his eyes filled with complex emotions. 2 days later. Brother-in-law. Zhu Ju frowned as he looked at the sky. It's so late. Do we really have to leave now? The night road isn't safe. Why don't we set off early tomorrow morning? No. Lu Pu's expression was serious. An emergency has occurred in the hall. I must return immediately. After we leave, you must cultivate diligently and not slack off. Yes. Zhu Ju sighed. Brother-in-law, sister, please be careful on your journey. Zhu Shuang boarded the carriage with red eyes, reluctantly lowering the curtain only after the carriage had driven far away. The departure of the two made the already sparsely populated manor seem even more deserted. Young master. Uncle Qin said softly, you've been busy all day. Get some rest. Zhu Ju nodded. He walked to his room and had just closed the door when he felt a gust of wind rushing from behind. What was that? He instinctively rolled to the side and heard the sound of the door shattering. Die? 2 men in black, who had been hiding in the room at some point, pounced on him with knives before he could get up. It's over. Zhu Ju's eyes widened. Completely powerless against such a ferocious man, he was utterly defenseless. The next instant, his figure vanished abruptly, causing the incoming longsword to cleave in midair, leaving the 2 men in black staring at each other in disbelief. How dare you? Qin Bo's roar followed immediately. You dare harm my young master. You're courting death. Chapter 3, Transmigrating Again. Amidst the ruins, 2 lifeless corpses lay on the ground, one with a stab wound to the throat, the other with a collapsed heart. Young master. Uncle Qin rushed to greet the pale-faced Zhu Ju, his voice tinged with joy. Are you all right? I'm fine. Zhu Ju shook his head, looking at Lu Pu, who had appeared at some point. Didn't brother-in-law leave? I received word that the old master's enemies were planning revenge on his descendants, so I deliberately left to lure them out. Lu Pu's expression was grave, but I didn't expect. They acted so quickly. Luckily you weren't hurt. Where did you hide just now? Over there. Zhu Ju's eyes flickered, pointing to an inconspicuous corner behind the house, changing the subject. Brother-in-law, will anyone else come? He was lucky to escape this time. If there were another assassination attempt, he might not be so fortunate. HMPH. Lu Pu snorted coldly, his face grim. The sins of the wife and children should not be visited upon them. This is the rule of the martial world. Don't worry, the hall master will personally handle this matter. If anyone else comes to the 3rd branch hall, we won't be polite. Who? He exhaled a breath of turbid air and looked directly at Zhu Ju. However, one must be strong oneself to forge iron. If you can cultivate the 13 horizontal refinements, you will have the power to resist such things, so you must cultivate diligently. Yes. Zhu Ju nodded, I understand. After giving a few instructions, Lu Pu left in haste that very night without lingering. This time, his departure seemed genuine. 2 days later. A letter arrived from Hejian Prefecture. My second brother is dead? The 3-part Hua launched an attack on the King Gang under the pretext of violating the rules of the martial arts world, and the entire prefecture is in chaos. Zhu Ju put down the letter, deep in thought. In other words, now the Zhu family only has the eldest brother suffering from tuberculosis and myself who doesn't know martial arts. Could it be that the 3-part hall itself did it and then framed the King Gang so they could take advantage of the situation? The old man died because he was helping the court suppress bandits. Even if the government doesn't interfere much when his descendants are killed, the 3-part hall could take the opportunity to swallow up the King Gang. Shaking his head, Zhu Ju sighed helplessly. No matter what, now that the entire 3-part hall is backing me up, no one should dare to mess with me. Transmigrating into rich young master, And still having to live in fear, not to mention going to brothels. I can't even go out. Would that be a waste of my time? I'm too young. Doing that kind of thing would be bad for my health. Alright. With a somewhat helpless sigh, Zhu Ju got up and slowly walked to a bedroom. Inside the room was a wooden tub, large enough for 3 people to hug and as tall as a person, filled with hot water. Zhu Ju took out the elixir and poured it into the water. After the liquid had fully mixed, he removed his clothes and stepped inside. Hiss. The scalding water made his skin tense, turning red visibly, while a burning sensation surged through his open pores. The elixir. Closing his eyes, Zhu Ju silently adjusted his breathing, tempering his body according to the methods described in the 13 Horizontal Refinements. Not bad, just needing a hot bath every few days, without the need for arduous daily training. One can enter the basics of cultivation. Even lacking a martial arts foundation doesn't matter. This skill is indeed suitable for me. There are also drawbacks. The elixir is difficult to refine, ordinary families cannot afford it, and the cultivation progress is slow. It easily injures the body in the later stages, and the body becomes stiff. Only top-tier body refining geniuses can master it. These drawbacks also make this method unappealing to truly wealthy families. Time passed. Sunrise and sunset, an unknown amount of time had passed. One day, whoosh, Zhu Ju suddenly opened his eyes and leaped out of the bathtub. First level of external refinement. The skin and flesh realm. Success. A little over a month, pretty much as Lu Pu predicted. It seems my innate talent is indeed mediocre. In just over a month, he had mastered the first level of the 13 Horizontal Refinements, the skin and flesh realm. Normally, that's not slow. But this was because the original owner had a good foundation, not because Zhu Ju had exceptional talent. On the contrary, according to Lu Pu, his talent was mediocre, the kind that would be difficult to achieve even with strenuous cultivation. Otherwise, his grandfather wouldn't have let his son play around, and Lu Pu wouldn't have specifically sought out the 13 Horizontal Refinements, a method that didn't emphasize innate talent or comprehension, to teach him. Stretching his limbs, Zhu Ju could clearly feel the surging power within him. He stepped to the table, reached out and grabbed the corner, easily lifting the heavy solid wood table. He can easily handle something weighing 40 or 50 pounds with one hand, and he could probably easily flip over an adult weighing 100 pounds. He's only been practicing for a month and he can already crush professional boxers and strongmen from his previous life. Martial arts. Truly amazing. Zhu Ju, his eyes shining, put down the table and picked up a pair of scissors to poke his skin. He didn't dare to use too much force, just a light touch, but he could feel the resilience of his skin. The skin is firm, and even a sharp blade can hardly break it without using force. It's also impervious to sticks. Once I reach the second or third level, I can withstand swords and knives from ordinary people without any problem. Putting everything else aside, the life-saving ability of this technique is truly top-notch. It's just that my movements and reactions are a bit slow, even worse than before I started practicing martial arts. Right now, Zhu Ju felt like his body was wrapped in a heavy, thick layer of cowhide, which greatly increased his sense of security but restricted his movement speed. It must be an illusion. He shook his head slightly, muttering, compared to the significant increase in strength, the speed is almost unchanged, so it naturally feels like I've slowed down. Slow reaction time means I can only passively take hits, no wonder people look down on me. Young master. A servant's voice sounded from outside the door. Manager Yuan from the forest farm requests an audience. Yuan Chuang? What's he doing here? He changed his clothes and stepped outside. The cold wind hit him in the face, making Zhu Ju realize that winter was approaching. So, the forest farm would likely have no income for the next few months. Courtyard. The short-statured Yuan Chong resembled a nimble monkey, leaping and darting back and forth in the courtyard. As the chief guard of the forest farm, he naturally possessed considerable strength. At Zhu Ju's request, he practiced in the courtyard. Monkey fist. The moves of this fist style look somewhat comical, like playing like a monkey, but in reality, every move was insidious and vicious, often involving gouging eyes, locking throats, and severing genitals. Moreover, his movements were agile, responding to external movements with internal stillness, and his intentions were swift. It was truly a remarkable style of boxing. At least, Zhu Ju knew he was no match for him now. Uncle Kin. Watching Yuan Chong demonstrate monkey fist, Zhu Ju was completely bewildered and could only whisper to the expert beside him, "What do you think?" In Zhu Shuang's words, Uncle Qin was the greatest legacy left to him by his parents, and he was absolutely loyal to him. In fact, Uncle Qin had watched the original owner grow up since childhood, and their relationship was more like father and son than master and servant. He's hiding his true abilities. Uncle Qin, with his gray hair, was unremarkable in appearance, like an ordinary old man, yet he possessed the cultivation of a beginner in the inner key realm. His eyes swept over Yuan Chong in the arena, and he spoke slowly, "Young master, this man is not as honest as he appears. You must be careful." Zhu Ju nodded slowly. As the manager of the Zhu family's forest farm, he received several taels of silver every month. Given the prices in Leping County, it was impossible for him not even to have a decent set of clothes. Yuan Chong deliberately came to see him dressed in tattered clothes, perhaps genuinely short of money, but more likely intentionally. What's his true strength? He's roughly at the great perfection of the key refining stage, and his fist techniques aren't bad either. He's barely usable as someone at the great perfection of the key refining stage. Kinbo's expression was indifferent. At his age, that's about it. But in a small place like Leping County, he's more than capable of tending a forest farm. Martial artists reach their physical peak around 30, after which their strength declines. At Yuan Chong's age, his strength will only decrease, unless he has some extraordinary, fate-defying method. He can become stronger. Not to mention Yuan Chong, even Kinbo's strength is no longer what it used to be. Compared to his youth, his only advantage is his rich experience. Then, Zhu Ju thought for a moment and asked, "When will I be stronger than him?" This. Uncle Qin frowned, considered for a moment, and then said, "As long as you cultivate the 13 horizontal refinements to the second level, your foundation will be not much different from his. But to firmly hold the top position, you need to cultivate to the third level, or refine the master's hewn iron hand. At that time, people like Yuan Chong will be nothing. If you cultivate diligently, you should be able to do it within 3 to 5 years. Cultivating to the second level in 1 or 2 years, and to the third level in 2 or 3 years, wouldn't that take 3 to 5 years?" Uncle Qin had already tried to shorten the time as much as possible, so as not to discourage him. After all, it was common knowledge that the 13 horizontal refinements became more and more difficult as you progressed. Cultivating to the third level in 3 to 5 years meant that one's martial arts talent was already quite good. Zhu Ju gently shook his head. He didn't think it would take that long, not because he believed in his talent, but because of the financial burden. In addition to hard work, the 13 horizontal refinements could also be aided by medicine. As long as you were willing to spend money, your cultivation could advance by leaps and bounds. It was just that the cost-effectiveness was not high. Spending several thousand taels of silver to raise one level of cultivation was not even that extravagant when the old master was alive. The medicine is expensive. With my current financial resources, I can barely manage, but the cost will increase over time, and my income will gradually fall behind my expenses. However, there are plenty of ways to make money. Young master. Yuan Chong stopped his practice, panting, and cupped his hands, saying, "My martial arts skills are mediocre. I've made a fool of myself. Manager Yuan is too modest." Zhu Ju shook his head and smiled. "Although I am not skilled in martial arts, I can still see that Manager Yuan's fist technique is agile and his strength is considerable. Since the weather is starting to turn cold, a decrease in forest farm income is inevitable. Let's stop the work there when it snows." "Yes." Yuan Chong lowered his head, covering his shining eyes, and replied, "Young master, rest assured, even if it's freezing cold, as long as we can go up the mountain, I will definitely send people to climb it without hesitation." "That's not necessary." Zhu Ju shook his head, "Just follow the old rules." After seeing Yuan Chong off, Zhu Ju strolled to his study. After confirming that no one was around, his figure gradually disappeared. Whoosh! In a flash, he found himself in another ancient and quaint world. His biggest secret, and also the easiest way to make money, was naturally to travel to another world. Chapter 4: Strength and Blood. Pushing open the door, a sea breeze carrying a faint fishy smell rushed in, ruffling his long hair. "Young master," the maid Kier greeted him quickly, "you're awake." Zhu Ju nodded slowly, letting her straighten his clothes and smooth out the wrinkles. He had transmigrated, and twice at that. A month ago, during an assassination attempt, He awakened his talent and used transmigration to avoid the attack. However, the second transmigration clearly had a time limit. He had only been in the area for a short while before being pulled back by an invisible force. It took about 4 or 5 days before he could transmigrate again. The second time, he stayed for about an hour. Afterward, he traveled to this place called Zheng several times, gradually figuring out the rules of transmigration. The time flow in both places was roughly the same, only day and night were reversed. It was evening there, but just dawn here. Each transmigration required 4 or 5 days to accumulate energy, and the stay time increased each time. Currently, he could stay for a full day. Furthermore, this world seems to lack skilled martial arts masters. Its infrastructure is relatively underdeveloped, and it appears to be in the twilight of a dynasty, with the imperial court's influence over local areas severely diminished. During his third transmigration, Zhu Ju used his savings to purchase property in this coastal city and later partnered with someone to establish a textile factory. His personal maid, Kier, was a beggar he picked up on the street. "Where is Master Yan?" "He's waiting for guests up front," Kier replied. "He seems to be a constable from the Yamen." "A constable?" Zhu Ju raised an eyebrow upon hearing this. Master Yan was his chosen partner, who ran a nearly bankrupt martial arts gym. If it weren't for his intervention, the Yan family's gym would likely have already closed down. Arriving at the front yard, he saw 2 people conversing. "Brother Zhang." Yan Jingfu stood up to introduce. "This is young Master Zhu Ju. Although we're said to be partners in business, I'm actually working for young Master Zhu." "Young Master Zhu, this is Brother Zhang Ping, one of the 3 great constables of Yucheng." Zhang Ping narrowed his eyes, sizing up the newcomer. Young in age, with smooth, delicate skin and impeccable speech, he clearly came from a wealthy family. His surname was Zhu. There weren't any prominent families with the surname Zhu in Yucheng. Could he be from the north? Zhu Ju was also scrutinizing the man. He had a leopard-like head, round eyes, and a fierce expression. His constable uniform, washed countless times, was faded and brown. "I have long admired young Master Zhu's name. It is my great honor to meet you today." Zhang Ping cupped his hands in greeting and spoke in a low voice. "We have some leads on the missing female worker, related to the 7 wards of the Red Street. What are young Master Zhu's plans now?" Zhu Ju looked puzzled and asked, "Since we have found leads, we just need to bring the missing person back. What other plans could there be?" Yan Jingfu coughed lightly twice and said in a low voice, "Each of the 7 wards of the Red Street is backed by wealthy families and powerful gangs in the city. Once someone enters the Red Street, it's difficult to get out. Even the officials can't bring them out?" "I'm afraid not. So the investigation ends here?" "More or less." Zhu Ju understood. "Young Master Zhu," Zhang Ping bowed. "Several years of severe drought have led to widespread unrest among the surrounding populace. There are some matters the court is powerless to address. A few female workers are nothing. If young Master Zhu doesn't wish to let this go, I, Zhang, can mediate and hopefully bring them back." "Oh." Zhu Ju smiled faintly. "The red light district is so dangerous. Are you confident, Brother Zhang?" "I'm not wearing this uniform for nothing." Zhang Ping patted his clothes and snorted lightly. "Besides, I'm not without methods. Young Master Zhu, please watch." He stood up and swung his leg at a solid wood table beside him. Bang! With a loud crash, the solid wood table shattered, wood chips and table legs flying everywhere. "Excellent!" Master Yan exclaimed loudly. "Brother Zhang, what skill you possess. You must have already achieved the great perfection of blood condensation and are about to undergo body tempering, right?" "You jest." Zhang Ping took a deep breath, calming the turbulent blood and qi within him, and waved his hand. "Body tempering is incredibly difficult. I'm too old for that." Clap. Clap. Zhu Ju lightly clapped his hands, his eyes strange. Brother Zhang truly lives up to his reputation as one of the 3 great constables of Yucheng. His ability to break a log with one leg is indeed remarkable. I imagine he certainly won't be able to stop you in a mere red light district. Hearing this, Zhang Ping's expression stiffened slightly. "All right." Zhu Ju said, "I'll pay 50 taels of silver for the 2 female workers. I'd like to trouble Brother Zhang to bring them out of the red light district. How about it?" 50 taels? Zhang Ping silently calculated for a moment, then grinned and said, "Young Master Zhu is so kind. Would anyone else care about the lives of 2 female workers? I'll take this task." After seeing Zhang Ping off, Zhu Ju turned around and sighed. "Master Yan, You've kept me in the dark for a long time. Isn't it said that martial arts can only nourish the body and prolong life, but it doesn't help strengthen the body? Then how did Officer Zhang smash a table with one kick? Young Master Zhu. Yan Jingfu smiled bitterly. Martial arts prioritizes qi and blood. Qi and blood nourish the body and prolong life, but to strengthen the body, one must consume qi and blood, which is a losing proposition. Brother Jiang's ability to break wood with one leg is indeed remarkable, but it also consumes a lot of qi and blood. Such methods are difficult to sustain. Is that so? Zhu Ju paced back and forth, hands behind his back. Master Yan just mentioned blood condensation and body tempering. What's that all about? Martial arts cultivation begins with mastering qi and blood, followed by the three realms of strengthening blood, condensing blood, and tempering the body, Yan Jingfu explained. The first two realms, strengthening blood and condensing blood, have limited impact on the physical body. Only by consuming qi and blood can one unleash tremendous power. Only after becoming a body-tempering martial artist can one truly become a match for 10 or even 100 men. Zhu Ju seemed thoughtful. He had learned the health-preserving exercises from the Yan family's martial arts school and, with Yan Jingfu's help, had even mastered the manipulation of qi and blood. He felt it wasn't very useful. Strengthening blood refers to enhancing the qi and blood within the body. With enhanced qi and blood, one can naturally avoid all diseases, thus achieving the effect of health preservation and longevity. Most martial artists reach this realm. Zhu Ju started learning martial arts late and had no foundation in cultivation. For him, practicing martial arts to prolong life was enough, so Yan Jingfu didn't mention the later realms. When qi and blood are activated by special methods, they can unleash power far exceeding that of ordinary people. Various schools and sects have similar methods. Yan Jingfu said, my Yan family's iron wire fist is good at the explosive power between fists, palms, and arms. As he spoke, he stepped forward and placed one hand on another intact round table, leaving a palm print on the hard surface. Good. Zhu Ju praised, then asked, between Master Yan and Jiang Ping, who is stronger? Yan Jingfu looked embarrassed. The saying goes, the poor study literature, the rich study martial arts. Martial artists can't lack meat and fish. I've been short of money these past few years, so I'm afraid I can't compare to Brother Jiang. It's alright. In the future, Master Yan will have no shortage of meat and fish, and with the nourishment of powerful medicines, he will definitely surpass Constable Jiang. Zhu Ju smiled and continued to ask, are there any stronger individuals above body tempering? There is one at the returning to the hidden realm. Yan Jingfu said, but such an existence only appears once every few decades in Yucheng. However, there are few body-tempering martial masters in the city, two of whom you should have heard of. Which two? Shen Hu, the master of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School, and Xiang Zhongyan, the Ghost Foot, the leader of the Canal Gang. With the matter resolved, Yan Jingfu took his leave. Zhu Ju watched his figure disappear before turning to look at the table with the palm print. Then, he smiled freely and struck out with his palm. Bang! The table shattered into pieces, surpassing even Jiang Ping's methods. It seems this world does have martial arts, but its upper limit is indeed quite low. I never imagined that qi and blood could have such wonderful uses. It seems I'll have to pay more attention to health cultivation techniques in the future. Study. Zhu Ju put down the book in his hand, a smile appearing on his face. After witnessing Jiang Ping's methods, he became interested in qi and blood martial arts. He obtained several martial arts classics from Yan Jingfu, gaining a deeper understanding of the martial arts there. Martial arts in the main world begin with internal force, divided into realms such as entering internal force, minor mastery of internal force, and major mastery of internal force. After entering internal force, one can use internal force to temper the body and unleash power far exceeding that of ordinary people. However, internal force is fierce and can easily injure the body if one is not careful, so although martial artists are strong, most do not live long. Qi and blood martial arts are different. Martial arts in this other world begin with the manipulation of qi and blood, which nourishes and strengthens the body, slowly increasing physical strength. Relatively speaking, qi and blood are gentler than physical strength. They not only won't harm the body but can also prolong life, though their explosive power and duration are far inferior. Martial artists who cultivate strong blood or coagulate blood are much stronger than ordinary people, while those who have reached the initial stage of internal strength can easily take on 10 opponents. This explains why Jiang Ping and Yan Jingfu, despite years of martial arts training, might not be stronger than Zhu Ju in a fight. However, Qi and blood can repair internal injuries and accelerate the absorption of medicine, greatly benefiting the cultivation of the 13 horizontal refinements and further increasing one's strength. The Yan family iron wire fist can be both hard and soft. After stretching his limbs, Zhu Ju assumed a stance in his study and began practicing the Yan family iron wire fist. The fist has a 24-character mantra: movement within stillness, stillness within movement, release without releasing, hold without holding, swift without chaotic, slow without lax. The iron wire fist can be practiced by men, women, young, and old alike. With consistent practice, it has the effect of curing diseases and prolonging life. Bang! Chop! PFFT. Zhu Ju's fist stance changed, his expression serious, and he suddenly swung his fist to the side. Bang! The fist force erupted, producing a deep, muffled sound. Hu. Zhu Ju exhaled a long breath, withdrawing his fist technique, his face showing joy, as expected. Using the Yan family's iron wire fist method to unleash my blood and Qi can also increase my strength, making it about 30% stronger. With my blood and Qi activated, I, at the skin and flesh realm, can almost unleash the strength of the tendon and bone realm. The only drawback is that I can't sustain it. That's right. Zhu Ju's cultivation of the Yan family's health-preserving technique has not only allowed him to grasp the basics of blood and Qi, but has also reached the blood-strengthening realm. It's not hard to understand. The 13 horizontal refinements have caused his physique to surge, his blood and Qi far exceeding that of ordinary people, making it natural for him to enter the blood-strengthening realm, and even the blood condensation realm is within reach. I originally intended to learn boxing from Yan Jingfu to cultivate the old man's Hunun iron hand technique, but I didn't expect to gain this unexpected benefit. With improved Qi and blood, the intervals between medicinal baths will shorten. With the help of improved Qi and blood, the 13 horizontal training can temper the body more quickly. As the body becomes stronger, the Qi and blood will also become more abundant. Aren't the two complementary? My cultivation progress is probably far beyond my imagination. It's just, I don't have much money left. Helping the Yan family's boxing gym to revive, building factories, and recruiting people all require spending money, and not just a few items. Now, the forest farm's income is starting to decrease, and relying solely on the pharmacy is no longer enough to make ends meet. If it weren't for some savings he originally had, he wouldn't be able to continue. I still have more than 500 taels in savings. After calculating, Zhu Ju breathed a sigh of relief. It should be enough to last until the new cloth is on the market. With the dyeing technology of this world, dominating the market will be a piece of cake. You know, even the clothes of wealthy families over there don't have many colors. Chapter 5 Bandits. At the Yan family boxing gym, Zhu Ju, dressed in a tight-fitting outfit with bound sleeves, stood firmly in a horse stance, practicing iron wire fist under the guidance of Yan Jingfu. As the saying goes, if the hand arrives but the foot doesn't, the strike is ineffective. To use boxing techniques well, footwork is essential. Yan family iron wire fist uses fewer leg techniques, emphasizing maintaining a central position and moving in all directions, placing great importance on the subtle nuances of shifting and maneuvering. Yan Jingfu patted his hips and explained, "See, power originates from the ground, passing through the legs, hips, arms, elbows, and fists to create a powerful punch. Moving like a snake, the fist techniques change accordingly. When you reach a point where hardness and softness are at your fingertips, you've mastered it. The next step is to learn to coordinate with Qi and blood during the punch, unleashing even greater power." He imparted all the secrets of iron wire fist to the wealthy patron behind the gym without reservation. "Master Yan," Zhu Ju began, "with my talent, how long do you think it will take to achieve minor mastery?" Young Master Zhu's martial arts talent is astonishing. He has already mastered the moves in just over a month. I think he should achieve minor mastery in about half a year. Yan Jingfu stroked his beard and said, "It's not that I'm being polite. Young Master Zhu truly has a talent for martial arts, but unfortunately, he's a little too old." Zhu Ju gently shook his head. The Yan family iron wire fist has 84 forms, of which every 7 forms can be combined into a special move, totaling 12 special moves. These 12 special moves also have different combinations. Therefore, this fist technique, while seemingly simple, is actually not easy to truly learn and master. The key is, the iron wire fist is too low grade, It's merely a stepping stone for him to cultivate the primordial iron hand. There's no need to spend too much time on it, he only needs to master the method of unleashing his ki and blood. He immediately asked, half a year is too long, can it be faster? This. Yan Jingfu thought for a moment, then nodded, sure. It just requires some money. Spend money. Zhu Ju smiled, that's easy. Yan Jingfu's method was simple and effective. Recruit sparring partners to help Zhu Ju familiarize himself with the boxing techniques. Learning boxing is similar to learning a foreign language. Boxing consists of individual moves forming various variations, while foreign languages consist of different sounds forming various words and phrases. Both can be learned by rote memorization, but the efficiency is too low. If the people around you all communicate in a foreign language, you can quickly master it in that environment. Boxing is the same. With someone to practice moves and demonstrate, the body will naturally adapt to the boxing techniques, eventually mastering them to the bone. Dividing the golden bridge. Devil covering hands. Tiger roar and dragon cry. With sparring partners, Zhu Ju's proficiency in iron wire fist increased day by day, and he gradually mastered the Hunan iron hand technique. Covering the top. Supporting the palm. Wild horse parting mane. Bang. Two figures staggered backward in the arena, their faces alternating between pale and flushed, finally collapsing to the ground from exhaustion. Clap. Clap. The tall, imposing woman watching clapped her hands, saying, Young Master Zhu, your fist technique is excellent. It seems you've not only mastered the iron wire fist of the Yan family, but have also entered the realm of strengthening blood. Given time, you might very well become a body-tempering martial master. Miss Yan is too kind. Zhu Ju shook his head, taking the towel offered to him and wiping the sweat from his brow. The iron wire fist combines strength and softness. My practice focuses solely on force, losing sight of its true essence, making it difficult to achieve great mastery. Yan Zixin, Yan Jingfu's daughter, smiled gently upon hearing this. Of course, she knew Zhu Ju's practice was flawed, but since he was her benefactor, she couldn't afford to offend him, and she had to choose her words carefully. Young Master Zhu. Stepping aside to make way for the carriage behind her, Yan Zixin said softly, the things you requested have arrived. Tiger bone, bear bile, musk, and bees are all quite valuable. My father used many connections to find them. Thank you for your trouble. Zhu Ju's eyes lit up as he lifted the cloth covering the carriage, revealing the medicinal herbs underneath. Besides tiger bone and bear bile, there were various herbs. These were all medicines needed to aid in the cultivation of the 13 Horizontal Refinements, with tiger bone being the most important. In another world, purchasing these things was not only troublesome but also much more expensive than here. In addition, there was the matter of keeping the formulas of these powerful medicines secret, so it was best to have the martial arts school help collect them. How much? 200 taels in total. Yan Zixin's pretty face flushed slightly. Young Master Zhu, please rest assured, we paid exactly what we paid for them. We didn't profit from the price difference. She was still young, and there was always a strange shyness about money when it came to it, as if talking about money made her seem quite vulgar. That's not good. Zhu Ju shook his head. Purchasing these things is troublesome and laborious. If we sell them at the original price, wouldn't I be taking advantage of you? We should add some difference. Young Master Zhu. Yan Zixin's face turned serious. Without you, the Yan family martial arts school would have to close down. What's a little help? It's what we should do. Once or twice is fine, but I use these things often, so it's not appropriate. Zhu Ju waved his hand. Let it go this time, we'll make up for it next time. 200 taels. The sparring fees and the medicine fees for the martial arts school add up to several taels of silver every day. After calculating his own little savings, Zhu Ju's face stiffened. He'd been spending money like water lately. Although the textile factory had started shipping in small batches, production hadn't picked up yet, and it wasn't time to really make a profit. Fortunately, the forest farm and pharmacy will have a unified accounting at the end of the year. According to past practice, there should be a certain surplus, enough to get through the winter. As for next year, by then, the textile factory would definitely be on track. Miss Yan. Zhu Ju stroked his chin. If you have something valuable to sell, where in the city is the most convenient place? Valuable things? Yan Xiu thought for a moment and said, a pawn shop will do if it's under a few dozen taels. If it's more, only the ghost market in the red light district can handle it. However, it's too dangerous there. It's best not to go. Ghost Market in the red light district? Zhu Ju lay in the bathtub mixed with medicinal herbs, his eyes slightly closed, relaxing his mind and letting the medicinal bath temper his body. The primordial iron hand has 36 forms, plus 3 killing moves. However, to use the killing moves, one must master the first 36 forms and comprehend their subtleties. Without cultivating internal energy, it's out of the question. After moving his body a bit, Zhu Ju leaned over the edge of the bathtub, reached in, grabbed the medicinal wine beside him, and drank it down. Ugh! His face flushed, his skin and muscles tensed, and his internal organs felt like they were on fire, burning with pain. As expected of tiger bone wine, its medicinal power is ferocious. Fortunately, the 13 Horizontal Refinements are equally extraordinary, able to withstand the medicinal power and even accelerate the tempering of my muscles and bones. Medicinal bath to temper the body, medicinal wine to forge bones, and key and blood to nourish the body. With the support of these three, my cultivation has advanced by leaps and bounds. I don't know if I can reach the second level of the 13 Horizontal Refinements, the bone and muscle realm, after the new year. However, compared to the progress of the 13 Horizontal Refinements, my key and blood have surged recently, so I estimate I can break through to the blood condensation realm first. Raising an eyebrow slightly, as if sensing something, Zhu Ju leaped out of the bathtub, quickly dressed, and went out. Young master. Uncle Ken also heard the commotion, drew his knife, and came out. He nodded to him, flashed onto the roof, and then shouted in a low voice, "The Ping family's place is on fire. It seems there are bandits. It's definitely not just an ordinary fire." Even from that distance, one can see the raging fire burning in the distance, and faintly hear the sounds of fighting and screams coming from afar. I remember. Zhu Ju's face was grim. A few months ago, a group of bandits from the mountain stormed into the county town and slaughtered an entire wealthy family? That's right. Uncle Ken nodded. I had heard before coming that Leping County wasn't very safe, but I didn't expect it to be this chaotic. What are the local government officials doing? Looking around, Zhu Ju found a suitable spot, accelerated, and leaped onto the wall. From his vantage point, he could see the fire much more clearly. The night wind fanned the flames, and the entire street where the Ping family lived was engulfed in flames, the firelight turning the sky a fiery red. Figures darted, collided, and fell in the firelight, while many more scattered and fled. Adding to the chaos were some thugs who took advantage of the fire, and the entire Leping County seemed to have fallen into utter chaos. Young master, Uncle Ken said worriedly, the situation is not good. You should go down and find a place to hide. It's all right, Zhu Ju waved his hand. With you here, these mere bandits can't hurt me. Even if we encounter a group of bandits, we can just avoid them for now. Someone's coming this way. Several figures were seen running across the rooftops at a speed faster than galloping horses, the tiles beneath their feet exploding one after another. 3 of them were running wildly in front, with 2 behind them as pursuers. Entering the realm of power. Zhu Ju's eyes narrowed. These people had not only mastered the method of unleashing power from their bodies, but they had probably already reached the pinnacle or even perfection of the realm of power. He had practiced martial arts for some time, and his eyesight had improved, so he could now see the strength of a person. At least for now, he was no match for them. Get out of the way. The person in the lead, wearing a mask, shouted angrily, and with a wave of his hand, several black shadows shot out. Hidden weapons. Clang. Uncle Ken's wrist trembled slightly, and with a flash of light, several darts fell down. How dare you? Fearing that the men might approach and injure Zhu Ju, he chose to take the initiative, drawing his sword and charging towards them. Yin Wind Blade. This sword technique was chillingly sinister, its blade treacherous and its energy poisonous. When Kin Bo wielded it, the men's expressions immediately changed drastically. Inner Key Realm. Be careful. The 3 shouted, their movement swift. One unleashed a shower of flowers, shooting out streaks of cold light, while the other 2, wielding swords and knives, met the attack with a combined strike. The clashes were as rapid as a sudden downpour. Clang, clang, clang. Is that the 3rd young master of the Zhu family ahead? A pursuer shouted from behind. I am Zhou Yi, the county constable, pursuing the Black Tiger Gang bandits. Please stop them. The magistrate will reward you handsomely once this is over. His words had no effect, but instead made the 3 fleeing men realize something, and they shifted the battle line towards Zhu Ju's location. Young master, Uncle Kin frowned, wielding a sword to scatter the three men, then flash back to Zhu Ju's side, protecting him. The three fleeing men didn't dare to linger and changed direction to continue their escape. The constable named Zhou Yu didn't stop, cupped his hands towards Zhu Ju's location, and continued chasing after them. HMPH. Uncle Kin narrowed his eyes and sneered, "That Zhou fellow is no good." He deliberately called out young master's identity to tempt those men. It was precisely because he was afraid of hurting Zhu Ju that he dared not linger. "Is that so?" Zhu Ju frowned, puzzled. "Did I offend him before?" "No, not at all." Uncle Kin shook his head. "The Zhou family has been established in Leping County for over 100 years. Back when the old master was in the county town, he did have some conflicts with them, but that was a long time ago. The trouble the old master had caused back then." Zhu Ju understood, and his heart skipped a beat again. He was indeed innocent, but the old master had fought his whole life and had probably offended all sorts of people and made many enemies. Even with the support of the third branch hall, those people might not dare to act openly, but they could certainly resort to underhanded tactics. "Uncle Kin." Turning around, Zhu Ju's expression changed slightly. "What's wrong?" Uncle Kin's expression was complex. He looked as if he had aged 10 years, his eyes dim and lifeless. "I'm getting old after all. Even the slightest movement makes me tired, and I can't even handle a few powerful attacks." Sigh. He sighed deeply, his face filled with dejection. He had long anticipated his decline in strength and didn't dwell on it much, only worrying about his inability to protect Zhu Ju in the future. Chapter 6 Pharmacy Forest Farm. The next day, Zhu Ju arrived at the pharmacy accompanied by Uncle Kin. After the chaos of the previous night, the pharmacy was in complete disarray. Everything of value had been looted. Liu, responsible for guarding the pharmacy, was beaten black and blue, lying on the ground groaning, his body covered in ointment. Amidst the mess, the atmosphere was heavy. "Young master," Manager Wang said with shame, "this old man is incompetent, allowing the pharmacy to be robbed twice in a year, and this time the side room where the medicinal herbs are stored has even collapsed. This old man has failed the master's kindness in nurturing me." He wailed, his face streaked with snot and tears, but whether it was genuine or feigned, only he knew. "All right," Zhu Ju said helplessly, waving his hand. "No one could have foreseen this unexpected disaster. It has nothing to do with you. How much did the pharmacy lose?" "Losses." Manager Wang sniffled, stopping his sobbing. "The lost medicinal herbs and prescriptions are worth about 200 taels of silver. There are also damaged counters and the building itself. Repairs will cost several dozen taels. 300 taels. And that doesn't even include compensation for the shop assistants." Zhu Ju took a deep breath. Just a few days ago, he was calculating how much surplus he could have this year. Now it seemed he'd be lucky to avoid that. Silver. He needed to find a way to get some quick money to tide him over. "Let's tidy this place up first. Buy more medicinal herbs if needed, and repair what needs repairing. We won't be short of money." Zhu Ju paced back and forth. "Take 5 taels of silver from the account for Liu. Let him rest well during this time, he doesn't need to work for now." "Thank you, young master." Liu, lying on the ground, struggled to speak. "Thank, young master. Rest well." Zhu Ju nodded to him and walked towards the carriage. "Uncle Kin, let's go to the forest farm." "To the forest farm?" Uncle Kin frowned. "Now?" "Right now." Zhu Ju nodded. "If we go now, we can come back tonight." After getting into the carriage, he rubbed his throbbing temples and looked at the medicine packets in the corner of the carriage. Thank goodness. There are still a few portions of the large medicines used to assist in the 13 Horizontal Refinements cultivation, otherwise, my cultivation would be affected. The carriage traveled along the mountain road. Zhu Ju lifted the carriage curtain, stretched out his hand to feel the cold wind outside, and said thoughtfully, "It's going to snow." "Yes." Uncle Kin cracked his long whip and said, "Judging from the situation, it should happen within the next 3 to 5 days. Once the heavy snow closes the mountain, it will be difficult to bring anything down from the mountain, and the forest farm will lose its income." Zhu Ju said slowly, "Uncle Kin, are you familiar with the situation of the forest farm?" "I know a little." Uncle Kin replied, "The forest farm is backed by Snake Mountain. Its main income comes from logging the cinnamon wood on Snake Mountain, and also from buying some medicinal herbs, snake sloughs, and other items from the mountain people. Years ago, Master came from the mountains, which is why he leased the forest farm. Firstly, it provides a source of income, and secondly, it provides some convenience for the nearby mountain people. Zhu Ju seemed thoughtful. Named Snake Mountain, it is naturally filled with miasma and snakes and insects. Every year, people encounter danger in the mountains. However, strange things are born in harsh places. Snake Mountain is famous for a strange tree called the cinnamon peach. The branches of this tree have a unique fragrance, and the incense and powder made from its powder are highly sought after by wealthy families, even being sold to other prefectures. It is also Zhu Ju's largest source of income. Unfortunately, not all cinnamon peach wood has a fragrance when ground into powder, only the newly sprouted buds of the current year do. Furthermore, poisonous snakes often infest the area around the cinnamon peach trees, and the terrain is treacherous, making harvesting extremely dangerous, so the yield has always been limited. Ouch! You dare fight back? Beat him. Beat him hard. At this moment, a commotion arose ahead, revealing several burly men beating a boy wearing a short jacket. The boy was small and insignificant compared to the men, but he still fought back fiercely. Unfortunately, he was too weak. Each time he resisted, he was kicked to the ground and subjected to even more brutal beatings. Stop! Kinbo shouted in a low voice, leaping down from the carriage. What's going on? None of your business. The burly man leading the group instinctively yelled, but when he turned around and saw who it was, his expression changed drastically. Old kin? HMPH. Kinbo sneered, not only me, but the young master is here too. Your name is Yuan Hu, right? Zhu Ju got off the carriage, tightened his cloak, and said, the eldest son of steward Yuan. We've met once before. Yes. Yuan Hu hurriedly knelt down. Young Master Zhu, what brings you here? Just bored, so I came out for a stroll. Zhu Ju said indifferently. What? Do I need to inform you before I go anywhere? I wouldn't dare. Yuan Hu shook his head desperately. What's going on here? Zhu Ju gestured. Bullying a child? You really show off your abilities. Young master, Yuan Hu said in a muffled voice, this little brat stole medicinal herbs from the mountains and tried to cheat people out of money by selling inferior ones. That's why we taught him a lesson. Bullshit, the boy roared, rushing forward and kicking Yuan Hu. The things in the mountains are naturally grown, not planted by you. Why can't I take them out? And the peach wood, you promised 10 caddies for 2 large coins, but you're deducting 1 coin from my bill. Of course I'm not happy about that. He was short, but his strength was astonishing. The tall and strong Yuan Hu was kicked to the ground. Zhu Ju frowned slightly. No matter what, Yuan Hu was his subordinate, but he was concerned about something else now. 2 large coins? When did that happen? Young master. The others from the forest farm, hearing the commotion, rushed over. Manager Yuan Chong, his face filled with anxiety, said, why have you come at this hour? I was unprepared to greet you. I am truly sorry. Manager Yuan, Zhu Ju said coldly, I remember the rule for exchanging cinnamon wood was set by my father, 3 large coins for 10 caddies, and it has never changed. When did it become 2 large coins? His voice fell silent, and the forest farm guards who had come with Yuan Chong exchanged bewildered glances. Young master. Yuan Chong's eyes flickered as he whispered, the freshly cut crimson wood has too high a moisture content. A single piece weighs several pounds. It needs to be dried to remove the moisture before it can be made into incense powder. According to custom, this process should be done by the mountain people. Now we directly collect the moist crimson wood, saving them the drying process, which is why the price has been reduced to 2 large coins. In fact, they've made a profit. Ha! Zhu Ju looked up at the sky, his eyes icy cold. Manager Yuan, it seems that in your eyes, I'm just a good-for-nothing who can't do manual labor and doesn't know anything about farming, someone you can easily fool with a few words. Yuan Chong's expression changed drastically. I wouldn't dare. Bang! Before he could finish speaking, he saw a blur before his eyes, and Uncle Qin kicked him away, sending him crashing to the ground. Struggling to prop himself up, he spat out a mouthful of blood. PFFT. Father. Yuan Hu roared, rushing to Yuan Chong's side. Young master, please forgive me. Yuan Chong knelt on the ground, raising his hand to slap his own cheek, kowtowing as he did so, saying, I was greedy for a moment and broke the rules set by the master. I was truly terrified of poverty when I was young and wanted my children to have a better life. I deserve to die. I deserve to be beaten. Please forgive me this time, young master. For the sake of my decades of loyalty to the master. He hit hard, and a few slaps made his cheeks swell up high, blood gushing from his mouth, and his forehead bruised and swollen. Zhu Ju narrowed his eyes. Ding Han. Yes, sir. A thin, hunchbacked old man walked out shakily from the crowd. He was the deputy manager of the forest farm. When did you change the price? This. Ding Han subconsciously looked at Yuan Chong and his son, his throat bobbing, and lowered his head, whispering, reporting to the young master, just in the last few months. Zhu Ju remained expressionless, inwardly scoffing. Colluding with each other. Even if he saw through it, he didn't have a good solution. He had no one he could use at the moment, and taking force might even incite a rebellion. After thinking for a moment, he asked slowly. Manager Yuan maliciously lowered the price and lined his own pockets. Did you participate? Young master, Ding Han said, sweat beading on his forehead. I did not participate. That's good. Zhu Ju glanced at him coldly. From now on, you will be in charge of the forest farm. The pharmacy will handle the payment for the purchase of the peach wood. The guards will only be responsible for guarding and will no longer be involved in financial transactions. Manager Yuan. Yes, sir. Yuan Chong hurriedly knelt down and approached. Considering you've served the old man for decades, I'll let it go this time. Zhu Ju waved his hand. If you do it again, I won't forgive you. Thank you, young master. Yuan Chong breathed a sigh of relief and kowtowed again. Thank you, young master. Uncle Qin. Zhu Ju turned and boarded the carriage, no longer interested in going to the forest farm. Let's go back. Yes. Uncle Qin responded, turning to look at the boy beside him. Young man, what's your name? Masun. Would you like to learn martial arts? Masun's eyes lit up. Yuan Chong lay on the bed, grimacing, and took out a bottle of ointment from the cabinet, asking his son to apply it to his body. Hiss. Be gentle. Yes. Yuan, who carefully applied the ointment, gritting his teeth as he said, Father, if you ask me, why should we suffer this humiliation? We should have just ordered someone to take care of that Zhu fellow. Bullshit. Yuan Chong's eyes widened. Young master is a nobleman from the prefectural city. How dare you offend him? Nobleman? Yuan Hu sneered. Last night, the Ping family in the city was wiped out by the Black Tiger gang. They were also a nobleman family. It's different. Yuan Chong shook his head. Master is from the third branch of the prefectural city. His status is different from the wealthy families in the county town. Besides, the Qin fellow is a master of internal energy cultivation. Even if we all went together, we wouldn't have much of a chance of winning. I'm not afraid. Yuan Hu said angrily, I've never suffered such humiliation before. At worst I can go into the mountains and join the Black Tiger gang. It's not like we don't have connections. Black Tiger gang. Yuan Chong pondered, if you have a choice, who would want to stay in the mountains? Don't be angry. Once your brother achieves something, our Yuan family might rise to power like the Zhu family. Yuan Bao. Mentioning his younger brother, Yuan Hu grinned. He's really lucky. He actually found a nest of precious snakes from those mountain folk, and even has a chance to cultivate internal energy. Yes. Yuan Chong asked, were the mountain folk dealt with? Don't worry, father. Yuan Hu patted his chest. Except for one snake breeder, not a single one survived. That's good. Yuan Chong nodded. Dingin's gaze towards me was a bit strange just now. It seems he has a powerful backer now. I'm afraid we won't be allowed to interfere in the forest farm's affairs anymore. Deliberately promoting him to deal with me, young master, you have good methods. You're not one of those pampered rich kids. No rush, no rush. We'll settle this score after Yuan Bao has completed his studies. Chapter 7 Red Street. Yucheng. Night. No stars, no moon. Pitch black. Zhu Ju, dressed in night clothes and a black mask, strode quickly through narrow alleys and arrived at a bustling street. The Flower Street. Even though it was night, the Flower Street was still teeming with people. Shops lined both sides of the street, lanterns illuminating the entrances as various figures moved in and out. It was different from what he had imagined. The Flower Street wasn't just about brothels, it encompassed various industries, including porcelain, tea, sugar, and grains. Of course, the biggest businesses were the 7 brothels of the Flower Street. These weren't market stalls, but 7 large buildings, each operating gambling dens, brothels, opium dens, and other businesses. It was said that the 7 brothels of the Flower Street were backed by various forces, including local tyrants, gangs, and even the government. His gaze lingered on the guards patrolling the street for a moment before Zhu Ju slipped into a dark corner. The ghost market. Deep within the flower street lay a ghost market. This place was once flooded, leaving behind low-lying mudflats after the water receded. It was later transformed into a ghost market. Because most of the goods sold here were shady, even people from the red light district usually avoided it. "Please come in." Shopkeeper Wang, pipe in hand, squinted and took a deep drag, his gaze falling on the black-clad man who entered. Black-clad and masked, unwilling to show his face, did he have some good stuff? Intrigued, he sat up straight. "Sir, are you here to look at goods or to redeem a pawn item?" "To pawn," Zhu Ju said in a low voice, taking the package from his back and slowly opening it on the table. A three-colored jade guanyin bodhisattva statue. Hiss. Shopkeeper Wang gasped, his body tensing instantly, his wrist trembling as he picked up the oil lamp beside him. A 7-inch jade carving? His fingers trembled as he gently stroked the bodhisattva statue before him, his eyes first filled with suspicion, then with fervor. Genuine. And undoubtedly the work of a master jade carver. The hair was styled in a bun with hairpins, the waist high with a jewel, and the lower body adorned with necklaces and a monk's skirt. The folds of the clothing were realistic, natural, and beautifully flowing. The craftsmanship of the clothing was already remarkable, but compared to the statue, it paled in comparison. The bodhisattva statue had a broad, solemn face, round cheeks, and a well-proportioned, full figure. The technique was truly exceptional. Although it was made of tricolored jade, the jade itself did not appear impure. Instead, it was seamlessly integrated through skillful artistry. "Sir," Manager Wang asked seriously, his throat tightening, "live pawn or dead pawn? How much do you wish to pawn?" "Dead pawn, 100 taels." "Deal." "I meant gold." Manager Wang's face stiffened, and he stammered, "Sir, you jest." Zhang State's gold-silver exchange rate did not follow the old custom, but rather a 1-to-10 ratio, although there would certainly be a difference if it were actually exchanged. 1 tael of gold could be exchanged for 12 taels of silver. 100 taels of gold was 1,200 taels of silver. This was no small sum, even in the eyes of the city's wealthy elite. It was a considerable amount. "A joke." Zhu Ju's voice was cold. "I'm not joking. Or do you think it's not worth it?" Compared to Daki, Zhang was backward in every aspect, not to mention clothing, food, housing, and transportation. Jade carving was no exception. The carving masters in Hejian Prefecture were not lacking in experts at the inner key realm. Their eyesight and skills far surpassed ordinary carvers. Jade pieces they casually crafted would be top-notch here. This jade piece, let alone in Yucheng, would be a sensation even in the entire Zhang jade carving world. Of course, jade, a luxury item reserved for the wealthy, is fine for 1 or 2 pieces, but once there are many, the price is hard to raise, far less substantial than gold or silver. "It seems you're not interested in this jade carving." Zhu Ju reached out and picked up the jade statue, standing up. "Farewell." "Wait." Manager Wang hurriedly reached out to stop him. "What?" Zhu Ju's voice deepened. "Trying to force me? I wouldn't dare, sir, you misunderstand." Manager Wang's eyes flickered. "It's just 100 taels of gold, that's no small sum. Even we couldn't raise it all in a short time. Besides, I need to examine it carefully." Zhu Ju stared at him, pondered for a moment, and then slowly sat down. "I'll give you half an incense stick's time. When the time is up, I'll either take the gold or the jade carving and leave." "Half an incense stick's time? Not enough?" This. Seeing Zhu Ju's firm attitude, Manager Wen could only laugh awkwardly. "That's enough, that's enough. Someone." He beckoned behind him and shouted, "Call Sun Chaofeng over. There's a genuine item that needs his appraisal." "Yes." Sun Chaofeng was an old man with a white beard. He had initially looked reluctant, but his eyes lit up when he saw the item. 100 taels of gold? We can take it. There aren't many people in Yuchang who can afford this much, but it will definitely sell in the capital. Not long after, 100 taels of gold were placed in front of Zhu Ju. The gold coins, each weighing 10 taels, were wrapped in cloth to prevent them from colliding, making them inconspicuous when bundled together. The transaction was complete, and Zhu Ju didn't linger in the red light district, quickly heading outside. As he entered a small alley, he suddenly stopped, shaking his head and sighing. No wonder everyone loathes the red light district and the ghost market. How can such unscrupulous business last? Suddenly, Several figures appeared in front of and behind him, blocking his path. "Boy, what are you saying?" the burly man in front said in a deep voice. "We have nothing to do with the He family. Put your things on the ground obediently." "Nothing to do with them? Nothing to do with them knowing I came from the He family's secret network?" Zhu Ju sneered inwardly. "What if I say I won't release it?" "Won't release it?" The burly man raised an eyebrow, drew his long sword, and strode closer with a cold smile. "Putting it down might save your life, but if you don't, then die." He raised his long sword high and strode forward, the blade slashing down with a whooshing sound, its power quite formidable. The others followed closely behind, swarming forward. Encountering this situation for the first time, Zhu Ju couldn't help but feel nervous. Fortunately, he had anticipated it, so he took a deep breath to calm himself, tensed his body, and slightly turned his palm upward, a layer of black energy emanating from it, as he struck out to meet the long sword. Hewn in an iron hand. Mountain shattering. A fierce force erupted from his flesh, becoming even more intense under the stimulation of his blood and ki. Bang! Clang! Palm and blade collided, but the expected scene of blood splattering and a severed hand screaming did not occur. Instead, the long blade in the burly man's hand broke in two, half of the blade flying out and embedding itself in the wall to the side. The scene suddenly fell silent. The people who had followed behind abruptly stopped. The burly man's face was deathly pale, and he stammered, tempering the body. The martial arts of this world focused on cultivating ki and blood. Whether one was at the blood strengthening or blood condensation stage, their strength was not much stronger than that of ordinary people, and it was impossible for them to withstand swords and blades with their bare hands. Therefore, even a blood condensation martial artist would have to temporarily avoid the sharp edge and proceed slowly when facing a group of thugs wielding swords and blades. Only a body-tempering martial artist, whose body had been tempered by ki and blood, could be able to fight 10 or even 100 people. Breaking a blade with a single palm strike was undoubtedly the work of a body-tempering martial artist. Moreover, he was a strong one among those who had achieved body tempering. HMPH. Zhu Ju did not stop there. Taking advantage of the opponent's astonishment, he struck again, and the burly man's chest caved in as he flew backward. A broken rib pierced his heart and lungs. He died before even hitting the ground. A body-tempering martial master. Run! The remaining men, already terrified, roared and turned to flee, disappearing into the night in the blink of an eye. Huff! Zhu Ju, left behind, had a complex expression. "My first time killing someone, it's definitely not a pleasant experience," he muttered to himself, then quickly went to the burly man's body, searched through his loot, and hurried away. Shortly after Zhu Ju left, several figures appeared at the scene. Such powerful palm strike. A middle-aged man with a sallow complexion flipped over the corpse on the ground and muttered, "With one palm strike, the flesh, bones, and internal organs were all jumbled up. The person who did this must be a martial artist who has mastered body tempering. But Yu Cheng. It seems there are no martial artists proficient in this kind of palm technique? Interesting." Behind him, a young man in a bright red robe raised an eyebrow. A small city like Yuchang actually harbors many hidden talents. He reached in and pulled out the half-blade embedded in the wall, and with a light touch of his finger, a buzzing sound immediately rang out. The material is average, and there's an ick, but it's still a forged blade. To break it with one palm strike would require 20 or 30 years of arduous body tempering. Master Su, in your opinion, how many people in the city could do that? This. Su Qing thought for a moment and replied, "At most 3. Shen Hu, the master of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School, Xiang Zhongyin, the leader of the Canal Gang, and that Thunder Hand from the Wu family." "Thunder Hand Wu Fang?" the young man asked. "Yes." Su Qing nodded, then added, "However, young master, the Thunderclap Hand's palm strike is powerful but lacks refinement. If it were him, the blade wouldn't have just broken in two. Besides, given his status, he wouldn't sneak into the Flower Street Ghost Market." The young man narrowed his eyes, his fingers suddenly exerting force, and the broken blade was actually shattered into pieces. "Interesting." Su Qing lowered his head, his attitude becoming even more respectful. Everyone knows that the 7 brothels of Flower Street each have their own backgrounds and are not to be trifled with. But what they don't know is that the reason the various forces in Flower Street have been able to unite and operate for decades is because a mysterious force is behind them, ruling and controlling them, a force that is both mysterious and terrifying. An unknown expert. The young man took a deep breath and asked, "Is the new prefect arriving soon?" "Yes." Su Qing nodded. "He has already left the capital and is on his way. At his usual pace, he should arrive in about 2 months. 2 months? The young man narrowed his eyes. This new prefect is no pushover. I heard he has a 5-element sect boxing master accompanying him? Yes. Su Qing looked up. Fu Wanlian, the current sect leader of the 5 Elements sect. She is said to be a direct blood relative of the former Grandmaster Fu. The 5 Elements sect and the Fu family have truly fallen on hard times. The young man waved his sleeve and turned to walk into the darkness. A Grandmaster of boxing, now he's relying on a woman for support and has to depend on the court. Investigate whether any mysterious experts have appeared in the city recently. After all, this is a place we've managed for decades. We can't afford any trouble. Yes. Su Qing replied. Study. Zhu Ju put down the package and took out 100 taels of gold, placing them one by one on the table. The 10-tael gold ingots gleamed alluringly. I don't need to worry about money for now. Composing himself, he looked down at his palms. The burst of blood energy at the blood condensation realm can increase physical strength by nearly 70%, equivalent to me, at the flesh and skin realm, exerting the strength of the bone and tendon realm. Unfortunately, the burst is too short-lived. That's right. At this moment, Zhu Ju had already reached the peak of blood strengthening and entered the blood condensation realm. It was precisely because of this breakthrough in his blood energy martial arts, feeling a significant increase in strength, that he went to the ghost market. Now that he had money, things would be much easier. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 8 Business. Crackling and popping. Firecrackers scatter 1,000 misfortunes. From now on everything will be harmonious. Boom. Boom. Accompanied by the sound of drums, rising higher and higher. Congratulations. Congratulations. Master Yan, congratulations on the opening of 1K cloth shop. You will surely make a fortune every day in the future. In front of the martial arts school, merchants and wealthy people spoke auspicious words, presented congratulatory gifts, and paid their respects. 1K cloth shop was located next to the martial arts school, and with the sound of gongs and drums, it was lively and bustling, and the crowd blocked the road. Congratulations, congratulations. Yan Jingfu smiled, his eyes narrowing into slits, and bowed repeatedly to the newcomer. Young Master Zhu has booked the Hongfu restaurant. Please come inside and have a seat. We'll dine together later. Hongfu restaurant? The newcomer looked surprised. That's where the top chefs from the capital are in charge. Young Master Zhu is so generous, no wonder he can run such a successful business. Of course, Yan Jingfu said with a smile. Please come in. Brother Lan. He stopped what he was doing and quickly went to greet the newcomer. You've come in, why did you bring a gift? Haha. Lan Qisheng smiled and handed over the congratulatory gift, sighing. Back then, your Yan family boxing hall and my family's knife hall were two unfortunate brothers on the same martial arts street. Only a few months have passed, and your place has been completely transformed. I can only be envious. The two had known each other for decades, so there was no need for formalities. His envy was genuine, but his congratulations were heartfelt. Sigh. Yan Jingfu shook his head. The martial arts school business is still barely surviving, only benefiting from young Master Zhu's connections, which has brought in some extra income. Good indeed. Lan Qisheng looked at the newly opened cloth shop next door, his eyes shining. Just opened, and already attracting cloth merchants from all directions. Given time, 1K will likely become the leading cloth shop in Yucheng. Red cloth, blue silk, it's said that even the capital doesn't have such fine fabrics. By the way, he whispered, reserve me 3 feet of red cloth. I have a happy occasion to attend next month. It's true that 1K cloth shop officially opened today, but it had already shipped out small batches a few days ago, and its reputation was already well established. Now, 1K's cloth is extremely sought after in Yucheng. Without an appointment, you have to wait a long time to buy it, especially for individual customers. The cloth shop mainly supplies cloth merchants and clothing shops from all over the country. It usually doesn't do small orders of 3 or 2 feet. Is Yunar getting married? Yan Jingfu said, I left you some fabric. Take it with you when you leave. Don't be shy, we have guests today. Thank you. Lan Qishan cupped his hands in thanks. Where is young Master Zhu? At the restaurant. Yan Jingfu pulled him inside. Come in and sit down first, and wait for some old friends. I'll introduce you to young Master Zhu later. Hongfu Restaurant. Yan Zixin knocked on the door and entered after receiving a response. Young Master. People from Bixifang want to see you. Bixifang? Zhu Ju looked up and frowned. One of the 7 brothels of Huaji? Yes. Yan Zixin sighed. I told them that young Master is entertaining guests today and it's inconvenient for us to meet, but they said they are the guests themselves. All right. Before she finished speaking, she was pushed aside, and 3 slovenly men staggered into the room. The man at the head of the group, though dressed in fine clothes, gave off an air of pretentious pretension. He cupped his hands and smiled, saying, I've long admired young Master Zhu's name. Meeting you today confirms your extraordinary reputation. I am Zhao, the manager of Baixiu Brothel. Manager Zhao? Zhu Ju picked up his teacup and sipped it. Are you here to buy fabric for the girls in the brothel? This is just a fabric shop. For tailored garments, you need to go to a clothing store. Haha. Zhao laughed loudly, pulled up a stool and sat down, raising an eyebrow. Young Master Zhu is too kind. I've come today to discuss a business deal with you, a big one. Oh. Zhu Ju looked puzzled. What kind of business can we discuss? Baixiu Brothel was a brothel that dealt in prostitution. Even if you were looking for customers, you wouldn't find a fabric shop where most of the workers were women. Of course. Zhao leaned forward, lowering his voice. I heard that young Master Zhu's cloth shop is recruiting female workers. I took a look, and the wages they offer are really not cheap. Yes. Zhu Ju understood. Manager Zhao can find suitable female workers for the cloth shop? Not only suitable, but also cheap. Zhao grinned. Young Master Zhu should know us a bit. I have dozens of women waiting to be dealt with every month. The shop doesn't take just any woman. Some are not suitable for serving men, but they can do some dyeing, weaving, and other work. He said slowly, bring them back to the cloth shop. As long as they don't escape, they're at young Master Zhu's mercy, aren't they? They can do 3 jobs for every one other person does. They only need to survive, while others only get 3 cents a month. How? Zhu Ju smiled upon hearing this. I understand. Manager Zhao wants to do human trafficking with me. More or less. Zhao nodded. Speaking of which, we've dealt with each other before. We're old friends. It's a pity we didn't chat much back then, which is a real shame. Zhu Ju paused, remembering something. The female workers are missing? That's right. Zhao smiled. Young Master Zhu is willing to spend 30 taels of silver to buy those 2 women back from me. You must be a man who cherishes women. 30 taels? I spent 50 taels of silver back then. The cloth shop is short of female workers, but we don't take just any woman. After thinking for a moment, Zhu Ju said slowly, they must come from respectable families and be skilled in weaving. If Manager Zhao can introduce such women to work, I can pay 5 jin of silver as a referral fee for each woman who works for a full month. 5 jin of silver? Before Zhao could speak, a man behind him stepped forward and slammed his fist on the table, roaring, are you trying to fob us off? Let me tell you honestly, you have to do this business today, whether you like it or not. Do you really think you're someone important? Sigh. Zhao waved his hand, don't be rude to young Master Zhu. We're here to discuss business properly, not to deal with street thugs. Yes. The man who slammed his fist on the table acknowledged this and respectfully retreated behind Zhao. The 2 men, seemingly polite but actually threatening, engaged in a back-and-forth exchange, which made Zhu Ju's face show impatience. Young Master Zhu, Zhao tapped the table and said directly, let's be frank. From now on, I will be in charge of the female workers at 1K cloth shop, and Bai Xiu Fang will take 60% of the profits. This 60% is not what I, Zhao, want, but what Bai Xiu Fang and its owner want. As long as you ask, I will send the women immediately. 1K cloth shop's fabrics can also be sold to various prefectures through our channels. This is a win-win situation. How? Zhu Ju stood up. Today is the official opening day of 1K cloth shop, so it's not convenient to entertain outsiders. Please leave. Xiu Zin. Yes. Send them away. Yes. Yan Xiu Zin responded, and with a slight flick of her wrist, Several iron rings hidden in her sleeve jingled out. The Yan family's iron wire fist can be both hard and soft, referring to both strength and the fighting techniques in its training. These iron rings, worn around the arms and used in combination with the power techniques of boxing, would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Yan Zixin was indeed a woman, but she had practiced martial arts since childhood and was agile. Dealing with 2 or 3 people was no problem for her. You. Zhao slammed his hand on the table, his face darkening. Fine. Very well. Young Master Zhu, we'll see. I want to see how long your 1K cloth shop can remain glamorous. Let's go. He waved his hand and stormed off with his men. It wasn't that he was afraid of Yan Zixin, but rather that Yan Jingfu had already arrived with several martial arts school owners. These owners were all burly and possessed genuine skill, far superior to the thugs he had brought. Young Master Zhu. Yan Jingfu glanced at Zhao as he brushed past him, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. He quickly suppressed his thoughts and approached. Let me introduce you. This is Master Lan Kishan of the Iron Saber Hall. Greetings, Master Lan. Young Master Zhu, you're too kind. This is Brother Shen Ying of the Six Harmonies Martial Arts Hall. Brother Shen's Six Harmonies spear is a specialty of Yucheng, and he's one of the few masters on the martial arts street capable of body tempering. Master Yan, you're too kind. Shen, greet young Master Zhu. Greetings, Master Shen. Zhu Ju nodded to the martial arts hall masters, and after they were all seated, he said, I invited you all here today for 2 reasons. First, to discuss something, and second, to request some prescriptions for medicines to strengthen ki and blood. Late at night, a group of men in black appeared silently near the 1K cloth shop, taking advantage of the dark clouds obscuring the crescent moon. Manager. One of them asked in a low voice, what should the brother do next? Smash whatever you see, kill a few people if you want, but don't set it on fire. Zhao pulled down his mask and said coldly, the cloth shop is something the master has his eye on. Let that Zhu guy keep it for now, we'll take it sooner or later. Yes. The burly man replied, shall we make a move? Make a move. Zhao waved his hand, attack. A group of men wielding long knives and clubs rushed out of the darkness. The leader kicked the door with a flying kick. Bang! The door crashed to the ground. The next moment, the group of men who had been so aggressive suddenly stopped, as if they had been doused with a bucket of cold water. Whoosh! Dozens of burly men were gathered in the main hall of the cloth shop, all standing up and looking at them with icy expressions, an invisible killing intent quietly spreading. Gulp. Zhao swallowed hard, taking a cautious step back. Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding? An emotionless voice came from behind. Accompanied by several martial arts school owners, Zhu Ju slowly emerged from the darkness. Coming to the cloth shop at this time, dressed like this, is probably not a misunderstanding. Gentlemen. He cupped his hands to the people beside him, thank you for your trouble. It's our pleasure. Shen Ying, the owner of the Lim Martial Arts School, stepped forward, pointing his spear at Zhao. Dare to provoke our business, you're asking for death? Your business? Zhao was stunned. I'm young and an outsider, it's difficult for me to support such a large business, Zhu Ju said calmly. So I've divided some shares among several martial arts schools to do business together. Now they're all owners of the cloth shop. Young Master Zhu, no need to waste words with him. Lan Kishan, hot-tempered, rushed out with his knife in hand. Lie down. Run. Zhao's eyes narrowed, and he screamed, run. There were dozens of strong men inside the house, and more than a dozen experts outside. The people he brought today were simply not enough. Bang. Bang bang. As martial arts school owners, most of them had the cultivation of the blood condensation realm, and having practiced martial arts for many years, they were no match for a group of thugs. After rushing into the crowd, they immediately began to slaughter everyone in their path. Chapter 9 Seeking Refuge. Zhu Ju had seen Yan Jingfu demonstrate his skills before, but those were just demonstrations, completely different from real combat. Now, he witnessed a true Yan family iron wire fist. Yan Jingfu's arms were adorned with iron rings, his moves both fierce and fluid, sending opponents flying with almost a single contact. Blood and ki. Only by activating one's blood and ki could such immense power be unleashed. Zhu Ju's eyes flickered slightly. A martial artist at the blood condensation realm, when burning their blood and ki, actually possessed strength comparable to someone at the entry level, their only drawback being their inability to sustain it. Besides blood and ki, there were also weapons. The Yuchang martial arts schools didn't teach many fist and foot techniques. Most used weapons, such as the Six Harmonies spear, the Lan family saber technique. This was understandable. Even decades of cultivating blood and ki couldn't withstand the slash of a kitchen knife. Even a body-tempering martial master was still made of flesh and blood, unlikely to withstand the sharpness of swords and blades. Unless, like Zhu Ju, one had cultivated top-tier hard skills. Judging from the attacks, Shenying was the strongest among the martial arts school owners, wielding a spear with effortless ease, unstoppable. The others were roughly equal in strength. Ah! Spare me. I'll never do it again. The martial arts school owners attacked like autumn leaves swept away by the wind, and the group of thugs immediately knelt on the ground, wailing and begging for mercy. If they hadn't shown mercy, the ground would have been littered with corpses. Only Zhao, under the cover of his men, broke through the encirclement, pursued by Yan Jingfu and his daughter Yan Zixin. Still running? Kneel down obediently. Yan Zixin, with her long legs, delivered a powerful flying kick to Zhao's shoulder, sending him flying to the ground. Grandma, spare me. Grandma, spare me. Zhao, covered in dust and dirt, lay prostrate on the ground, clasping his hands together and begging for mercy from the two men. Master Yan, I was just following orders. If I had known it was your territory, I would never have dared to offend you. Have mercy. You're quite sensible. Yan Jingfu sneered, if we weren't here today, the cloth shop would have suffered countless losses. You'd better go to the yamen. Ah. Zhao looked up, his expression changing. Master Yan, there's no need to take this small matter to the yamen. I'm willing to compensate. Compensate? Yan Jingfu asked, how much can you compensate? This. Zhao hesitated for a moment, then tentatively asked, 50 taels of silver? 50 taels? Yan Jingfu smiled and shook his head, turning back to look at the figure slowly approaching from the darkness. I don't have the final say. You should ask young Master Zhu. Young Master Zhu? Zhao looked up, his face contorted, a fierce glint flashing in his eyes. He then slapped himself across the face, saying as he did so, I was blind and didn't recognize your esteemed person. I deserve to die. Please, sir, have mercy on me this time. I'll never dare to do it again. Damn it. When you're under someone's roof, you have to bow your head. Wait till I get back and gather my men, you'll be sorry. Zhu Ju's face was indifferent. Manager Zhao knows Constable Zhang. Even if you go to the yamen, it's just a formality. Why go to such lengths? Young Master Zhu, you don't know, Yan Jingfu explained. As the saying goes, the yamen faces south, but those with reason but no money shouldn't enter. Once you're in the yamen, you need to bribe everyone, from the prefect to the jailer. No one can be left out. It's definitely not something that can be solved with a few dozen taels of silver, not to mention that it takes at least 10 days to half a month to go in and out, and the punishment during that time isn't easy either. I see. Zhu Ju understood. In that case, there's no need for trouble. He lightly lifted one foot, picked up a wooden stick that someone had dropped on the ground, and held it in his hand, gesturing with it. What do you want? Zhao's expression changed slightly. I am Master Wu. Before he could finish speaking, a black shadow had already torn through the air, piercing his heart like an arrow. Thud. The wooden stick pierced through his heart, pinning Zhao to the ground, hot blood flowing down the rough stick. Zhao's body convulsed, slowly losing its life. Ah! Yan Zixin screamed, then covered her mouth and retreated. Yan Jingfu's expression also changed slightly, his eyes suddenly narrowing, his gaze fixed on the stick. What's going on? A shout came from behind. Lan Qishan, Shen Ying, and several other martial arts schoolmasters arrived one after another, their expressions also changing upon seeing the scene before them. Zhao was able to break through the encirclement not because of his strength, but because the martial arts school deliberately let him win. After all, the Wu family behind these people was not easy to offend. But now, Master Yan. It was me. Yan Jingfu lowered his eyes and said in a muffled voice, the boxing manual says, strike once, and you'll avoid 100. The cloth shop has only just opened and it's already being targeted. If we're soft-hearted, this kind of thing will never end. Only by making those people wary can we have some peace. The group exchanged glances. In their impression, Yan Jingfu had always been good-tempered and easy to talk to. Why was he so decisive this time? Father. Yan Zixin stepped forward and opened her mouth to speak. Shut up. Yan Jingfu glared at her angrily, stopping her from speaking. Clap. Clap. Good. Zhu Ju clapped his hands lightly and laughed. Master Yan is right, that's how it should be. Bandits robbed the cloth shop late at night, and we fought back with all our might, but accidentally killed someone. Even if the Yamen officials ask, we have a valid reason. Pack up and report to the authorities. Right. Yan Jingfu took a deep breath and said to the martial arts school masters, Gentlemen, 1K cloth shop's reputation is already well established, and business is booming. Do you really want to give up now? We joined forces precisely for this moment. That's right. Lan Kishan, who had known him for many years, was the first to stand up in support. Killed him, so what? We practice martial arts not to be cowards, afraid of what he might do? Haha. Shen Ying also laughed loudly. That's right. After the conversation, the atmosphere in the room gradually relaxed. Yan Family Martial Arts School. Further. Although the matter was over and the Yamen officials who came to handle it didn't say anything, Yan Zixin was still shaken. It was clearly young Master Zhu who killed him. Why are you admitting it? Zixin, you must remember this. Yan Jingfu's expression was complex as he shook his head and sighed. Young Master Zhu is our Yan family's benefactor. Without him, we wouldn't even be able to keep this ancestral martial arts school. It's only right that we work for him and protect him. But Yan Zixin struggled. The Bake Silfang where Zhao works has the Wu family's backing. Aren't you afraid of the Wu family's retaliation? The Wu family. That's a powerful family in Yucheng. Backing? Yan Jingfu sneered. He has a backing, don't we? What backing do we have? Yan Zixin was stunned, then realized, you're talking about young Master Zhu. That's right. Yan Jingfu nodded. Young Master Zhu is our backing. Although he didn't mention his background, he must be of considerable status. And that blow, I can't do it. That blow? The blow that killed Zhao? Yan Zixin's heart skipped a beat, then she realized what was happening and whispered, body tampering? Very likely. Yan Jingfu nodded. It could also be some kind of method to unleash one's blood and ki, but in any case, young Master Zhu is so young yet he's already achieved this level. Body tempering is only a matter of time, and even the Gui Kang method isn't impossible. Sigh. He sighed and continued, my talent is mediocre, and my strength is nothing special among the martial arts school masters. Before, young Master Zhu only had me by his side, but now it's different. If I want to continue to gain young Master Zhu's trust, I must do something. What does it matter if I bear the reputation of murder? I killed bandits, so even the authorities can't say it's wrong. There's one more thing. Go and deliver that blood-nourishing formula to young Master Zhu. Ah. Yan Zixin's beautiful eyes widened. Father, are you sure? Of course. Yan Jingfu closed his eyes. Since we've already decided to pledge allegiance, what's there to be reluctant about? We need to make young Master Zhu understand our intentions. Zixin, you don't need to rush back. Spend more time talking with young Master Zhu. Yan Zixin blushed upon hearing this and slowly lowered her head. Main world. Leping County. 3 treasures blood-nourishing soup. Zhu Ju put down the paper in his hand, his eyes showing surprise. I didn't expect the Yan Family Martial Arts School to have such a good thing. A blood-nourishing soup from a certain martial arts sect Deer Antler, Musk, Lingsi, Shou Wu, a total of 19 herbs, using a unique method to activate their blood-nourishing power to strengthen the body. This is much better than what the other martial arts schools brought out. He wasn't too surprised by Yan Jingfu's decision, but the blood-nourishing formula was an unexpected delight. With it, cultivating blood-nourishing martial arts would be 3 times faster than before, and because it was a soup, as long as the body could withstand it, it could be drunk frequently, provided the ingredients were gathered. What a pity. The medicinal herbs are not only expensive but also hard to find. Otherwise, with this prescription, Yan Jingfu might have been able to temper his body. Shaking his head, Zhu Ju lightly tapped the table. It's hard to find them in Zheng State, but not on Daqi. Martial arts are flourishing in the main world, and all sorts of rare and precious things are cultivated. There are also many undeveloped deep mountains and forests. As long as you're willing to spend the money, it's not difficult to gather them. It's snowing? Pushing open the window, snowflakes fluttered outside, gradually covering the earth in a white coat. The restlessness in his heart calmed down. Drink. Ha. After becoming Qin Bo's disciple, Ma soon practiced martial arts every day. Now, he was wielding his fists and feet in the flying snow, already showing considerable skill. almost reaching the internal energy level. This talent. No wonder Qin Bo took a liking to him, he's much stronger than his own body. If it weren't for the martial arts of Qi and blood, it probably wouldn't be long before Ma Sun caught up with him in martial arts cultivation. Young master. Uncle Qin came from the front courtyard, the magistrate has sent an invitation. A few days later. Whoa. Zhu Ju lifted the carriage curtain and looked at the restaurant ahead, the location mentioned on the invitation. The restaurant was already full of carriages, and many elegantly dressed figures were going in and out, greeting each other. Is that the third young master of the Zhu family? A slightly immature voice came from not far away. I am He Lashan, our two families are not far apart. Zhu Ju looked over and saw a young man with red lips and white teeth standing in the snow, bowing respectfully. So it's brother He. Zhu Ju returned the greeting after alighting from the carriage. I'm currently in mourning, so I couldn't visit you. Please forgive me. You're too kind. He Lashan quickly waved his hand, displaying the simple honesty typical of youth. I also wanted to visit brother Zhu, but my father said it wasn't convenient right now. I didn't expect to see you here today. Yes, Zhu Ju nodded, casually asking, brother He, do you know why the magistrate summoned us here? What else could it be? He Lashan shook his head, looking helpless. Collecting money. Collecting money? Collecting money to suppress bandits. He Lashan lowered his voice. Every year they use the pretext of suppressing bandits to extort money, but the number of bandits outside the city increases year by year, and their harm grows stronger each year. Sigh. He sighed, saying, now that it's snowing, it's freezing cold, so going out to suppress bandits is impossible. In my opinion, they just want money. Brother He, be careful what you say. A burly young man appeared behind him, shaking his head. You can't say things like that carelessly. But you are the third young master of the Zhu family. I am Leng Xing, greetings. Brother Leng. Zhu Ju nodded, having heard of this man before. I have long heard of a martial arts prodigy in Leping County, who has already achieved the great perfection of the internal energy realm at such a young age. Seeing him today, I can see he is indeed extraordinary. Martial arts prodigy? Leng Xing shook his head. Exaggerations from a small place, don't take them seriously. Behind Leng Xing were several young people, their eyes filled with curiosity and surprise as they looked at Zhu Ju. It was like children from a small town seeing a city person for the first time. Chapter 10 Suppressing Bandits. Wan Jing greets Brother Zhu. Hua. Brother Zhu's demeanor is truly remarkable, his reputation is well deserved. A group of young people greeted him one after another. Zhu Ju was unaware that he, who rarely went out, actually had quite a reputation in Leping County. The way the group looked at him was like looking at a long-admired idol. You all flatter me. He smiled wryly and cupped his hands. I am unworthy of such kindness. Brother Zhu is too modest. Leng Xing waved his hand. Senior Zhu came from a humble background, yet he was able to gain a foothold in the prefectural city and make such a great name for himself. His life story is legendary. Who in Leping County does not know him? So it was the old man's reputation. Zhu Ju suddenly realized. Let's go. Don't block the door, let's go inside and talk. The group entered the restaurant, and the first thing that caught their eye was a temporary high platform, on which two young people dressed in mourning clothes knelt. Sister Ruxu, Pingjian. Upon recognizing the two, He Lashan couldn't help but exclaim in surprise, and Leng Xing and the others also paled. It's them. I heard that of the 47 members of the Ping family, only these two survived that night. The Black Tiger Gang, they deserve to die. Gentlemen. At this moment, a tall, thin middle-aged man wearing a turban and cotton robe descended from upstairs, cupping his hands and saying, thank you for waiting. I apologize for my rudeness. You're too kind. You're too kind, Master Shen. He is the advisor to Magistrate Shen, a relative of the magistrate, and his position is quite special. Leng Xing introduced him to Zhu Ju. The magistrate dislikes mundane affairs, and in recent years, almost all matters large and small in the county government have been handled by his advisor. In other words, he is acting as the magistrate. Zhu Ju nodded slowly. I have invited you all here for this gathering. You should all have a guess as to why. Master Shen walked to the high platform, looked at the two young men kneeling on the ground, and sighed. In less than a year, the Black Tiger Gang has repeatedly stormed the county town, disregarding the prestige of the imperial court and the county government soldiers as nothing. They have even caused the extermination of 2 families and nearly 100 lives, committing heinous crimes. This is intolerable. Wah. Before he finished speaking, the little boy on the high platform burst into loud sobs, kowtowing as he cried. Uncles, brothers, Ping Ruxu raised her head, revealing a pale, bloodless face. Our family has suffered a misfortune, brutally slaughtered by villains. Now only my brother and I have survived. These days, the scene of that night haunts my dreams. I only hate. I beg you all to avenge the Ping family. Ruxu is willing to repay you by serving you like a slave. If this life is not enough, we will continue in the next. Revenge. Revenge. She kowtowed heavily, shattering the hard wooden board with her force, her face instantly becoming a bloody mess. This scene caused the young people present to change color, their eyes showing sympathy and pity. They were all peers from the same county, and even if they weren't close, they knew each other. It was hard not to empathize with such a situation. Even the adults sighed and shook their heads repeatedly. Gentlemen, Master Shen said gravely, everyone understands the principle of if the lips are gone, the teeth will be cold. And no one wants to follow in the footsteps of the Ping family, right? As long as the Black Tiger gang remains, we will never have peace. Master Shen, one man spoke up, we all understand the principle, but since the Black Tiger gang appeared 3 years ago, the county government has been trying to suppress them for 3 years. But the result? He spread his hands. 3 years ago, the Black Tiger gang was nothing special, but 3 years later, they dared to storm the county town and slaughter entire families. Master Shen's face darkened. Brother Jack, are you questioning the county government's ineffective bandit suppression? I wouldn't dare, the man said, cupping his hands in a sarcastic tone. I just feel that the Black Tiger gang is different from the bandits of previous years, otherwise, why would they grow stronger with each suppression? Brother Jack, you are mistaken, a refined middle-aged man said, cupping his hands in a respectful gesture. In my opinion, it is precisely because of our negligence and indulgence over these 3 years that the Black Tiger gang has grown so powerful. If we had acted decisively from the beginning and nipped the problem in the bud, this year's tragedy would not have occurred. Zhou Yangian, Leng Xing said, head of the Zhou family. The two most powerful families in Leping County were the Zhou and Sun families. Zhou Yi, whom Zhu Ju had met before, was from the Zhou family. What the head of the Zhou family says is quite true, Master Shen nodded. Everyone knows the situation with bandit suppression in previous years. Ordinary bandits were one thing, but the Black Tiger gang was clearly not an easy opponent. However, he said sternly, next year will be the year the county magistrate leaves office. The magistrate will not allow bandits to plague his office. The reason for summoning you all here is to gather our strength and unite the people to wipe out the Black Tiger gang in one fell swoop. For this purpose, the county government will allocate 5,000 taels of silver for bandit suppression, and each bandit head will be exchanged for 10 taels of silver. 5,000 taels. Zhu Ju raised an eyebrow. The expressions of the others in the room also changed slightly. In some people's eyes, 5,000 taels for bandit suppression was still not much, but it was significantly more than usual. This meant that the county government was probably serious this time. Ahem. Zhou Yangian, the head of the Zhou family, coughed twice and raised his hand, saying, the Zhou family will contribute 2,000 taels to suppress the bandits. Whoosh! A low murmur immediately arose in the room. The Zhou family has also contributed money, and 2,000 taels at that. Are they really planning to wipe out the Black Tiger gang? Most likely. Brother Zhou. The middle-aged man surnamed Jack, who had previously raised doubts, frowned and asked, now that it's freezing cold and the mountains are snowbound, no one knows where the bandits gather. I'm afraid this isn't a good time to suppress them. Zhemu Bei. Leng Xing introduced him as usual, he's in the herbal medicine business. Brother Zhu should have heard of him. Zhu Ju nodded. He ran a pharmacy, so he inevitably had to deal with the Jie family, who are in the herbal medicine business. It's precisely because of the freezing weather that the bandits won't come out. Instead, they'll hide in their dens, Zhou Yangian replied. That's why we have the opportunity to wipe them out in one fell swoop. Hiss. Someone gasped, and the others exchanged glances before their eyes lit up with fervor. Brother Zhou, do you know where the bandits' hideout is? This matter is not to be discussed lightly. Master Shen waved his hand to interrupt, saying solemnly, all you need to know is that the magistrate is going all out to suppress the bandits this time, and he is determined to succeed. Good, someone shouted, the Sun family will also contribute 2,000 taels. Sun Liansheng, the head of the Sun family, was a martial artist with a cultivation of the inner key realm. Good. Master Shen, his face beaming, clasped his hands in a respectful bow. Now that the Zhou and Sun families have agreed on their donations, everyone present is requested to contribute generously. This is not only for the peace of the county, but also to comfort the souls of the deceased. Wah! Ping Ruxu and Ping Jian burst into tears at the opportune moment. At the urging of the two wealthy families, everyone present agreed on their donation amounts, to be paid within 3 days. Some did not contribute, such as martial arts schools and escort agencies, but they promised to send experts to assist in the bandit suppression. Zhu Ju glanced at the list. The amounts ranged from a couple hundred taels to 300 or 500 taels, with very few receiving more. I, too, recorded 200 taels. Money was being spent like water. If it weren't for the resources from this other world, I'd probably have almost no silver left. Master Shen, someone asked curiously, when are you setting off to suppress the bandits? The Black Tiger Gang has planted spies in the city. To prevent leaks, we can't disclose the details yet. Master Shen shook his head. But rest assured, we will definitely restore peace to Leping County this time. Ruzu, Lengxing introduced, this is Zhu Ju, the third young master of the Zhu family. Young Master Zhu, Ping Ruzu curtsied. She possessed delicate features and a graceful figure, a first-rate beauty. Now, the scar on her forehead was visible, and her skin was deathly pale, giving her a pitiful, broken appearance. Miss Ping. Zhu Ju cupped his hands. This time, the county government and wealthy families have all contributed money and effort, and we will surely be able to avenge the Ping family. I hope so. Ping Ruxu smiled bitterly. I have long heard that Hejian Prefecture is prosperous, and its young talents are far superior to those in the county town. Only after meeting young Master Zhu today do I realize that what you say is true. You flatter me. Zhu Ju shook his head. I am neither good at literature nor have any talent for martial arts, so I cannot compare with you all. Haha. Lengxing laughed loudly. Brother Zhu is too modest. Ruxu. He stepped forward and whispered, my mother wants to see you. Auntie. Ping Ruxu frowned slightly, hesitated for a moment, then nodded and took her leave. Sister Ruxu is engaged to Lengxing, but given the current state of the Ping family, the Lang family is probably unwilling. He Lashan whispered in Zhu Ju's ear, I heard that the Lang family plans to make Sister Ruxu a concubine of Lengxing's second uncle. Really? Shameless. He looked indignant. Huh? Zhu Ju was also taken aback. If being Lengxing's concubine was understandable, what kind of explanation is Lengxing's second uncle's concubine? Time flies. With the passing of the cold wind, the snow fell heavier and heavier, and before they knew it, the end of the year was approaching. During the mourning period, no lanterns or decorations could be displayed, making the Zhu residence seem particularly desolate compared to other places. Young master. Be careful not to catch a cold. Seeing Zhu Ju push open the door and come out, Uncle Qin hurriedly brought a cloak to greet him. Uncle Qin, I'm not a child anymore. Zhu Ju smiled, but still took the cloak and put it on. His gaze then fell on the figure leaping and bounding in the courtyard. Ma Sun is practicing martial arts again. Yes. Uncle Qin nodded. Young people have a lot of energy, and they have nowhere to vent it, so I'm letting him practice more. Young master. Ma Sun stopped his movements upon hearing the noise, knelt on one knee, and shouted loudly, my master told me that everything I have is given to me by you, and I must obey your orders from now on. Zhu Ju nodded with a faint smile. Has your cultivation improved? Yes. Ma Sun replied, I've mastered the moves of the Yin Wind Blade, and I successfully entered the internal energy stage the day before yesterday. He's already entered the internal energy stage? That's fast. Not bad, Zhu Ju said. Although the age for learning martial arts isn't quite right, the fact that you've mastered it in such a short time shows you have considerable talent. I'll give you 5 taels of silver later to buy some necessities. This is a reward from the young master. Ma Sun was overjoyed. Thank you, young master. Go down. Uncle Qin waved his hand, scolding, showing off with a little achievement. Uncle Qin, Zhu Ju walked forward, you don't need to be so careful. I'm happy that Ma Sun's cultivation has improved. He won't be upset. Yes, Uncle Qin bowed his head. Yes. He was afraid Zhu Ju wouldn't be happy. After all, Ma Sun's cultivation had improved by leaps and bounds, while Zhu Ju himself hadn't made any progress. A comparison would inevitably make him sad. Little did he know. Crackling. Inside the bedroom, Zhu Ju stretched his muscles and bones, and immediately a series of crisp cracking sounds like firecrackers rang out. Muscles and bones resonated. The second level of the 13 Horizontal Refinement, the muscle and bone realm. With the completion of the muscle and bone realm, a vast amount of blood and ki surged forth, merging into the blood and ki martial Dao, also causing the blood condensation realm cultivation to advance by leaps and bounds. With a burst of ki and blood, you'll possess the strength of the visceral organs realm. Even a common great perfection of the initial strength realm wouldn't be a match for me. With the aid of ki and blood martial arts, great perfection of external training is just around the corner. Uncle Ken is overthinking things. Giddy up. Whoa. Dozens of sturdy horses trod through the snow, appearing amidst a mountain range. Sun Liansheng, the head of the Sun family, stopped his horse, frowning as he looked at the forest ahead, his eyes filled with doubt. Report. A man galloped up, shouting, "There are no bandits on the mountain, but there are signs of bandit activity. Judging from the situation, they were here 2 days ago." They were here 2 days ago? Where have they gone? Sun Liansheng was stunned, then his expression changed drastically, quickly. Back to the city. Chapter 11. Far away. Not long after the new year. At a restaurant. Amidst laughter and toasts, a group of talented young men from Leping County gathered, listening to music and watching dances, drinking and singing, indulging in unrestrained revelry. Brother Zhu, Leng Xing, his eyes slightly tipsy, raised his glass in a gesture of respect. "We're all the same age, no need to be so formal. Wouldn't it be a waste to waste such fine wine?" He hiccuped, saying, "Every year after the new year, we find a place to get together. Don't forget to come, Brother Zhu." The young people of Leping County had their own circle, and inviting Zhu Ju this time was intended to introduce him to it. Definitely. Zhu Ju clasped his hands in a fist and bowed. But forget about the wine, it's inconvenient to drink during the mourning period. HMPH. Wan Jing, the young master of the Wan family, snorted coldly upon hearing this, slamming his wine cup heavily on the table. People from the prefectural city are different. They won't even drink our toasts. They probably don't take us seriously. Wan Jing, shut up if you have nothing to say. He Lashan frowned. Brother Zhu's presence is already a great honor. Tea in lieu of wine is the same. I'll toast Brother Zhu. That's right, why so many formalities? Wan Jing retorted. They're just using mourning as an excuse. Let alone drinking a little wine, some people even get married right after their parents die. Bang! Leng Xing overturned the table, glaring angrily. You, surnamed Wan, say another word? Zhu Ju looked puzzled, just like the night the Ping family was wiped out by the Black Tiger gang. Until a scream broke the silence. Bandits have broken into the city. Don't be afraid. He Lashan's face was pale, but he still tried to remain calm. This time, the county government has prepared a large force to suppress the bandits. The Sun and Zhou families have ample guards, and I heard that there are also experts from the prefectural city in charge. If the Black Tiger gang dares to break into the city at this time, they are just courting death. As he finished speaking, his speech became faster and faster, and his expression became excited. Wan Jing's eyes were wide open, his voice trembled, and he looked panicked as if he had seen a ghost. The people you mentioned are not in the city now. Huh? He Lashan suddenly turned to the side. If they are not in the city, where are they? They have left the city. Leng Xing gritted his teeth and said in a muffled voice, yesterday, the county government and the Sun and Zhou families led various experts out of the city to suppress the bandits, and they should still be on their way. Oh no. Zhu Ju's eyes narrowed. Without the experts, wouldn't Leping County be like a lamb to the slaughter in front of the Black Tiger gang's ruthless bandits? Moreover, the timing of the Black Tiger gang's move was so coincidental, it's impossible without an inside agent. The fire is heading towards the Yamen, Hua Wenhua said in a trembling voice. The magistrate and his clerk are there, it's all over now. Go. Leng Xing turned and ran downstairs. Go home. As wealthy young men in the city, they all had guards at home. In the face of chaos, home was naturally the safest place. Whoosh! Once someone started, the others reacted quickly, rushing downstairs. By this time, the restaurant was in complete chaos, and no one noticed Zhu Ju, who remained unmoved. Zhu Ju stood on the second floor, hands behind his back, watching the flames rushing towards the Yamen and the rapidly spreading chaos. It seems the chaos won't end anytime soon. Returning to the Zhu residence, he shook his head slightly. It's a bit too late. Because he planned to party all night, he hadn't brought Kimbo with him, he came alone. Now that the Black Tiger gang had broken through the yamen, setting fires everywhere and blocking the way back, returning now might mean encountering bandits. In that case, go to the pharmacy. The pharmacy has prepared medicine. Take the medicine and go directly to Yu Chang in the other world to hide for a while, then return after some time. Quick! Manager Wang hurriedly ordered the outside to be blocked, and then brought wooden boards to reinforce it, but he was still somewhat uneasy. Liu, go to the backyard and move the stone trough and stone block used for grinding medicine behind the door. Yes. Liu, covered in sweat, nodded in agreement. After Liu left, Manager Wang looked around and, seeing no one, hurriedly took out several kinds of treasured medicinal herbs from the pharmacy, pushed open a hidden door, and hid them inside. Once everything was in place, he breathed a sigh of relief, wiping the sweat from his forehead, a look of joy appearing on his face. After the bandits pass and the pharmacy is ransacked, these medicinal herbs can be added to the loss account. A few dozen taels of silver, a year's work doesn't amount to much. Ouch! Who are you? Bang! The shop assistant tumbled in through the back door, knocking over the medicine cabinet, screaming in pain. It turned out to be several bandits who had scaled the wall and entered the backyard. Hero, spare my life. Shopkeeper Wang was startled and quickly knelt down, raising his hands together in prayer. Hero, spare my life. I'm just a doctor who looks after the shop. Take whatever you want. Don't worry, killing a doctor shortens your lifespan. We brothers won't do that. A burly man with a knife stepped in and shouted, hand over your silver, cash, and valuables, and we promise not to harm you. Yes, yes. Shopkeeper Wang hurriedly agreed while kneeling on the ground, dragging his legs to open the cabinet where the money was kept. Hero, the money is all here. The valuable herbs are in the medicine cabinet upstairs. Liu. He called out loudly, hurry up and pack up the herbs for the heroes. Yes. Liu clutched his waist, struggled to his feet, opened the medicine cabinet, and took out the herbs inside. He's honest, isn't he? The bandits seemed to be seeing such cooperation for the first time, exchanging knowing smiles. He is honest, indeed. At this moment, a cold voice rang out, it must be because of his honesty that the old master chose him to be the manager of the pharmacy. Who? Come out. The bandits' expressions changed drastically, gripping their swords tightly as they looked in the direction of the voice. Young master. Boss. Upon seeing who it was, Manager Wang, Liu, and the others also changed their expressions slightly. Why was this person here at this time? Someone's come to die. Seeing that there was only one person, the bandit showed disdain and charged forward with his sword, attack together. He wasn't stupid, he knew that someone traveling alone must have some skill, so he didn't act rashly but instead called for his men to attack together. Clang. The long sword struck the palm, emitting a faint black aura, producing a metallic clang. 13 Horizontal Refinements. Primordial Iron Hand. The 13 horizontal refinements of the bone and tendon realm are comparable to the lesser completion of the entering strength realm, and after burning blood and ki, they are no weaker than the greater completion of the entering strength realm. The title of top-tier hard skill is well deserved. The strength of his flesh and bones allows him to withstand swords and blades, something even those at the peak of internal strength might not be able to achieve. But Zhu Ju can. Iron Wire Fist. He clenched his fist, a gust of wind swirling around him as he lunged forward, unleashing a powerful punch that struck the bandit squarely in the chest. Crack. Bang. The bandit fell backward, lifeless. Zhu Ju, expressionless, charged into the crowd, facing the flashing blades without flinching, unleashing a barrage of fierce punches and palm strikes. Bang. Ah. In just a few moments, several bandits had fallen to the ground, none surviving. Looking at his torn clothes, Zhu Ju exhaled a long breath, slowly relaxing his tense muscles. It seems choosing hard skill was the right decision. If the moves aren't familiar, there's no need to dodge, but if surrounded and attacked, without the protection of hard skill, injury is inevitable. Composing himself, he looked at the people in the room. Manager Wang, here. Manager Wang trembled and nodded hastily, I'm here. Bring out the medicinal herbs I need. Zhu Ju straightened his sleeves and looked directly at him. Don't tell me they were all stolen by bandits. No, no. Manager Wang smiled awkwardly. Young master arrived just in time. You dealt with the bandits before they could even make a move. The items are all kept in the pharmacy. I'll get them for you right away. He opened the hidden door, took out the medicinal herbs, and packed them together with the money stored in the pharmacy. Weighing the package, Zhu Ju said, "Manager Wang, from today onwards, you are no longer a member of the Zhu family pharmacy. You will be in charge here from now on." Manager Wang was stunned. Before he could react, Zhu Ju had already stepped forward, grabbed him by the back of his collar, and led him towards the courtyard wall. Whoosh! After climbing over the courtyard wall, he quickly reached the adjacent street and threw him onto the street. "Manager Wang, good luck to you, young master." Looking at the bandits looting along the street not far away, Manager Wang's face turned pale. No. However, his voice only attracted the attention of the bandits. Zhu Ju's figure had already disappeared into the darkness. Go! Lengxing, wielding a long knife, slashed down two thugs who were trying to take advantage of the chaos. Behind him, Ping Ruxu and Ping Jian, the siblings, followed quickly, their faces filled with panic. "Hurry! Don't stop!" The Leng family's Panchen knife was known as the best in Leping County, and Lengxing, who had reached the great perfection of the technique, was barely considered a master in the county. At least, he was not afraid of ordinary bandits and thugs. All right. Near the city wall, Lengxing stopped and stuffed the bundle on his back into Ping Ruxu's arms. The city gates are wide open now. Once you're out of the city, follow the main road directly to Hejian Prefecture. You can find your aunt or Zhu Ju's sister. Brother Leng. Ping Ruxu's pretty face turned pale as she looked directly at him and said, "Come with us. You forced your way into Uncle's house to rescue me, he won't let you off." Lengxing's expression was complicated as he shook his head with difficulty. "My parents are here. I can't leave them behind. Go quickly. You two go quickly." He pushed the two of them to the city gate, then turned and ran towards the chaotic area. Ping Ruxu and her brother watched Lengxing leave, sighed helplessly, and then quickly left. In a nearby alley, Zhu Ju stroked his chin thoughtfully. "No wonder Lengxing asked me for a letter of introduction. I thought he wanted to go to the prefectural city to make his way in the world, but it turns out it was for the Ping siblings. It seems he's been planning to steal a wife for a long time." He shook his head, took a step back, and his figure disappeared into the darkness. Chapter 12 Thoughts. Yuchen. "Young master, young lady, have pity on us. We haven't eaten for 3 days and 3 nights. Please have mercy and give us some food." Having been away for a while, the streets were now filled with vagrants and beggars, who swarmed around anyone passing by. "Get out of the way. Get out of the way, all of you." Yan Zixin's face was cold and stern, her words relentless. Seeing Zhu Ju looking at her, her pretty face flushed slightly, and she explained, "Young master, you don't know, real beggars don't look like this. When people are hungry to a certain extent, they become too lazy to talk and have no strength to beg. My father taught me from a young age that it's good to have a kind heart, but one shouldn't do good deeds indiscriminately, because the kinder you appear, the easier it is for others to bully you." Zhu Ju nodded and asked, "Why are there so many refugees? There's a severe drought in the north, and all crops have failed. Many people have fled here recently." Yan Zixin frowned. 3 consecutive years of drought, countless people have been displaced. My father said it's a sign of the dynasty's end. I was just talking nonsense, young master, don't take it to heart." Zhu Ju smiled without saying a word. He had also entered the city with refugees before, but it wasn't this chaotic then. At this moment, a group of people dressed in Taoist robes appeared on the street. "The disciples of Beiyang are here. They're distributing porridge. Get up quickly, the disciples of old immortal Beiyang have come to distribute porridge." The appearance of this group immediately caused a stir in the street, and a crowd of refugees rushed to greet them. "The Beiyang sect?" Zhu Ju asked curiously. "What's their background?" "They're the Crimson Blood sect," Yan Zixin said in a low voice, her tone tinged with apprehension. Beiyang, Honggang, and Wenxiang all refer to the Crimson Blood sect. They've been around for 300 years. They use small favors to bewitch people. They appear wherever there's a disaster, coercing the victims into unrest. It's always been like this. Doesn't the court do anything? Zhu Ju frowned. They just let them do this? Do what? Yan Zixin shook her head. They can't control them. In the eyes of the victims, whoever feeds them is king. Even the magistrates can't do anything. Tight control could easily incite civil unrest. By the way, the new prefect has just taken office. When will you pay him a visit, young master? Is it necessary? Zhu Ju walked forward with his hands behind his back. Will they make things difficult for me if I don't go? Make things difficult for him? What does that mean? Not going isn't impossible. Yan Zixin quickly caught up, whispering, it's just that doing business always requires maintaining good relations with local officials. If we don't go, people will probably gossip. How? Zhu Ju chuckled, how's business lately? Booming. Yan Zixin's eyes lit up. As you said, young master, we've joined forces with our upstream suppliers and downstream garment shops, and we've expanded our dyeing production again. Now, 1K Cloth Shop is bringing in dozens of taels of silver every day. And this is just the beginning. Now, even merchants from the capital are coming to 1K Cloth Shop to buy dyed cloth. Even if we increase production several times over, the demand still won't be enough. At this point, her tone became very excited. And she described the changes in the cloth shop with great enthusiasm. It wasn't just the cloth shop that had changed. The Yan family had also changed. Less than half a year ago, the Yan family's martial arts school was on the verge of bankruptcy, and the whole family was going hungry. How long has it been? The Yan family has become a prominent family in Yucheng, and Yan Jingfu has been receiving invitations from wealthy families in the city one after another. Along with this, Yan Zixin's status also rose, and matchmakers were practically breaking down her door lately. So good? Zhu Ju frowned slightly. The booming business of 1K Cloth Shop was within his expectations, but he hadn't anticipated it would be this good. In Yucheng, 1K was the best at dyeing cloth. It even sold as far as the capital. Once the trade routes were established, making a fortune every day was a given. The change had happened in just a few months. Why are you frowning, young master? Yan Zixin asked, surprised. This is a good thing. It is indeed a good thing, Zhu Ju sighed. But I'm afraid it might turn into a bad thing. A few martial arts schools trying to support such a large business is probably too much of a stretch. Has anyone recently proposed cooperation? Yes, Yan Zixin hesitated, then replied, the Zhao family and the Wu family have both mentioned it, but father said that since you're not here, he can't make the decision, so it's been put on hold for now. Zhu Ju seemed thoughtful. Let's go to the cloth shop. Yes, Yan Zixin agreed. Second floor of the restaurant. A middle-aged man with hawk-like eyes, a hooked nose, and a gloomy face withdrew his gaze, letting out a disdainful snort. Is that him? A mere brat who hasn't even grown his first beard? Brother Zhang, don't underestimate this man. Opposite him, a chubby fat man shook his head, saying, this young Master Zhu has a mysterious background. He appeared in Yucheng half a year ago, and no one knows what his background is. However, judging from his clothes, demeanor, and expression, his origins are certainly extraordinary, which is why no one dares to act rashly. HMPH. Zhang Kang snorted again, Fatty Wu, you're just a coward, always hesitant and timid. Perhaps this Zhu fellow doesn't have any background. Even if he does, given the potential shown by 1K Cloth Shop, can you really resist taking advantage? Sigh. Fatty Wu shook his head slightly, as the ancients said, preparation is the key to success, lack of preparation leads to failure, acting rashly without understanding the opponent's situation could lead to disaster. We must be careful. I've investigated, Zhang Kang said. The dyeing secrets and improvement methods of 1K Cloth Shop all come from a man surnamed Zhu. This person's whereabouts are very mysterious, he only shows up every now and then, sometimes not even for over a month. Apart from Yan Jingfu, even the other martial arts school owners are unfamiliar with him. However, he smiled coldly and said, as the cloth shop expands and the quantity of cloth produced increases, even if the dyeing method is broken down into individual steps and hidden, it can still be learned with a little effort. Master Shen should be well aware of this. The last person in the room was none other than Shen Ying, the owner of Li Martial Arts School, and also one of the current owners of 1K Cloth Shop. Yes. Shen Ying nodded and waved his hand behind him. Bring it here. The disciple behind him responded and presented a wooden box, which, when opened, contained a roll of blue cloth. This is. Fatty Wu arrived at the wooden box with speed far exceeding his size, picking up the cloth and saying, dyed cloth from 1K Cloth Shop? That's right. Shen Ying nodded, saying, I had the shop's female workers secretly record the dyeing process and replicate it step by step, resulting in this roll of blue cloth. Master Shen is very thoughtful. Fatty Wu praised, then shook his head regretfully, Unfortunately, it's still a bit lacking. Brother Wu has a good eye. Shen Ying cupped his hands. Currently, I can only replicate about 70% of the blue cloth and 40% of the red cloth, but if you give me another year and a half, I will definitely be able to perfectly replicate it. A year and a half? Zhang Kang sneered. By then, the whole world will be 1K cloth shop's business, and we probably won't even get a taste. That's right. Fatty Wu nodded. That's how business is. If you're one step ahead, you're always ahead. Once your reputation is established, people will only recognize 1K dyed cloth. Besides, by then, this kind of thing will probably be everywhere. With the dyeing business booming, how could other cloth shops not be tempted? What Shen Ying could do, others could do too. In fact, there were already other dyed fabrics on the market, their quality not much worse than what he had secretly learned. Having been told his confident preparations were useless, Shen Ying's face turned extremely grim. Then there's no other way. Taking a deep breath, he said in a low voice, let's try diplomacy first, then force. If that Zhu fellow doesn't know what's good for him, I, Shen, am willing to be the vanguard to scout ahead for you two. Wu Panzi and Zhang Kang exchanged a glance and slowly nodded. Glug, glug. Zhu Ju tilted his head back and gulped down a bowl of 3 treasures blood-nourishing soup. A warm feeling immediately welled up from his internal organs. His internal energy and blood seemed to be stimulated, circulating rapidly. Whew. Exhaling a long breath, Zhu Ju slowly assumed a fist stance, circulating his energy and blood according to the health preservation exercise. When he cultivated the 13 Horizontal Refinements to the 2nd level of the bone and tendon realm, his internal energy and blood surged. In addition, with his continuous cultivation over this period of time, his ki and blood martial arts showed signs of another breakthrough, and the speed was faster than he had imagined. The so-called strengthening blood refers to expanding the body's ki and blood. Once the ki and blood are sufficient, one can enter the blood condensation realm. Yan Jingfu stood to the side and explained, the blood condensation realm refers to condensing ki and blood. After ki and blood are condensed, one part is equivalent to 3 parts, which greatly stimulates the body, allowing us to unleash stronger power. What about body tempering? Zhu Ju asked. The Kung Fu taught by Master Yan doesn't include body tempering methods. Body tempering, for us, is simply something that happens naturally. Yan Jingfu cupped his hands and explained, when ki and blood are condensed to their limit, the excess ki and blood seeps into the limbs and bones, tempering the muscles and bones and strengthening the body. A strong body, in turn, can accommodate more ki and blood, thus complementing each other. That's what we commonly call the body tempering realm. Actually, in the strengthening blood and blood condensation realms, ki and blood also temper the body, but the effect is extremely small. Oh. Zhu Ju raised an eyebrow. In that case, even a martial artist in the body tempering realm cannot strengthen their body in a short time. Of course. Yan Jingfu nodded. A martial artist newly entering the body tempering stage doesn't have a physical body much stronger than those of us who have just entered the blood condensation stage. This gap only widens over time. He hesitated for a moment before saying, it is said that certain top-tier cultivation methods can temper the physical body faster and better, and even help advance to the Gui Kang stage. Is that so? Zhu Ju's eyes lit up. Where can such methods be found? Just entering the blood condensation stage would already double his strength. If it were body tempering or Gui Kang, the amplification would certainly be even greater. Difficult. Yan Jingfu shook his head. Such methods have always only circulated in major martial arts sects like the 5 Elements sect and the Golden Will Temple, or in places like the Imperial Palace and military government. Few outsiders know about them. In reality, that kind of martial art is the true ki and blood martial arts. The Kung Fu practiced in many martial arts schools in Yuchang only involves strengthening and condensing blood, not even body tempering. It's simply not respectable in the entire martial arts world. Even if one is lucky enough to become a body-tempering martial artist by cultivating such methods, one still has to rely on the spontaneous tempering of the physical body by ki and blood. As for advancing to the Gui Kang realm, or even higher, forget about it. Young master, father. Yan Zixin's figure appeared outside the door. Master Shen of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School has arrived. Good. Yan Jingfu nodded and looked at Zhu Ju. Young master? You go first. I'll digest the remaining medicinal effects. Zhu Ju waved his hand and casually asked, does the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School have any body tempering methods? This Yan Jingfu thought for a moment and replied, Master Shen has been practicing body tempering for many years and is a top expert in Yucheng. Even if he doesn't have a specific cultivation method, he should have some tricks for tempering the body with qi and blood. Chapter 13 Assassination. When Zhu Ju arrived, Yan Jingfu was chatting happily with a burly old man. Shen Hu, master of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School. Apologies. Zhu Ju bowed and apologized, something came up, I'm late. Haha. Shen Hu was over 50 years old, but he didn't look old at all. He laughed and greeted him, Brother Zhu, you're too kind. We came in a hurry and didn't inform you in advance. Sit. Please sit down. Young Master Zhu. Yan Jingfu stood up and introduced, Master Shen started learning martial arts at the age of 7, and before he was 30, he had already advanced to the body tempering stage. In the last 10 years, he has been invincible throughout Yucheng. We martial artists all admire him. I've heard so much about you. Master Yan, you flatter me. Besides Yan Jingfu and Shen Hu, there was another person present. This is Brother Hong Kei from the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School. He's been a bodyguard escort for many years, and his skill with hidden weapons is unparalleled in Yucheng. Master Yan, you're too kind. The Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School's reputation today is entirely due to the efforts of the brothers Shen Hu and Hong Kei, one a scholar and the other a martial artist. Shen Hu is strong in martial arts, while Hong Kei is adept at business. The Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School has the most disciples on the martial arts street and also runs a bodyguard escort agency and escort transportation businesses. Its momentum is booming. It's out of necessity. After they sat down, Hong Kei sighed, there are too many martial arts disciples, all wanting a way out here. Plus, with the current chaotic world, merchants need escorts for their goods, so they've taken advantage of the situation and started escort services. It's a high-risk, high-reward business, unlike you two who can make money so easily. You can't say that. Yan Jingfu shook his head seriously. The Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School supports so many people. It's a great act of charity. Everyone in Yucheng knows it. This flattery made Shen Hu and Hong Kei smile even more broadly. I heard young Master Zhu wants to build a cloth shop? Yes. Zhu Ju nodded. A cloth shop and a cloth business, a difference of only one word, but worlds apart. A cloth shop simply sells cloth. It refers to a single storefront, a business run by one family. A cloth business, on the other hand, is a collection of various shops involved in weaving, dyeing, cutting, embroidery, etc. It's a whole industry. In Yucheng, only one industry can attract so many merchants, the fish market. Because of its coastal location, shipbuilding, fishing, salting and drying, and sales all gathered near the docks, forming what was known as the North City Fishing Quarter. This area was also the stronghold of the Grand Canal Gang, and no one else was allowed to encroach upon it. This won't be easy. Han Kei stroked his beard, his eyes gleaming. With a reputation of 1K cloth shop, it can certainly attract a large number of weaving factories, garment factories, and cloth merchants, but to truly establish a cloth business is by no means a simple matter. It's all about human effort. Zhu Ju smiled. Besides, it's still early on. I just have this plan. I wonder if you two are interested? Of course we're interested, Shen Hu laughed. However, to establish a cloth business, we not only need a location, but also the approval of the government. That? The Zhao and Wu families have better methods. They should have already approached Brother Zhu, right? Zhu Ju rubbed his temples. Yes. He sighed softly. I don't really like the way aristocratic families behave. That's how they always do things. Shen Hu narrowed his eyes, nodding in agreement. They either overpower you or you overpower them. They never sit down and discuss things amicably. So, Zhu Ju began, I'd prefer to cooperate with Master Shen. Background? To grow so powerful in a place like Yucheng, everyone has connections, and the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School is no exception. Haha. Shen Hu laughed. Brother Zhu is very insightful. The new prefect Feng has some connections with the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School in his early years, so it's not necessarily a problem for him to ask. I'm just afraid someone will try to sabotage it. He looked at Zhu Ju, his eyes deep. I'm not afraid. Zhu Ju's expression remained unchanged. I'll meet force with force and water with earth. I'm a martial artist myself, and it's not in my nature to easily bow down. Speaking of which, I've long admired Master Shen's name. Now that I've met him, I can't miss the opportunity to learn from him. Of course, Of course. Mentioning martial arts, Shen Hu's interest grew even stronger. If the space weren't so cramped, he might even have demonstrated a few moves on the spot. He was actually a martial arts fanatic. This was quite normal. The progress of Ki and blood martial arts was slow, and the skills taught in martial arts schools were even less impressive. After 10 or 20 years of practice, there might not be much change. Unless one was exceptionally talented or obsessed with martial arts, it was difficult to achieve anything. Shen Hu belonged to the latter category. The methods passed down in the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School were not much stronger than those of the Yang Family Boxing School. The difficulty of becoming the #1 expert in Yucheng by relying on the martial arts school's inheritance was unimaginable. Master Shen, Zhu Ju asked at the opportune moment, I've heard that there's a different method for body tempering. Is that true? It is true. Mentioning this, Shen Hu's excitement dimmed slightly, and he sighed. Unfortunately, such methods are extremely rare. Mostly secrets passed down by major sects. We can hardly witness them. Otherwise, I might be able to advance further. He looked regretful, slapped the table, picked up the wine cup in front of him, and gulped down several cups before stopping. No way at all? Zhu Ju frowned. Is there no trace of it circulating in the market? Body tempering martial artists are already rare, and such methods are mostly kept hidden away. I've never heard of them circulating outside. Shen Hu shook his head. He had been tempering his body for over 20 years, how could he not have thought of a way? The truly top-tier inheritances are in the major martial arts holy lands and the imperial palace, and they cannot be passed on to those who have been trained from childhood. Oh. There is an inheritance in the city, although it cannot compare to the Golden Wheel Temple or the Five Elements sect, it should be just as good. Where? Zhu Ju's eyes lit up. The Wu family, Shen Hu said. The Wu family's ancestors were high-ranking officials, even producing a great general, so they have a lineage. The Wu family? Zhu Ju frowned. The Wu family had declined in recent years, but it still possessed a deep foundation. And several members of its clan still served as officials in the court. Offending the Wu family meant facing retaliation from the court. Could we? Don't even think about it. Shen Hu knew what Zhu Ju was thinking, and shook his head, saying, I once went to their door to ask for the lineage, but the Wu family wouldn't budge. No amount of money would do. Brother Zhu, you do have some hope. If you marry into the Wu family at your age, you might have a chance in 10 or 20 years. Haha. He then burst into laughter. Zhu Ju sighed softly. By the time the banquet ended, it was already dark. Shen Hu, hiccuping from drinking, walked out of the restaurant and saw Zhu Ju about to board his carriage. He stepped forward and said, It's late, Brother Zhu, please take care on your journey. Zhu Ju's eyes flickered slightly as he looked at Shen Hu, then nodded gently. Squeak, squeak. The wheels turned, slowly moving forward on the solid ground. Night fell, the sea breeze blew, and Yan Zixin drove the carriage, with Yan Jingfu and Lan Qishan riding alongside on horseback. The distance from the restaurant to the martial arts school wasn't far, and both were on main streets, so normally there wouldn't be any danger. But accidents always happen unexpectedly. Buzz! A sound like a bowstring vibrating rang out, and a dark light streaked across the darkness towards the carriage. Watch out! Zixin, get out of the way! Bang! Yan Zixin instinctively turned her head and saw a crossbow, as thick as a child's arm, grazed her cheek and pierced the carriage behind her. A tremendous force exploded, shattering the solid wood carriage instantly. Young Master Zhu! The group exclaimed instinctively, only slightly relieved after seeing the situation. Zhu Ju stood at the edge of the carriage, frowning at the crossbow beside him, his face grim and ashen. A powerful crossbow. And a city defense crossbow at that. If such a thing were to hide him, even with his physique, he would be severely injured on the spot, if not killed. Go. Don't stay on the main road, take the side path. The city defense crossbows are powerful, but they can't fire rapidly in quick succession, and they can only find targets at high altitudes. Once blocked by a wall, they become useless. Giddy up. Yan Zixin quickly regained her senses, pulled hard on the reins, and the horse neighed, pulling the two of them towards a narrow path. Watch out! There are people over there. Lan Qishan spurred his horse to follow, drawing his long sword halfway, and met the group of people who rushed out of the darkness. Who are you? Yan Jingfu, now sober, roared, how dare you ambush us in the city? Do you have no respect for the law? HMPH. A cold sneer came from the darkness. A business worth at least 10,000 taels of silver a year. How could your few small martial arts schools possibly handle that? Greed knows no bounds. You're asking for it. Attack. Whoosh. Dozens of cold lights flashed through the air as darts, plum blossom needles, and iron mandarin ducks. A barrage of hidden weapons attacked. Watch out. Whoa. PFFT. In an instant, carriages and horses overturned. Although the group dodged the incoming weapons, they were forced off their horses and surrounded. Yan Jingfu glanced around, his heart sinking. There were 7 men in black, all skilled in martial arts. Zilxin, he whispered, quickly take young Master Zhu away. With that, he reached for his waist, a soft sword appearing, and leaped towards the group. Iron wire sword technique. The Yan family's martial arts tradition, besides the iron wire fist used for teaching in opening schools, also includes a sword technique forbidden to outsiders. The soft sword, similar to the iron wire fist, can be both hard and soft, but its destructive power is greatly increased by the advantage of the weapon. HMPH. One of the 7 men, wielding 2 short swords, charged forward, the blades flashing, delivering over 10 strikes in the blink of an eye. Clang, clang, clang. Swords clashed, sparks flying. Yan Jingfu's expression changed drastically. He had already used his trump card, yet he couldn't even defeat one of the 7 men, and was even slightly at a disadvantage. Lan Kishan followed closely behind, also engaging one of them. His swordsmanship was wide and sweeping, seemingly giving him the upper hand. But these were only 2, the others hadn't even made a move yet, but instead, they were slowly blocking the retreat of the others. Zhu, you should know your place. If you can't swallow something, you should put it down. One of the men in black, wielding a spear, approached. You won't listen to reason, so you'll have to suffer the consequences. You've been trying to do business with me? Zhu Ju glanced at the group and said slowly, I'm truly sorry, but I've had far too many people contacting me these past few days. Could you perhaps give me a hint? No need. The man shook his head. We gave you a chance, but you didn't seize it. We're here only to send you on your way. Buzz. With a flick of his wrist, a flash of cold light appeared, and the spear tip instantly covered several meters, heading straight for Zhu Ju's face. Watch out! Yan Zixin cried out in alarm, instinctively swinging her sword to intercept. Clang. The spear merely flicked, and her soft sword flew out of her hand with difficulty, causing her to stagger backward. So strong. This man is much stronger than her father. Sweeping Yan Zixin away was like swatting away a mosquito for the man in black. The spear flashed again, thrusting forward once more. The spear tip trembled slightly, locking Zhu Ju's every move in place, a deadly strike concealed within, aimed straight for his heart. Dutch. Difficult. Since that's the case. Zhu Ju narrowed his eyes, his condensed, almost divine, blood and ki surging within him, a fierce and powerful force quietly erupting from deep within his flesh and bones. Then he wouldn't dodge. Clang. The spear tip struck his heart, then abruptly stopped. Chapter 14 Invitation. 13 Horizontal Refinements. The most advanced body refining technique in another world was successfully mastered here. The spear tip pierced through the clothes, right in the center, but only caused a slight indentation in the flesh before stopping abruptly. The black-clad man holding the spear narrowed his eyes, then sneered, playing tricks, nothing more than a protective soft armor. He didn't believe that a human body could be invulnerable to blades and spears, and he certainly didn't believe that this could happen to a noble young master. Bang! With a flick of his wrist, the spear suddenly leaped, the spear tip drawing a beautiful arc as it aimed at Zhu Ju's temple. Azure Dragon swings its tail. 6 Harmonies Spear. Yan Zixin exclaimed in shock, You are Shen Ying. Shen Ying, the master of the 6 Harmonies martial arts school? Zhu Ju's eyes flickered slightly, his head tilting back slightly to avoid the incoming spear tip, his face already ashen. Master Shen? That's right. Having come to this point, Shen Ying simply ripped off the black cloth covering his face, coldly looking at Zhu. You, surnamed Zhu, as the saying goes, a common man is innocent, but possessing a treasure is a crime. I was just following orders, don't blame me. Die? Poison Dragon Thrust. The spear tip trembled rapidly, like a venomous snake flicking its tongue, and the numerous spear shadows in the arena suddenly converged inward. Bang! The spear pierced the air, accompanied by a few shrill whistles. To cultivate the 6 harmonies spear to this level, one is only half a step away from tempering one's blood and ki. Zhu Ju raised his hand to meet the incoming spear. Seeking death. Shen Ying grinned maliciously, already anticipating the scene of the spear piercing Zhu Ju's palm and then his throat. Did you really think you were invulnerable? Snap. The spear, like a venomous snake caught in its vital spot, abruptly stopped its rapid advance. Shen Ying. Zhu Ju gripped the spear tip with one hand, looking down at his opponent. I, Zhu, have always treated you well, but I never expected. You truly disappoint me. Impossible. Zhu Ju's eyes widened, frantically trying to pull out the spear, but to no avail. This is impossible. With a roar, he abandoned the spear and lunged forward, his fists whistling through the air as he unleashed his fist techniques. HMPH. Zhu Ju snorted lightly, tossing away the spear with a wave of his hand, and then his palm struck down with the force of a collapsing mountain. Hunan Iron Hand. Falling Mountain. Dingjin Bridge. With a single strike, Shen Ying's stance instantly collapsed, his center wide open as he was struck squarely in the chest. PFFT. The violent palm force crashed in like a devastating blow, and Shen Ying coughed up blood, flying several meters backward before landing silently. A peak blood condensation martial artist, dead. Silence fell over the arena. Shen Ying's spear piercing Zhu Ju's heart was already astonishing, but at least the protective armor could explain it. Now? A pair of bare hands withstood a long spear, a blood condensation martial artist killed with 2 blows was undeniably real. Whoosh! A figure flashed in the arena, and Zhu Ju had already appeared beside another man in black, his palms striking out with black energy. The mountain-carrying tiger stance. The man instinctively swung his sword to counterattack, but Zhu Ju neither dodged nor evaded, letting the blade strike his neck. Clang! The long sword rebounded upwards, and the palm force shattered his throat bone. Dead. Zhu Ju's figure flashed again. The 13 horizontal training would slow him down, but that depended on who he was competing against. At least with his blood and energy bursting forth, ordinary blood condensation martial artists were far slower than him. His indestructible body and terrifyingly powerful palm force made him seem like a tiger entering a flock of sheep, wreaking havoc. Body tempering martial master. Run. Ah! In the blink of an eye, 4 people had already perished at Zhu Ju's hands, and the remaining 3 were held back by the 2 masters, Yan and Lan. Soon. 7 corpses lay on the ground. Pooh. Zhu Ju closed his eyes and exhaled a long breath, silently feeling the weakened blood and ki in his body and the soreness in his muscles and bones. A burst of blood and ki is indeed difficult to sustain. If the opponents hadn't lost their will to fight, they might have had a real chance to escape. Young Master Zhu. Yan Jingfu examined the corpses on the ground and respectfully bowed. Besides Shen Ying, there are 2 other well-known martial artists in the city. I don't recognize the others. It must be the work of the Wu family. Should be? I'm just the owner of a small martial arts school. I don't know much about the wealthy families and powerful forces in the city. He looked embarrassed and replied, the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School should know their background. Never mind. Zhu Ju waved his hand. It's getting late. Let's go back. Yes. Yan Jingfu responded and waved to Yan Zixin, who was somewhat dazed. Why don't you bring the horse over so the young master can mount it? Brother Lan. Ah. Let's go. Yes. Lan Kishan came back to his senses, looked at the 7 corpses on the ground, and then at the composed Zhu Ju. His expression changed back and forth. Not long after, a group of constables from the Aman appeared at the scene of the incident. One by one, the corpses were carried out, and the coroner stepped forward to examine them. Shen Ying from the Liu Martial Arts School, Shunzi from the Wu family, Fu Chun from the docks. Jiang Ping's expression was grave. They're all experts. Boss. One of them whispered, it's said that people from 1K cloth shop passed by when the incident happened. Should we take them down and question them? How? Jiang Ping scoffed. Do you know the people on the ground? Any one of these 7 people's no less skilled than me. Do you think we can catch the murderer? Ah. The constable's face changed drastically. Doesn't 1K cloth shop have no background? Who knows? Jiang Ping put his hands behind his back, looked in the direction of 1K cloth shop, and then his expression changed. Brother Tai, what brings you here? Captain Jiang. Tai cupped his hands. My lord heard that a murder had occurred here, so he sent me to take a look. Have you found anything? My lord Fang is concerned about national affairs and also works hard to arrest criminals. I really admire him. Jiang Ping said with a fawning expression. We just arrived. We heard that Brother Tai once served as an inspector in the capital. This time, he followed Lord Feng to Yuchang and we were hoping you could give us some pointers. Tai Heng ignored his rambling and quickly went to the corpse, lifting the white sheet to examine the injuries. His expression immediately became extremely grave. Where's the weapon? There. Is there any blood on it? No. Tai Heng stood up, his face grim. A palm strike shattered the chest bone and internal organs. This person is at least a great perfection body tempering expert. Moreover, the injuries are consistent, indicating that the attacker was the same person. The blade has no blood, which means that person was able to handle being surrounded by 7 people with ease, without being injured at all. Although Jiang Ping's strength was average, he was a veteran constable with many years of experience. Hearing this, how could he not understand the situation? His face turned pale. Gikan? Very likely. Tai Heng nodded slowly. Tell your men to be careful during the investigation. Experts in the Gikan realm usually require the deployment of troops to encircle and suppress them. Yes. Jiang Ping bowed his head. Investigate? Going to their deaths would be more like it. Whoever has the ability can go, my people definitely won't go. Zhu Ju soaked in the medicinal tub, his long hair flowing down his back, the steam rising and gradually obscuring his body. Young master, Yan Zixin, squatting nearby brewing the medicine, asked curiously, don't you plan to cooperate with others to build a cloth shop? Why would I? Zhu Ju replied, on the contrary, I'm very happy to cooperate with others. I brought the martial arts school in back then, and it's the same now. Then why? Because they're not here to discuss business. Zhu Ju smiled, they're giving alms, forcing me, as if cooperating with them is an honor accumulated over several lifetimes. He transmigrated here to seek wealth, so of course he was willing to do things that would benefit both sides. However, the Zhao family and the Wu family, these wealthy families of Yucheng, simply looked down on the cloth shop that had suddenly appeared. Throwing a few bones at them seemed like their act of kindness, and you had to be grateful. If you were too late to be grateful, you'd be letting them down. Since that was the case, what else was there to say? PFFT. His expression changed, and he suddenly spat out a mouthful of black blood. He then skillfully picked up a towel and wiped his mouth. Young master? Yan Zixin stood up with a worried look on her face. It's nothing. Zhu Ju waved his hand. It's an old problem, it's nothing serious. In his heart, he thought to himself, the internal organs realm is indeed difficult to cultivate. If I'm a little too hasty, I might get injured. The 13 Horizontal Refinement external cultivation has 5 levels, and the 3rd level is a watershed, the most crucial hurdle. If you succeed, your physical foundation will be solid, and even if you switch to other cultivation methods, it won't have much of an impact. If you fail, it means your cultivation talent is low, and you will hardly achieve anything in your life. You can choose to study other skills. The internal organs are extremely fragile, often containing acquired impurities. They need to be tempered and cleansed little by little, and cannot be rushed. Zhu Ju was used to rapid progress in strength, and suddenly slowing down was inevitably uncomfortable, almost causing him to get injured. Spitting out impurities is normal, but black blood means the internal organs are damaged. It seems I'll have to stop taking the major medicine for a few more days, he sighed, got out of the bathtub, dried himself, and put on a long robe. Yan Zixin blushed slightly and turned away. Fortunately, my ki and blood nourish my body. Compared to others, my progress in the visceral realm is already quite fast. If only my ki and blood martial arts could advance further. Feeling the condensed ki and blood within his body, Zhu Ju couldn't help but smile. Rapid progress. He should have a chance to break through soon, but unfortunately, he lacks the martial arts methods for the body tempering realm, so after advancing, he can only endure hardship. Young Master Zhu, Yan Jingfu's voice came from outside the door. Master Shen has come to visit. Oh, Zhu Ju raised an eyebrow. Please come in. Compared to other forces that came to discuss cooperation, the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School was the most sincere. Haha, his voice arrived before he did. Brother Zhu, you've got some skills. That Wu fellow is so arrogant, he deserves a slap to teach him a lesson. Shen Hu entered with a laugh, immediately giving him a bear hug. I just woke up and don't understand what you're saying, Master Shen. Zhu Ju smiled and parted the two, turning to another person, Officer Zhang. It's been a while. Yes. Jiang Ping chuckled dryly, asking as usual, There was a murder on the street last night. I heard that young Master Zhu was passing by at the time. Did you see anything? Is that so? Zhu Ju stroked his chin. I didn't see the murder, but I did see someone secretly misappropriating the city's garrison's weapons. That's a capital offense. Ah. Jiang Ping's face turned pale. He didn't want to be involved in a murder case, let alone misappropriation of weapons. This was something a mere constable like himself couldn't handle. He gave a dry laugh and pulled out an invitation from his pocket. Young Master Zhu, Lord Feng is hosting a banquet tomorrow for all the masters of the martial arts school street, and you will be among them. The newly appointed prefect, Lord Feng? Yes. Zhu Ju turned his head and saw Shen Hu nod, clearly having also received an invitation. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 15 Gathering. Fang Xiaoru, courtesy name Xian, was a Jinchi, a successful candidate in the highest imperial examinations, 12 years ago, and had served as a county magistrate, a minor official, and a literary official. His resume was illustrious. He was one of the most promising officials in the Zhang state. Benefiting from his past work in disaster relief, grain distribution, and incorruptibility, Lord Feng enjoyed an excellent reputation among the people, and was known as Feng the Upright Official. The banquet was not held in the government office, but in the backyard of the Hongfu restaurant, where several square tables were set up. Master He. Brother Yan. Young Master Zhu. At the appointed time, a group of martial arts schoolmasters arrived one after another, exchanging warm greetings with clasped hands. Brother Zhu. Shen Hu strode over, laughing heartily. Let me introduce you. This is Fatty Lu, who moved from Ningguan City. He's in the pig slaughtering business. Young Master Zhu. The short, stocky man beside him, with a face full of fat and sharp eyes, bowed in greeting. I am Lu Chu. I've long admired your name. Manager Lu. Zhu Ju's expression turned solemn. Long admired you. To be specially introduced by Shen Hu, this Lu Chu was no ordinary person. Pig slaughtering might not sound respectable, but those who rose to prominence in this industry were invariably local tyrants. When people thought of a local bully, the first image that came to mind was a butcher. Moreover, Lu Chu didn't just slaughter pigs, he was involved in the entire supply chain, from purchasing and slaughtering to selling meat. He employed hundreds of strong men who never lacked meat. In terms of strength and resources, he was in no way inferior to the fierce Tiger Martial Arts School. Besides, Lu Chu himself was a body-tempering martial master. Master Shen, Zhu Ju asked, do you know why Lord Feng invited us here? This. Shen Hu looked troubled. I know a little, but this matter is somewhat difficult. The outcome depends on the specific circumstances. Sit. Let's sit first. There were 4 square tables, only one of which was inside. Shen Hu pulled the 2 men straight inside. The others had no objections. Shen Hu and Lu Chu were both powerful figures in the city, needless to say. Zhu Ju owned the 1K cloth shop, which made a fortune every day, and was also a representative of several martial arts schools, so he was certainly qualified. As for age, in the past 2 days, rumors had circulated that a mysterious force was behind the 1K cloth shop. Whether true or false, it made people wary, and age was irrelevant. Amid the commotion, a thin, middle-aged scholar walked out from the front courtyard and bowed respectfully to the crowd. Thank you all for waiting. The scholar was of average appearance, his clothes worn but neat, like a poor but well-read scholar. Just as everyone was filled with curiosity, Shen Hu had already stood up seriously and bowed to the scholar. Lord Feng. Lord Feng Xian? So ordinary and unremarkable? Everyone realized and returned the greeting. Lord Feng. Greetings, Lord Feng. No need for formalities. Lord Feng gestured with his hands, his attitude approachable and without any haughty air. Sit. Let's sit down and talk. Sir. Jiang Ping leaned closer and whispered, the people from Qin Family Fort haven't arrived yet. Is that so? Lord Feng looked puzzled but didn't ask any further questions, nodded and sat down in the main seat. Then he clapped his hands lightly. Bring the things up. Yes. A group of yamen runners appeared, each holding a stack of papers, which they placed in front of the martial arts school owners. Zhu Ju glanced around, picked up a sheet of paper at random, and his expression changed. The others looked equally grim. "Gentlemen," Lord Fang sighed softly, speaking slowly, "the North has suffered from severe drought for years, causing widespread displacement. This is a natural disaster, and the court can only do its best and leave the rest to fate. But some human-caused incidents can be avoided." He tapped the table, his eyes filled with sorrow. "On my way to my new post, I was repeatedly stopped by people accusing me of being a vicious and arrogant human trafficker. Without eliminating human traffickers, the people's resentment will not subside, and Yuchang will never be at peace." Zhu Ju remained silent, picking up the paper and flipping through it in order. Even with his detached nature, he couldn't help but feel a dark expression. Human traffickers? Far more than that. The paper described a group of people in Yuchang who were stealing and abducting children and women, a rampant problem. The abducted children were either given drugs to make them mute, had molten copper poured into their eyes to blind them, or had their legs cut off to make them crippled, all to elicit sympathy and beg from others. Women were sent to brothels or sold elsewhere for profit, and were beaten and verbally abused for the slightest disobedience. In the ditches of the western city, corpses rotted and gnawed, piling up like mountains. In the back alleys of martial arts schools, several unidentified corpses could be seen every few days. One horrific act after another unfolded right before the noses of many wealthy and powerful families in Yuchang. This continued for countless years. Human trafficking in Yuchang had developed into a mature industrial chain, disgusting and repulsive. Zhu Juchen exhaled a breath of stale air. "The 7 brothels of the red-robed street?" "Indeed." Lord Fang's voice was heavy. "In my opinion, the 7 brothels of the red-robed street are a cancer in Yuchang. If this place is not eliminated, the people of Yuchang will never have peace. Gentlemen, for the sake of the people, for the sake of Yuchang, I implore you all to lend a hand and eliminate the 7 brothels of the red-robed street." With that, he rose from his seat and bowed deeply to the crowd. "No." Shen Hu's expression changed drastically, and he hurriedly stood up to stop him. "Lord Fang, you absolutely mustn't." Bang! Lu Chu slammed his fist on the table, his face flushed with anger, and said, "I, Lu, am willing to help with this matter. My hands are stained with blood from slaughtering pigs and chickens, but, these people deserve to die." "That's right." Lan Kishing nodded with a gloomy face. "Which of us hasn't had a family member or relatives go missing? I never dare to let my daughter go out alone without someone accompanying her." "Exactly. Although I often go to the red light district, I can't stand the evil deeds they've committed. They are indeed a cancer in Yuchang." The crowd was agitated, their faces filled with indignation. "Lord Fang's heart is truly devoted to the people, and we are willing to help." A martial arts school owner spoke up, "But why are you asking us to do such a thing?" The crowd looked at each other in bewilderment. Yes, the evil deeds of the 7 brothels of Flower Street are well known. Even if they were to be eliminated, it should be the government or the nearby garrison that should be involved, or at the very least, the guards of the city's officials. It's not the martial arts school's turn. The government is short-handed, the garrison is difficult to mobilize, and as for the guards of wealthy families. Lord Fang shook his head. "Let's not mention it." In fact, everyone knew that the 7 brothels of Flower Street had a complicated background and were inextricably linked to certain wealthy families in the city. If they could be eliminated easily, they wouldn't have waited until today. Counting the entire Yuchang, only the martial arts schools could gather enough manpower, and they didn't have the background of Flower Street. No. The martial arts schools probably wouldn't be completely clean either. Zhu Ju seemed to be deep in thought. There were more than 20 martial arts schools in the area, plus Lu Chu's men. Gathering several hundred people shouldn't be a problem, and it might even be over 1,000. It might not be impossible to wipe out Flower Street in one fell swoop, but the 7 brothels of Flower Street were not easy to deal with. If they really took action, the martial arts schools would also suffer heavy losses. Therefore, even if they were indignant, not many people might be tempted. Sure enough. A glance swept across the crowd. While many were indignant, a few had shifty eyes. The 7 brothels of Flower Street regularly recruit guards, many of whom come from martial arts schools. It's likely the 7 brothels have partnerships with some of these schools. Zhu Ju's heart stirred, and he shook his head inwardly. Lord Fang's plan will surely fail. Wait. Fang Xian is no ordinary man. Would he not have considered this? Huff. Just as he was pondering, something was thrown from outside the courtyard, landing heavily on a table. What is that? Get out of the way. Jiang Ping. Lord Fang's expression was grave. "See what it is?" "Yes." Jiang Ping tightened his grip on his knife, carefully approaching and using his knife to pry open the black cloth covering. Whoosh! Ahead. "No, this is the Lord of Qin family fortress." "What?" The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. They had just mentioned that the Lord of Qin family fortress hadn't arrived, now it seemed he wouldn't be coming. The 7 brothels of Flower Street were behind this? Lord Qin was no weakling, and he was always accompanied by guards from within the fortress. Since the other party could kill Lord Qin, how many of those present could guarantee their own safety? Seeing this, many people showed signs of retreat. A cold laugh came from nowhere, appearing and disappearing unpredictably. "Hey, you surnamed Fang, there are some things you can do and some things you can't do. If you don't understand, next time you'll lose your head." "Insolence!" Butcher Lu Chu roared, his body suddenly lunging forward, his fist clenched and slamming towards the corner, sneaking around. "Come out!" Bang! A black shadow darted out from the darkness, a flying kick colliding with Lu Chu's attacking fist, and both were knocked back. "Body tempering?" Lu Chu's eyes widened, again. "HMPH. The man in black sneered, "You actually managed to spot me. No wonder some people say your nose is as sharp as a dog's, but unfortunately your skills aren't up to par." In the blink of an eye, the two had already exchanged several blows. Lu Chu's fist techniques were fierce and ruthless, yet he couldn't even touch the hem of his opponent's clothes before being kicked away. Fortunately, he was tough and unharmed, and with a roar, he snatched a long sword from the constable and charged again. 7-skill sword. Contrary to his stout physique, Lu Chu's swordsmanship was extremely skillful, his moves swift and varied. In an instant, the shadows of swords blurred together, seemingly engulfing the figures of the men in black. Someone couldn't help but exclaim, "What excellent swordsmanship!" While Lu Chu was easily defeated in just a few moves with his fists, he held a significant advantage with his long sword. At least, that was the impression he gave. Martial arts techniques: first you learn the basics, then you master them, then you combine the techniques with your strength, and only then do you combine strength with your inner energy. Shen Hu nodded slightly and said, "Very few people can achieve the combination of strength and inner energy. A few years ago, when I fought Lu Chu, he couldn't do it. I didn't expect. At his age, he can still make further progress." "Master Shen," Zhu Ju asked, "in your opinion, can Manager Lu defeat his opponent?" "It's hard to say." Shen Hu shook his head. "Lu Chu's swordsmanship is best suited for dual short swords. It's because he's been slaughtering pigs for many years that he's developed such skills. If you were wielding his 2 signature pig slaughtering knives, I would have to back down. Currently, without a suitable weapon, unless one cultivates to the point of combining inner energy with intention, using a long sword is ultimately inferior. That person's leg techniques are extraordinary, and his palm techniques are also quite exquisite. It will probably take some effort to defeat him." Zhu Ju nodded slowly. It seems that Shen Hu favors Lu Chu more. The 3 realms of martial arts techniques are the unity of technique and strength, the unity of strength and ki, and the unity of ki and intention. He estimated he had just reached the unity of technique and strength. If it were him. Zhu Ju tried to immerse himself in the arena, his brow furrowing slightly. The 13 horizontal refinements were strong, but without a burst of ki and blood, it was ultimately only the second level of external training, the bone and tendon realm. If he couldn't defeat his opponent before his ki and blood were depleted, he would lose. In other words, Zhu Ju was currently capable of dealing with ordinary body tempering practitioners, but he was less effective against those like Shen Hu and Lu Chu, who had been tempering for decades. Not good. Shen Hu's expression suddenly changed drastically, and he rushed out in a flash, "Brother Lu, be careful." Chapter 16 Returning to the Source. "Brother Lu, be careful." Shen Hu shouted. The ground beneath his feet instantly caved in, and his figure shot out like an arrow. While in midair, he spread his fingers, palms clenched inwards, resembling a tiger's claw aimed at the black-clad man's throat. Tiger claw technique. At the same time, the black-clad man's swift and elegant legwork suddenly changed, becoming cunning and ruthless, like a venomous snake spitting its tongue. Amidst a flurry of blades, the black-clad man's legs flashed out, making sharp cracking sounds as they deflected the blades, leaving Lu Chu's throat wide open. Given just a breath or two more, that ruthless legwork would have torn Lu Chu's throat apart. Fortunately, Shen Hu had already made his move. Tiger Claw Kung Fu? The man in black sprang to his feet, colliding with the incoming tiger claws. Forced to retreat several steps, he exclaimed, "Incredible! To cultivate the seemingly ordinary tiger claw kung fu to this level, Master Shen is truly a genius. What a pity. No good is no good." Whoosh! He leaped forward, stretching out his hands, and unleashed a bizarre claw technique to clash head-on with Shen Hu. Shen Hu had practiced martial arts since childhood, and by the age of 30, he had already tempered his body, earning him the reputation of being exceptionally gifted in martial arts. Over several decades, he had cultivated the extremely ordinary tiger claw kung fu to a state of divine mastery. That is, the unity of ki and intention. Such martial arts talent was something to be proud of, not only in Yucheng, but even in the entire world. Fierce tiger leaping the ravine. Hungry tiger pouncing on the mountain. Crouching tiger probing with claws. The 27 styles of tiger claw kung fu possessed miraculous power in Shen Hu's hands, with ever-changing moves. As a result, the more he fought, the colder his heart became. His opponent's cultivation level was probably not high, and his body tempering was not as good as his, yet he was able to fight him with claw techniques. He was even superior. Ki and intention were in perfect harmony. The black-clad man's claw techniques had also reached the level of ki and intention in perfect harmony, and his moves were far more refined than his tiger claws. Those strange claw techniques were sometimes fierce and unparalleled, sometimes ruthless and decisive, often with unexpected changes, making them impossible to defend against. "Brother Shen, I'm here to help you." Lu Chu roared upon seeing this, charging forward again with his sword. With his addition, Shen Hu's pressure was greatly reduced. The two had known each other for many years, and although they weren't good at fighting together, their cooperation was quite tacit, and they immediately stabilized the situation, but that was all. The black-clad man's footwork was mysterious, his leg techniques were vicious, and his claw techniques were even more unpredictable. He was still holding his own against two opponents. Zhu Ju's expression was solemn. His strength was similar to Lu Chu's, much weaker than Shen Hu's, and he was no match for the black-clad man. Although the potential of ki and blood martial arts is limited, the martial artists of this world should not be underestimated. I have only just begun to learn it, and there are many stronger than me. Who is this man in black? Judging from his voice and eyes, he should be young. Yet his strength is so terrifying. Shen Hu said that Yucheng is just a small place, and that someone like him is insignificant in the entire Zhang Kingdom's martial arts world. I thought he was being modest then, but now it seems he is right. Everyone, at this moment, a martial arts school owner in the arena roared, "This kind of wicked villain deserves to be killed by everyone. We don't need to talk about martial arts ethics with him. Let's attack him together." "That's right," another person shouted, hiding his head and tail. "I want to see what he looks like. He's so shameful." "Attack, attack together," the crowd shouted in unison, their emotions running high, and they rushed towards the three people fighting. Zhu Ju glanced at Lord Fang beside him but did not join the crowd. No matter how strong the man in black was, he could barely defeat Shen Hu and Lu Chu combined, let alone the rest of the group. Sure enough, facing the onslaught, the man in black initially relied on his mysterious footwork to hold on, but gradually found himself surrounded. Just as he was about to be overwhelmed, the sky above suddenly darkened. To bully the few with many is not a fair victory. A dark figure appeared on the courtyard wall, accompanied by a cold voice slamming into the arena, "Get out of here." Boom. A violent burst of energy swept outwards with the slamming figure, knocking back all the martial arts schoolmasters. Even Shen Hu and Lu Chu were no exception. How could this be? Zhu Ju was startled and instinctively took a step back, then saw the change in Lord Fang's expression. Huh? He wasn't afraid at all? As expected. A white figure darted out from behind the screen, heading straight for the black figure. Lord Fang's calculations are brilliant. Besides the powerful families of Yucheng, the 7 wards of Flower Street must have another background. There truly is a Grandmaster of Gui Kang hidden deep within. But since you're here, stay for today. Gui Kang? A realm beyond body tempering. The white figure moved with astonishing speed, covering several meters in the blink of an eye, and punched the black figure who had saved the man in black. Boom. The punch landed in midair, producing a deafening roar. The fierce and violent force of the punch carried a visible shockwave, causing the courtyard wall to tremble precariously with just one punch. 5 Elements Fist, the shadowy figure shrieked. "Fu Wanlian, the Flower Fist Master, why are you still in Yucheng? Lord Feng knew someone was causing trouble in secret, so he pretended to transfer me away, but in reality, he's been keeping watch nearby. Fu Wanlian's voice was icy. Soul-slaying ghost claw, so you're a demon from the Crimson Blood sect, just as Lord Feng predicted. You Crimson Blood traitors are still plotting, seizing every opportunity to cause chaos. As they spoke, the two had already exchanged more than 10 blows, leaving behind afterimages and raging energy in the arena. The shadowy figure's claw technique was profound, clearly inherited from the black-clad man, only vastly different in power. With a flash, the claws left deep claw marks on the wall 2 meters away. Zhu Ju was merely watching, yet his skin tensed instinctively, and a feeling of dread rose in his heart. If you were to fight, a 13-year horizontal refinement cultivator at the bone and tendon realm would be almost powerless against the shadowy figure. And even a cultivator at the visceral realm would likely be in trouble. However, despite the shadowy figure's strength, he was still no match for Fu Wanlian's flowery fist technique. Judging from her appearance, Fu Wanlian was only a woman around 30 years old, even rather thin, with no connection to being muscular. Yet, every move she made carried immense power and terrifying energy, each punch leaving the shadowy figure unable to dodge. The force of her punches exploded, sweeping several meters. This was internal energy projection. No. Zhu Ju shook his head slightly. Masters of internal energy projection were extremely rare even in Hejian Prefecture. Even the old man had only barely reached that level when he was alive. Fu Wanlian's aura when she attacked resembled that of a master of internal energy projection, but its power was far inferior. If the old man had made a move, the courtyard walls would have already collapsed, even the rocks would have been shattered, and the ground would be completely destroyed. Therefore, what was projected wasn't internal energy, but blood and ki. Zhu Ju's heart stirred, lost in thought. He wondered what was so special about the martial artists of the Gui King realm in this world that allowed them to project blood and ki, forming a technique similar to internal energy, albeit with relatively weaker power. A weakened version of internal energy? Weakness is relative. A martial artist in the Gui King realm may not be as good as an inner ki expert, but they are far stronger than me, huh? After a brief struggle, Fu Wanlian seemed impatient, letting out a low shout as she flashed past a torch. The next instant, boom! Her blood and ki ignited upon contact with the flames on the torch, instantly bursting into flames. A fiery fist force erupted, sweeping several meters away, turning the entire backyard into a furnace. Zhu Ju's skin tightened, and many martial arts school owners hastily retreated. Even those on the outer perimeter were in such a state. The black-clad man directly facing the fiery fist force screamed in agony, his body transforming into several afterimages as he flew backward. 5 Elements Fist. Fire Control Technique. As expected of a martial arts grandmaster's inheritance, so powerful. The black-clad figure shrieked, his arms suddenly trembling, countless cold beams shooting towards Lord Feng's location. Taking advantage of Fu Wanlian's momentary movement to intercept, he took something from his waist and slammed it to the ground, instantly sending billowing black smoke into the air. Go. Trying to escape? Fu Wanlian's beautiful eyes narrowed. Confirming that Lord Feng was unharmed, she flashed into the crowd. PFFT. Clang. After a series of loud noises, Fu Wanlian, her face grim, dispersed the thick smoke and appeared before everyone. Miss Fu. Lord Feng strode forward. How is he? That man took a punch from me, and he won't recover for at least 6 months. But I couldn't stop him either. Shaking her head, Fu Wanlian clasped her hands in a fist and bowed. I'm sorry to disappoint you, sir. It's all right. Lord Feng smiled faintly. I am already extremely grateful for Miss Fu's help. 6 months should be enough time. By the way, do you know who that man is? To be able to cultivate the soul-slaying ghost claw to this level, and being a Gikun martial artist, he should be one of the elders of the Crimson Blood sect, Fu Wanlian said. As for that man in black, I don't know who he is. He's so young yet has such cultivation. It's a pity he's gone astray. I see. Lord Feng seemed to be thinking, then turned and bowed to the group of martial arts school owners. I'm sorry to have troubled you all together here today. Fortunately, the villains have been suppressed. It seems that we shouldn't rush things in the red light district, otherwise some people will definitely fight to the death. We need to proceed slowly. You're right, sir. Shen Hu clutched his chest, which felt tight. Since we can't help, we'll take our leave. Grandmaster Gikun. Crimson Blood Sect. Flower Fist Fu Wanlian. After bidding farewell to Shen Hu and the others, Zhu Ju returned to his small courtyard and, with the help of his maid Keir, sulked in a medicinal bath. I thought Shen Hu was already a master, but compared to that Grandmaster Gikan, he's just a child playing house. Yu Chen. Zhu Ju sighed. In the end, it's just a small place. Today, I've truly witnessed the real masters of the martial world. The so-called number one master of Yu Cheng is utterly worthless in front of true masters. Hell, I'm not even as good as Shen Hu now. I haven't even reached the body tempering stage, and the Gikan realm is still a long way off. Shaking his head, he reached for a book beside him. This was one of the rewards Shen Hu gave him for his cooperation with the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School, some tips on body tempering. In the end, it's not a complete body tempering method. 5 Elements Fist Sect. Flower Fist Fu Huanlian. Before encountering true masters, acquiring a body tempering technique was crucial for Zhu Ju. However, tonight's clash between two Gikan grandmasters made him realize that without a true lineage, it was ultimately difficult to reach the top. Even the initial joy of acquiring the technique faded considerably. The Crimson Blood sect is hidden behind the Red Light District. With a mysterious Gikan grandmaster present, attacking the Red Light District could lead to retaliation from a Gikan grandmaster. Even knowing the people there are wicked, who would dare to act rashly, Zhu Ju shook his head slightly. Zhu Manor. Young master. Uncle Qin, his eyes filled with tears, trembling as he greeted him. Where have you been these past few days? I've been worried sick, fearing. Thankfully, you're all right. Uncle Qin, Zhu Ju said with shame. The bandits stormed the city that day. They came too suddenly. I saw it was too late to return, so I hid outside the city for a few days. I'm sorry to have worried you. He had been wandering in the other world for the past few days, only returning now. The time had indeed been rather long. It's all right, it's all right. Uncle Qin swayed. It's good that young master is back. Zhu Ju frowned, reaching out to grasp Uncle Qin's pulse, his expression immediately darkening. Your health. Young master, Ma Sun cried from the side. That night, master was looking for you when he encountered bandits at the inner key realm, and was injured in the ensuing battle. What? Zhu Ju's wrist trembled. I'm fine. Uncle Qin shook his head. Your health wasn't good to begin with. A little injury won't matter. Young master should go see Miss first. Miss? Zhu Ju looked surprised. Sister is here? Yes. Uncle Qin sighed. She arrived this morning. It seems she had some kind of conflict with Lu Pu. Chapter 17 Contradictions. Zhu Xuan leaned against the headboard, her long hair disheveled, her face pale. Her once bright eyes were now bloodshot, and she exuded a fragile, broken aura. Her personal maid, Zhu'er, stood helplessly by her side, and upon seeing Zhu Ju, she breathed a sigh of relief. Young master. Please persuade Miss she hasn't eaten or drunk anything for a day and a night. This can't go on. Zhu Ju frowned upon hearing this and waved his hand. Go and make a bowl of meat porridge. Yes, sister. Pulling up a chair, Zhu Ju spoke softly. What's wrong? How can you not eat or drink? Even if you don't think about yourself, you should think about the child in your belly. Before the new year, Zhu Xuan had mentioned in her letter that she was pregnant, and now her pregnancy was quite noticeable. Brother. Raising her head, Zhu Xuan's eyes welled with tears, and she choked out. I don't want to continue living with Lu Pu. Zhu Ju's expression changed drastically. He stood up angrily and said, what's wrong with him? Does he think he can bully people just because the old man is gone? I'm going to find him right now. Zhu Xuan cried. He wants to remarry. Remarry? Zhu Ju frowned. You two have always had a good relationship. If it's just about taking a concubine, it seems my sister brought it up herself. The idea of a lifelong, monogamous relationship sounds beautiful, but it's not very realistic in this society, especially for the wealthy and powerful. When Lu Pu was young, things were fine, relationships and family matters were simple. Now, with his rising status, he has more and more connections and his wealth is accumulating, making it difficult for Zhu Xuan to manage everything alone. Taking a concubine is quite normal now. Zhu Xuan herself even suggested helping Lu Pu find a concubine to help him manage the household. The status of wives and concubines is not equal. If a concubine hasn't given birth to any children, her status isn't much higher than a servant. This is common practice in wealthy families. However, generally speaking, one should wait until the principal wife has a son before considering taking a concubine, otherwise, there might be trouble. Remarry? Zhu Ju asked. Who is she marrying? Whose daughter is she? Wan Wenying. Zhu Ju sniffled and cried, Wan, the deputy hallmaster's daughter. I used to treat her like a younger sister, but I never imagined she would steal my husband. Zhu Ju frowned. Did Deputy Hallmaster Wan agree? The 3 hallmasters and 2 deputy hallmasters were all incredibly powerful figures in Hejian Prefecture. Marrying their daughters would undoubtedly be a meteoric rise. Similarly, would such figures allow their daughters to become concubines? Even as a secondary wife or a second wife, it was impossible. Ugh! Zhu Shuang cried. Senior Wan didn't agree, and that little slut kept crying and saying she'd hang herself if he didn't agree. Zhu Ju's mind flashed back to Lu Pu's short, fat, and ugly appearance, and he was utterly bewildered. Wan Wenying is ugly? Not really. Zhu Shuang pouted. But definitely not as beautiful as me. Zhu Ju understood. If she couldn't say something against her conscience in this situation, then she must be very beautiful. But why? Lu Pu's appearance was far from handsome, and he wasn't particularly eloquent either. How could he possibly win the favor of such beautiful women? First Zhu Shuang, then Wan Wenying. Even Vice Hall Master Wan probably couldn't understand it. Sigh. Zhu Ju sighed, seeing the porridge was ready, and advised, drink some porridge to warm yourself up, and think about the baby in your belly. Don't torment yourself because of someone else's mistakes. What about my brother-in-law? I'll go ask. Okay. Seeing Zhu Ju, Zhu Shuang felt a sense of security, and although still troubled, she slowly regained her appetite. Before Zhu Ju could leave, Lu Pu had already arrived from Hejian Prefecture. Judging from his travel-worn appearance, he had come in a hurry. Get out. I don't want to see you, get out of my way. Bang. The door slammed shut, and Lu Pu, feeling humiliated, stood awkwardly at the door, looking helpless. Brother-in-law. Zhu Ju sighed, have a drink. Okay. Under the stone pavilion. Lu Pu remained silent, simply chugging down one glass of wine after another, his face filled with unspoken sorrow. Brother-in-law. Zhu Ju picked up the wine pot and filled his cup, saying, when my sister met you, you were probably still running errands for someone in a small branch of the 3rd branch hall. Yes. Lu Pu nodded. Back then, I was useless. I even needed your sister's help to buy medicine for my martial arts practice. Fortunately, brother-in-law didn't disappoint. You reached the perfection of the internal strength stage at a young age and even cultivated internal energy. Zhu Ju continued. The old man also went from being firmly opposed to giving in at the beginning. Lu Pu's expression was complicated. Without your sister and the old man's help, I wouldn't be where I am today. I know that. But you should also understand that I can't refuse this matter. Why? Zhu Ju said coldly. Of course you can refuse. Zhu Ju. Lu Pu stood up, looking into the distance with a complicated look in his eyes. Men and women are different. Men need to have their own careers and keep moving up. I don't deny the help that Vice Hall Master Wan gave me after I married Wenyin, but I can also promise Xuanzhi that I will never betray her. How? Zhu Ju sneered. My sister once said you promised her you'd be with her for life. When the old man was alive, you never mentioned remarrying. Now you're just taking advantage of the Zhu family's lack of manpower. Absolutely not. Lu Pu's face was solemn. I swear to heaven, I have never done anything to wrong Xuanzhi. As for Wenyin, no one dares to refuse Vice Hall Master Wan. If I dare to say I won't marry her, you'll see my corpse tomorrow. Is that so? Zhu Ju spoke. In that case, let's get a divorce. I can take care of my sister even without you. What nonsense are you spouting? Lu Pu was furious. That's impossible. Xuanzhi and I have been in love for many years, and she's pregnant. If I abandon her, am I even human? Zhu Ju. He spoke sternly. You're a man too. You should know how difficult it is for a man to be out there. You should help me persuade your sister. I work hard every day, and I might not see the sun again at any time. I also have to take care of my family's feelings and handle everything properly. Do you know how I've managed all these years? Lu Pu. Zhu Ju looked at him and said slowly, you've had a tough time, but besides your family, you also have a career and friends. If you're unhappy, you can drink with someone. If you're upset, you can fight. You know exactly what you want and what you have. Your life has many setbacks, but it can also be very fulfilling. But my sister is different. He took a deep breath and said solemnly, my sister has nothing but you. When she suffers injustice, she can't find a place to vent like you do. Family is everything to a woman, and now you've broken your promise and destroyed everything for her. Divorce. I can't think of any other way but divorce. Lu Pu's expression stiffened. 2 days later. Hejian Prefecture. Zhu Ju held Zhu Ju's hand as they walked along a mountain path. My little brother has grown up. Zhu Ju's eyes were complicated, her voice filled with emotion. Family is everything to a woman. To say something like that, any daughter who marries you will be very happy. By the way, do you remember the betrothal your mother told you when you were little? Sister. Zhu Ju raised his hand, interrupting her. Where are we going? The residence of a senior. Zhu Shuang turned her gaze back to the mountaintop and smiled. He is an old friend of father. It was just a low mountain, sparsely covered with shrubs, and under a few large trees was a simple fenced courtyard. Senior Yi. A girl from the Zhu family? A hoarse voice came from the wooden house. Let him in. Go quickly. Zhu Shuang gestured. Spend some time with Senior Yi. I'll wait for you at the foot of the mountain. Okay. Zhu Ju agreed, walked into the fenced courtyard, and pushed open the door. An old man sat in the spacious room, which was several dozen square meters in size. The old man had a leopard's head and round eyes, a swallow's chin and a tiger's beard, and an extremely burly figure, even stronger than Shen Hu. I am Yi Chongshan. You should have heard of me, right? Yi Chongshan? Zhu Ju's eyes flickered slightly. He clasped his hands in a fist salute. Senior Iron Fist Yi, I have long admired your name. Among the older generation of the three-part hall, there were two equally renowned masters, one with a fist, the other with a palm. The palm referred to the Zhu family patriarch's Yunun Iron Hand, and the fist referred to Iron Fist Yi Chongshan. At the same time, Yi Chongshan cultivated the 13 Horizontal Refinements, and the 5th level of external refinement given to him by Lu Pu was also from this man's hands. He understood somewhat why Zhu Shuang had brought him here. How? Yi Chongshan chuckled, his gaze sweeping up and down, and nodded. To have cultivated the 13 horizontal refinements to the bone and tendon realm in less than a year, even with a foundation laid before, is not bad. I really didn't expect that old Zhu's son would be suitable for cultivating hard skills. He shook his head slightly, his expression changing several times. Come here. Yes. I heard you know medicine? A little. Then help me take my pulse. Yes. Yi Chongshan rolled up his sleeves, casually placed his arm on the table, and let Zhu Ju take his pulse. The other party's strong and powerful pulse made Zhu Ju frown. How is it? Yi Chongshan laughed. Scared? Yes. Zhu Ju nodded slowly. Senior's pulse seems strong, but in reality, it is weak and exhausted. This is a sign that you don't have long to live. You have some skill. Yi Chongshan praised, and sighed. This is the consequence of cultivating hard skills. Some parts of my body are as hard as a rock, while other parts have turned into minced meat. As he spoke, he pinched his arm. It was visible to the naked eye that the muscles were comparable to lumps of iron, while the fascia was so deep that pressing it left a shallow pit that took a long time to recover. Hard skills are difficult to master. If you don't master them, you'll harm yourself and others, and 9 times out of 10 you won't enjoy your old age peacefully. Yi Chongshan said in a low voice, I've already avoided many pitfalls, yet I still ended up like this. Are you sure you want to learn hard skills from me? The human body is extremely complex, even a broken bone requires 100 days to heal, and hard skills require constantly tempering the body with strength. A slight mistake can lead to injury. Furthermore, practicing hard skills inevitably involves fighting, mostly head-on clashes, so you'll inevitably suffer from a lot of ailments in your later years. However, Zhu Ju took a deep breath. I'm willing. Good. Yi Chongshan laughed heartily. Since you want to learn, then I'll teach you. I want to see how far old Zhu's son can master the 13 horizontal refinements. Chapter 18 Body Tempering. At the foot of the mountain, Lu Pu and a woman with a heroic air were guarding the carriage. Seeing Zhu Shuang descend the mountain, they hurriedly went to greet her. Sister Shuang. Wan Wenying's eyes darted away. I didn't know this matter would cause you so much trouble. I thought you would be happy. Happy? Upon hearing this, Zhu Shuang felt dizzy. If Lu Pu hadn't rushed forward to support her, she probably would have collapsed. You, surnamed Wan, I've always treated you like a younger sister, yet you try to steal my husband. Her body trembled as she pointed at Wan Wenying angrily. Doesn't your conscience hurt? We're becoming family, it's a good thing, Wan Wenying said. Sister Shuang. Enough, Lu Pu said speechlessly. Stop talking. Sister Shuang, Wan Wenying, however, was stubborn. She flung away Lu Pu's outstretched arm and said, "Things are already like this, I think we should both face reality. There's no need to act childishly anymore. It's pointless. Enough." Lu Pu's face darkened. "Shut up." Seeing her beloved angry, Wan Wenying pouted and turned away, no longer uttering a sound. Huff. Zhu Shuang took a deep breath, steadying herself against the carriage, and said in a low voice, "I understand that things can't be changed now, but I can't adapt so quickly. I need time, I hope you can understand." "Xuanzhi," Lu Pu said urgently, "even if you marry Wenyin, you'll still be in charge of things at home, that won't change at all. Sister Shuang, you accept me?" Wan Wenyin didn't detect the coldness in Zhu Shuang's words and said happily, "I've never been interested in household chores, as long as I can be with Lu Pu and Sister Shuang, that's enough. Let's live like before." Sigh. Looking at the innocent Wan Wenyin, Zhu Shuang felt complicated, her heart full of blame, but she didn't know where to vent it. Who was to blame? Was it because she had been too good to her? Who could have imagined that the daughter of the deputy hall master Wan, the pearl of the third hall, would fall for her husband? A short, fat man who already had a wife? "You should go back." Zhu Shuang waved her hand and sighed, "I'll wait for Zhu Ju to come down. I can't be involved in the wedding arrangements, you can handle it. The wedding is being taken care of, we don't need to worry about it." Wan Wenying glanced up at the mountain and asked curiously, "Will Zhu Ju choose to cultivate hard skills?" "He probably will." Lu Pu said thoughtfully, "To have cultivated from the 5th level of external cultivation to the 2nd level in less than a year is astonishing, far beyond my expectations. If he doesn't continue cultivating, it would be a waste of such talent. Of course." He paused, then said, "If he doesn't want to cultivate, I will find him another master, or help him establish himself in Hejian Prefecture." This was his promise to Zhu Shuang. Home was everything to Zhu Shuang. Marrying Wan Wenying would destroy Zhu Shuang's family, leaving her filled with confusion and uncertainty about the future, which was why she was so panicked and fearful. Besides her family, Zhu Ju was Zhu Shuang's only support, and Lu Pu wanted to use his actions to tell his wife not to worry, or perhaps to make amends. Looking at the mountaintop, Zhu Shuang remained silent. The 13 Horizontal Refinements is undoubtedly a top-tier hard skill, especially the 5th level of external refinement, which far surpasses its peers. Inside the wooden house, Yi Chongshin stroked his beard and said slowly, "If one's 5th level of external refinement is perfected, even ordinary internal energy is no match for it. It's a pity that the 3rd level of internal refinement is not done properly. I even suspect that the 3rd level of internal refinement is simply a supplement to the 5th level of external refinement by later generations, not a complete method." He shook his head slightly, looking helpless. The 3rd level of internal refinement is not bad, but it is inferior to the outstanding 5th level of external refinement. Not only is it inferior, but it is also easy to enter the body. If the 3rd level of internal refinement is still of extraordinary quality, then this 13 horizontal refinements can be considered a unique skill. Senior. Zhu Ju had finished reading the complete 13 horizontal refinements and looked up to ask, "Is the key to internal cultivation internal energy?" "That's right." Yi Chongshin nodded. "Only those who cultivate internal energy can be considered masters of the martial world, and different techniques produce different qualities of internal energy. The internal energy cultivated by the 13 horizontal refinements is mediocre, far inferior to your family's Yunguang, so its body tempering effect is naturally worse." Since that's the case, Zhu Ju asked, "Wouldn't choosing another top-tier internal skill compensate for the shortcomings of the 13 horizontal refinements?" Haha. Yi Chongshin laughed loudly upon hearing this. "Ignorant words. Cultivating internal energy is incredibly complicated. One method already exhausts one's energy. Wouldn't 2 methods lead to nothing? If I were to cultivate other internal skills and supplement the 13 horizontal refinements, I'm afraid I would never achieve what I have today in my entire life." Zhu Ju understood. The 13 horizontal refinements internal skill was inferior, but it could be consistently applied. Changing to another internal skill would require recultivating the 13 horizontal refinements, making it a losing proposition. "It's not entirely impossible," Yi Chongshin thought for a moment and said, "There are at least 2 ways to compensate for the deficiencies of the 13 horizontal refinements." "Oh." Zhu Ju's eyes lit up. "Which 2? "The first is, as you said, cultivating a top-tier internal energy technique, but this technique must be extremely powerful. Yi Changshan smiled. For example, the profound methods that can lead to becoming a primordial key refiner. In this world, cultivation progresses from entering the realm of internal strength, then internal energy, and finally the primordial realm. The primordial realm is also known as the primordial key refiner. The old man and Yi Changshan have cultivated their entire lives, but they have only managed to project their internal energy, still one step away from perfecting their internal energy. The primordial realm. They don't even dare to think about it. Senior, Zhu Ju asked curiously, what are the mysteries of the methods for cultivating in 8-key? Many, Yi Changshan shrugged. Once you master such a method, you can directly skip the initial stage of key refining and enter the inner key realm in one step. Cultivation in the inner key realm is incredibly fast, and when you strike, you're accompanied by the power of heaven and earth, such as cold air, frost, and raging fire. What a pity. Such methods are extremely rare. Not only in your Leping County, but even in the entire Hejian prefecture. Zhu Ju nodded knowingly. He had only asked casually to broaden his horizons and didn't currently have any specific ideas. What about the other one? The other method is even simpler, Yi Changshan grinned. There are rare and precious fruits and spirit beast pills in the world. If you can consume them, you can increase your inner strength, which will also allow you to complete the 13 Horizontal Refinement stage. It all depends on whether you have that kind of luck. Zhu Ju shrugged. These things are obviously rare and hard to come by, so the so-called two methods were simply unrealistic. No way. Try it. Zhu Shuang picked up a piece of fish and placed it in Zhu Ju's bowl. I made it myself. Smooth, tender, and delicious, it's a feast for the eyes, nose, and palate. Zhu Ju praised, sister, you have excellent skills. He. Zhu Shuang smiled, then her expression turned serious, and she asked, are you really planning to cultivate the 13 horizontal exercises? Yes. Zhu Ju nodded, I'm a bit slow, I can't learn delicate and complex kung fu. I'm afraid I'm only suited to cultivating hard kung fu, which is a clumsy kind of kung fu. Who dares to say you're slow? Zhu Shuang's eyes widened. Back then, Lu Pu said it would take at least 3 years to cultivate to the tendon and bone realm, but you've already done it in less than a year. Your talent is no less than father's. How was your harvest today? About a full harvest. Zhu Ju replied, Senior, you taught me the complete 13 horizontal exercises, and will explain the secrets in detail over the next few days. Good, good. Zhu Shuang's face lit up with joy. Senior Yi's strength is no less than father's, he's just a bit stingy. It seems Lu Pu really went to great lengths to teach you the techniques this time. Lu Pu probably doesn't have that much power, it's likely the one family used underhanded tactics. Sister, Zhu Ju frowned, you don't need to suffer for my sake. Sigh. Zhu Shuang shook her head, actually, I know very well in my heart that I can't divorce your brother-in-law, whether for myself or for the child in my belly. She lowered her head, rubbed her protruding belly, and sighed, I just can't accept this news right now. Throwing a tantrum now can get you some benefits. In the future, if that Lu guy really can't be relied on, I still have you as my brother. Sister, Zhu Ju said seriously, I've always been here. I knew my brother was reliable. Zhu Shuang's face lit up with joy, as if she had already recovered from her troubles. I'll give you the thing. No need. Zhu Ju quickly reached out to stop her, I don't need money right now. If you need it, you can take some from me. It's not money. Zhu Shuang waved her hand, got up and went into the inner room. After a while, she came out carrying a soft armor. Here. I heard that you people who practice hard martial arts tend to use your bodies to withstand damage. Although it's hard martial arts, it's ultimately not a good thing. This golden silk soft armor is something I bought especially for you. Wearing it will give you an extra layer of defense. Looking at the golden silk soft armor handed to him, Zhu Ju's eyes were complicated. After a long while, he sighed softly and accepted it. He owed Zhu Shuang a lot, but the siblings didn't need to be polite. External training has 5 levels, skin and flesh, tendons and bones, internal organs, blood and marrow, and the flow of vital energy. The internal organ realm is the key. Cough cough. A night had passed, and Yi Changshan's face was even paler. He covered his mouth and coughed lightly twice, continuing, if you want to change your training, the internal organ realm is the most suitable. Otherwise, all the foundation you built before will be useless. Senior. Zhu Ju looked up. In your opinion, how long will it take me to complete the internal organ tempering? Yi Changshan narrowed his eyes, thought for a moment, and then said, "You have great medicine for body tempering, you have no shortage of gold and silver, and with my guidance, you will definitely succeed within 3 years." 3 years? Zhu Ju frowned subconsciously. "Don't complain about the slowness," Yi Chongshan shook his head. "I spent nearly 5 years on this step. If you cultivate diligently, you might succeed in 2 years. Then spend another 10 or 8 years cultivating the blood marrow. By your 20s, you'll have achieved mastery of external cultivation, making you a talent in Hejian Prefecture. Developing internal energy before 30 is already remarkable. And the 5th level of external cultivation, at the 13th level of the horizontal refinement, is stronger than ordinary internal energy," so Yi Chongshan's words were true. Lu Pu achieved internal energy in his early 20s, which is why he gained the approval of the Old Master and Vice Hall Master Wan. "You absolutely mustn't be impatient," Yi Chongshan said solemnly. "Cultivation in the visceral realm allows no mistakes. Otherwise, your entire skill will be ruined, and that's the least of your worries. There are countless examples of those who develop tuberculosis and die young from practicing hard martial arts." "Yes," Zhu Ju nodded. "I understand." Despite this, he didn't think he needed that much time, because besides all that, he also had blood ki. Moreover, his blood ki martial arts had already entered the body tempering realm. Ki and blood tempering the body, unifying the inside and outside, means that internal organs can also be tempered, and it also has health benefits. 3 years? 1 year is enough. Chapter 19 Black Tiger Gang. Zhu Ju stayed in the prefectural city for half a month, learning martial arts from Yi Chongshan during the day and resting at the Lu residence at night. During this time, he received guidance from renowned masters and nourished himself with potent medicines. In just half a month, his cultivation had advanced by leaps and bounds, and he was now probably no less skilled than Shen Hu, the top martial artist in Yucheng. However, this was something he had obtained at the cost of his sister's suffering, which was hardly something to be happy about. Hejian Prefecture was far more prosperous than Leping County, not only in terms of food, clothing, and shelter, but also in the abundance of martial arts masters. Living and cultivating there would be very beneficial. However, after careful consideration, Zhu Ju rejected Zhu Shuang's suggestion that he settle down in the prefectural city and insisted on returning to the county town. He had too many secrets, which would easily be exposed in the prefectural city, far less secure than living in the county town. Leping County. Giddy up. Whoa. The carriage stopped by the roadside, making way for the funeral procession. How many batches are we in today? Zhu Ju lifted the carriage curtain, looking at the crowds of people dressed in mourning clothes and weeping along the road, and frowned as he murmured, "Why are there so many deaths lately?" "Young master." Since Qin Bo was injured, Ma Sun had taken over as the driver. Hearing this, he spoke up. "When the Black Tiger Gang entered the city after the new year, not only did many people die, but many were also injured. Some people couldn't make it and died." At this point, his face darkened, but he thought of Qin Bo, who was recuperating at home, and his eyes filled with worry. Sigh. Zhu Ju sighed softly. Back then, the snow fell for 3 days, and the whole city was covered in white. Now it's not much better. Funeral music plays day and night, and the cries of weeping have never stopped along the way. Most importantly, the Black Tiger Gang's intrusion into the city dealt a blow to the morale of the people. That night, the county government office was completely slaughtered by the Black Tiger Gang. The county magistrate, his clerk, and the 36 members of the Shen family were all killed. Many wealthy households in the city were also robbed, and everyone lived in fear. Nowadays, the mere mention of the Black Tiger Gang is enough to stop a child from crying at night. It strikes fear into the hearts of everyone in Leping County. Clang. Come quick, come quick. Suddenly, a group of people appeared on the street, banging drums and gongs, shouting, "Everyone come quickly. The heads of the Zhou and Sun families have something to say. Grain and porridge are being distributed." The non-pedestrians on the street turned around at the sound and gathered towards the main street of the county town. "Grain distribution?" Zhu Ju asked. "Let's go see." "Yes." Ma soon turned the carriage around and followed the crowd to the gathering place. A simple platform had been erected there, and a team was distributing porridge and grain. "Fellow villagers." Zhou Yangayan, the head of the Zhou family, shouted from the high platform, "News from the imperial court says that the bandit suppression army is temporarily unable to arrive because the Nanxiao rebels have blocked the way. The new county magistrate is still vacant. We all know that as long as the Black Tiger Gang is not eliminated, Leping County will not be at peace. Time is of the essence. Indeed. Sun Liancheng, the head of the Sun family, stood not far away and nodded in agreement. Currently, the Black Tiger Gang is active on the main roads leading to other places, making it difficult for goods to leave the county. This cannot continue. We must save ourselves. Zhou Yangayan shouted, Brother Zhou and Brother Sun have swallowed our pride and are raising funds here. We hope that all of you will generously contribute to the bandit suppression effort. Those with money, contribute money, those with manpower, contribute manpower. As long as you are willing to follow us out of the city to suppress the bandits, each person will receive 5 taels of silver as a resettlement allowance. In addition, there will be a reward of 10 taels of silver for killing a bandit, 50 taels for a leader, and 100 taels for a chieftain. Young master, Ma Sun said in a low voice, the Zhou and Sun families have been raising funds here for several days, but very few people have contributed, and they haven't yet left the city to suppress the bandits. Zhu Ju nodded slowly. I'll offer 500 taels. A young man rushed out from the crowd, prostrated himself below the platform, and kowtowed heavily to the 2 family heads. Seniors, I am willing to offer 500 taels of silver, only asking that you can wipe out the Black Tiger Gang and avenge my father. It was him. Zhu Ju's eyes flickered slightly. He Lashan. The He family was not far from the Zhu residence. That night, the He family was also robbed, and He Lashan's parents were both killed. He deeply hated the Black Tiger Gang. Seniors. He Lashan looked up, his eyes red. I not only offer silver, but I'm also willing to follow you 2 seniors to suppress the bandits. But I need to know when we'll depart. This. Zhou Yangayan's eyes flickered, then he took a deep breath and said solemnly, within 3 days. Regardless of whether we've raised enough silver, we will leave the city to suppress the bandits within 3 days. We will not break our promise. Good. He Lashan nodded emphatically. I trust you, seniors. On the outskirts of the crowd, Zhu Ju lowered the carriage curtain. Let's go. Yes. He wasn't optimistic about the Zhou and Sun family's bandit suppression plan, having experienced similar situations several times before. Without a true leader, a group of wealthy households guards gathered together were nothing more than a disorganized mess. They might have enough manpower and strength, but their differing intentions prevented them from working together, leading to repeated failures in their bandit suppression efforts. I hope it succeeds. All I ask for is a peaceful life. If we can wipe out the Black Tiger Gang, then the name of Leping County will truly be worthy of its name. Ma Sun. Yes. Go to the treasury and fetch 200 taels of silver as a donation. Yes. Several days later. On an unnamed hilltop. Kill. He Lashan, wielding a long sword and covered in blood, roared madly as he lunged at a Black Tiger Gang member. Hatred can distort a person beyond recognition. He, once gentle and refined, now resembled a starving hyena, his eyes filled with madness. Not far away. Leng Xing used the entangling technique from the Panchen sword play to dislocate a man's arm, and incidentally rescued Wan Jing. Thanks. Wan Jing got up from the ground, wiping the cold sweat from his forehead. Brother Leng, I won't talk to you like that again. Save your life first. Leng Xing shook his head, tightening his grip on his long knife as he watched the bandits surrounding them from all directions. I didn't expect we'd actually raided their den this time. Their trip was originally to scout ahead and prepare for subsequent bandit suppression, but who would have thought they'd stumbled right into a bandit's lair? Yes. Wan Jing's face was bitter. How unlucky we are, not many experts came. By the way, your family actually let you come? Your second uncle must have used some tricks, right? All the big and small matters in the Leng family were decided by Leng Xing's second uncle. Because of Ping Ruxu's matter, Leng Xing had offended his second uncle and had been disliked ever since. This time, apart from the guards, only Leng Xing was the only member of the Leng family to go out of the city to suppress the bandits, clearly being deliberately targeted. This is not the time to talk about these things. Clang. Leng Xing raised his knife, clashing with the incoming steel fork, his expression slightly darkening. Mastering the great strength. Kill. Regardless of the reason, survival comes first. The same scene played out across the nameless mountain, one figure after another falling. There were bandits, and also righteous warriors who had come out of the city to suppress bandits. The sudden confrontation startled both sides. In the midst of close combat, there was no time for further thought. Only killing the other could end the fight. Mountaintop. Several figures clashed and fought at an astonishing speed, terrifying energy erupting around them. Fu Fang Sword. The Zhou family's inherited sword technique came from a certain martial arts sect. Its moves were sharp and varied, and the longsword, forged at a cost of thousands of taels of silver, was exceptionally sharp, capable of cutting through hair. Zhou Yangayan's expression was sullen, a hint of purple aura swirling in his eyes, a sign of pushing his internal energy to its limit. The longsword in his hand moved like a dragon, its sharp edge hissing as it sliced through the air, easily cutting through hard rock. Dai. Chaotic wind technique. Several sword energies swirled around him, then suddenly twisted forward, instantly slicing through the throats of the two men he was fighting. Brother Sun. Having dealt with his opponents, he roared and lunged to the side. I'm here to help you. Sun Liancheng was known as the #1 expert in Leping County. His swordsmanship was a fusion of various martial arts styles, surpassing even his masters, which he named the Liancheng swordsmanship. The ability to create his own swordsmanship demonstrated his high level of martial arts skill. However, his opponent was equally formidable. Wu Chun, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang. A gleaming silver spear in his hand moved like a dragon emerging from its cave, his body like a tiger descending a mountain, unstoppable. Clang, clang, clang. Sword and spear clashed, sparks flew, and the sound of metal striking metal filled the air. Wu Chun's eyes flashed coldly, his body seemingly retreating rapidly but actually concealing his weapon, ready to strike, the spear's light retracting behind his back. A counter-attack. A cold glint appeared. Well done. Sun Liancheng roared, his long sword flashing in an arc, his violent inner force surging forth with each strike. Boom. A deafening roar erupted between the two. Inner energy projected. These two had clearly cultivated their inner strength to an extremely high level, even capable of projecting their inner energy outwards. In comparison, Zhou Yangayan was slightly inferior. Haha. Wu Chun laughed as he fought. I've long heard that the current head of the Sun family possesses exceptional swordsmanship, but I've never witnessed it. Seeing it today, it's truly remarkable. Unfortunately, still a bit inferior to me. Clang. The blade clashed again. This time Sun Liancheng staggered back several steps, while Wu Chun couldn't pursue. Their strength was evenly matched. A decisive victory was unlikely in the short term. However, with Zhou Yangayan joining the battle, the situation instantly reversed. Faced with the relentless pressure from two masters, Wu Chun, the Black Tiger Gang leader, was now in a predicament. Unable to shake off the two after a long battle, Wu Chun roared in anger, his spear exploding wildly. Brother Zhou. Sun Liancheng swung his sword, shouting, be careful, he might do something desperate. Wu Chun yelled, his spear whipping around like a whirlwind as he lunged at Sun Liancheng. Even if I die, I'll take you with me. HMPH. Sun Liancheng snorted coldly, took a deep breath, and his sword flashed, unleashing 26 strikes in an instant. Beacon Fire City. This was his self-created killing move, an unstoppable, invincible attack, unleashing all his power. Although it would leave him briefly weakened, it would create an opportunity for Zhou Yangayan. As he expected, Wu Chun's center was opened under the onslaught of Beacon Fire City, his weakness exposed. Although it was only for a moment, it was enough. Brother Zhou, make your move. PFFT. The sword pierced the air, striking Wu Chun's heart, but the target was unexpected. You. Sun Liancheng froze, slowly lowering his head to look at the blood-stained sword tip protruding from his chest, his eyes wide with astonishment. I'm sorry. Zhou Yangayan, standing behind him, gently shook his head. Although we've known each other for many years, I had no choice but to be ruthless today. Brother Sun, please don't blame me. Haha. Wu Chun laughed. This guy is really troublesome. No wonder old Master Zhou didn't trust me to handle him alone. He really can't do without you. Clean up. Zhou Yangayan drew his longsword and said coldly, the Black Tiger Gang will never appear in Leping County again from today onwards. Has the second boss dealt with them? Don't worry. Wu Chun patted his chest, everything has been taken care of. Thump. Only then did Sun Liancheng's body collapse to the ground, his fingers trembling, his consciousness sinking into endless darkness. Chapter 20. A Great Victory. Kill. Lengzing, his face contorted with rage, brandished his longsword, unleashing the full power of his Panchen sword technique, the blade flashing menacingly. A fierce battle ensued. The young men, severely lacking in martial arts experience, were surrounded by bandits, almost all wounded, their situation precarious. Just as their defenses were about to crumble, the onslaught suddenly weakened. What happened? Leng Xing easily broke through the encirclement, only to find the bandits scattering like headless flies. The gang leader has escaped. The vice gang leader is dead. Two figures rushed into the dense forest, one after the other. The figure in front was wounded in the arm and staggering, while the figure behind, wielding a sword, pursued relentlessly. It was none other than Wu Chun, the leader of the Black Tiger Gang, and Zhou Yangayan, the head of the Zhou family. The Black Tiger Gang members, having lost their leader, were in disarray, their fighting spirit gone, all focused on fleeing. Kill, someone roared, kill all these bandit bastards. PFFT. The situation reversed abruptly in a short moment. Leng Xing felt his blood boiling, brandishing his sword and shouting, kill. He chased after several bandits into a cluster of simple wooden huts, quickly closing in and cutting them down one by one. Spare me. Great hero, spare me. The last man, seeing no escape, knelt on the ground, pleading, I know the deputy leader's treasure trove. There's gold, silver, and body-tempering medicine there, as well as internal energy cultivation techniques. If you spare me, I'm willing to take you there. Leng Xing's sword swing abruptly stopped, his eyes flashing, and he held the blade to the bandit's throat. Led the way. Young master. Early in the morning, Ma Sun's ecstatic shout broke the tranquility of the Zhu residence. The bandit suppression team has returned. I heard they won a great victory, and the Black Tiger Gang has been completely wiped out. The body of the Black Tiger Gang's deputy leader is hanging at the city gate for people to whip. Oh? Zhu Ju pushed open the door and went out, looking surprised. I didn't expect a bandit suppression to go so smoothly. The Black Tiger Gang leader, Wu Chun, is dead too? No. Ma Sun shook his head, he escaped. I heard that the Black Tiger Gang leader, Wu Chun, killed Sun Liansheng, the head of the Sun family, but he himself was seriously injured in the process. He finally escaped from the pursuit of Zhou Yangayan, the head of the Zhou family. It's uncertain whether he will survive. Even if he is lucky enough to survive, the Black Tiger Gang, with only him left, won't amount to much. Zhu Ju thought to himself, go out and take a look. Yes. By this time, the news of the successful bandit suppression had spread, and many households were decorated with lanterns and colorful decorations, with firecrackers exploding in celebration. The main street was packed with people, their faces beaming with the joy of revenge. The bandit suppression team marched forward, surrounded by the townspeople, like heroes returning home to receive flowers and praise. The Black Tiger Gang, which had plagued Leping County for years, had finally been wiped out, like a huge boulder weighing on the people, and the entire Leping County was swept up in a frenzy of emotion. Lord Zhou is mighty. Thanks to Lord Zhou. You flatter me. Zhou Yangayan, seated on his horse, clasped his hands in a fist salute to the crowd. The Zhou family has been rooted in Leping County for over 100 years. Without the support of the villagers, there would be no Zhou family today. It was truly fortunate that we were able to wipe out the Black Tiger Gang. It seems even heaven disapproves of what the Black Tiger Gang has done. It's just a pity that Brother Sun didn't get to witness it. Zhu Ju stood on the outskirts of the crowd, watching the victorious team return, among whom were many familiar faces. He Lashan, Leng Xing, Wan Jing. Why are they all young people? Young master, Ma Sun said in a low voice, it's said that this bandit suppression was just a show, to appease the people, so not many of the real experts from the county went. Nobody expected them to plunge headlong into the bandits' den, leaving them no choice but to fight to the death. How? They actually succeeded. He clicked his tongue, his expression strange and comical. Coincidence? How could there be so many coincidences? Zhu Ju shook his head slightly, but didn't intend to pay attention. No matter what, the destruction of the Black Tiger Gang was a fact. It was foreseeable that, barring any other unforeseen events, Leping County would be very stable for the next few years. This was a good thing. Look! Ma Sun stood on tiptoe, the Sun family is coming. At the end of the street, a group of men and women dressed in mourning clothes walked slowly over and took Sun Liansheng's body. What? Father! Uncle! Cries rose from all sides. Sun Liansheng was not the only one who perished, because the contact was too abrupt. Many people lost their lives at the hands of the bandits. Their families received the bodies, Some unwilling to believe it, some weeping loudly, and some collapsing to the ground, their eyes vacant. Joy and sorrow were starkly contrasting. For decades, Leping County has been controlled by the Zhou and Sun families. Now, with son Lian Cheng dead, the old man of the Sun family nearing the end of his life, and the younger generation not yet mature, there's a hidden danger. Sigh. The disputes among large families have never ceased. At least it's better than bandits raiding the city and causing suffering to ordinary people. What's the old man worrying about? Absolutely right. Besides, even a starved camel is bigger than a horse. Even without son Liancheng, the Sun family isn't so easy to deal with. The whispers in the crowd made Zhu Ju slightly turn his head, his eyes flashing, then he chuckled and looked away. Living a peaceful life, as long as he didn't encounter bandits, what did these so-called family disputes have to do with him? Zemin Street. This place used to be home to many well-known tailors and clothing shops in Yucheng, but for some reason, they gradually declined. Until a few months ago, all 38 storefronts and shops on Zemin Street were acquired by a single group. They were demolished and rebuilt. The ground was compacted again, the street was more than doubled in width, and the shops on both sides were replaced with two-story buildings. Even before the street was completed, a number of textile factories, fabric shops, and garment merchants had already reserved their locations there. Because it was so sought after, sometimes several shops would join forces to acquire a single storefront and agree to share the space. From now on, when people mention Yucheng, besides the fish market, they'll also think of 1K cloth shop. Yan Jingfu said, beaming. With the help of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts School, 1K cloth shop's products will be sold in more than 10 nearby cities, and its nationwide popularity is just around the corner. After expanding into a cloth shop, everything from cotton and linen industries and weaving mills to dyeing, printing, and garment cutting will be available. You can find anything related to cloth here, and the entire Heizhou will inevitably be connected to us. Haha. Just thinking about it is exciting. If I could witness that day, I would die happy. Brother Yan. Lan Kishan stood beside him and laughed. I didn't expect you to be so talented in business. You actually built up the cloth shop. I don't deserve Brother Lan's praise. Yan Jingfu shook his head. This success is largely thanks to Lord Fang's strong support. Otherwise, we would be like a skilled cook without rice. Of course. The support of young Master Zhu and Master Shen was also indispensable. This was true. Zhu Ju had long proposed building a complete cloth shop with upstream and downstream operations, but it had always been difficult to achieve. It wasn't a lack of money. Rather, buying land and building shops required the participation of various parties, and the mere act of extorting and demanding bribes could bankrupt anyone. Without the strong support of the new Prefect Fang, how could it be easy to complete? Prefect Fang is a good official. Lan Kishan nodded, a truly good official. By the way. He looked around. It was the auspicious day for the cloth shop's opening, with merchants and cloth shop owners from all over bustling about. Young Master Zhu hasn't arrived yet? He's here. Yan Jingfu pointed upwards. He's resting upstairs. Body tempering realm. Zhu Ju slowly withdrew his cultivation stance, exhaled a long breath, and shook his head helplessly. The progress is too slow. The Yan family's cultivation techniques only had methods for strengthening blood and condensing blood. Body tempering relied entirely on the spontaneous action of qi and blood. Without a method, the speed of self-tempering was predictably slow. Shen Hu, the master of the Fierce Tiger Martial Arts Academy, advanced to the body tempering realm at a young age. His decades of unwavering cultivation have led to his current achievements, but he is still far from reaching the Gikun realm. Fortunately, the tempering of qi and blood doesn't discriminate between internal and external aspects. The 5 internal organs are tempered as well. My cultivation of the 13 Horizontal Refinement visceral realm has been smooth sailing. As long as I don't encounter a Gikun master in this world, I'll be fine. Rumble. He slightly moved his body, and a subtle, thunderous sound emanated from within. This was a sign that he had reached the Tiger Leopard Thunder stage in the visceral realm. He complained that his cultivation progress was slow, but if any fellow cultivators of the 13 Horizontal Refinements saw his progress over the past few months, they would be astonished. Tiger Leopard Thunder. Visceral realm success. Entering the blood marrow realm is just around the corner. If I could acquire a top-tier martial art of qi and blood, my cultivation progress would at least double. The key is that without a method, I don't even know how to advance to the Gui Kang stage. With a faint smile, Zhu Ju pushed open the door and stepped out. It doesn't matter. Life isn't just about cultivation. There are all sorts of interesting things to do. Blindly cultivating isn't suitable for me. During his break, the hall was already packed with guests. Young Master Zhu. Manager Lu. Congratulations. Same to you. Greeting them, Zhu Ju stepped onto the high platform and bowed to Shen Hu and Tai Heng, who were also on the platform. Shen Hu was now an important partner of 1K Cloth Shop, while Chief Constable Tai Heng represented the government. There were 3 seats on the platform, but only the central seat was empty, clearly reserved for him. It's almost time. Yan Jingfu climbed the tower and handed a bronze gong to Zhu Ju. Young Master Zhu, please strike the gong of wealth and fortune to summon gold and silver. Zhu Ju stood up and accepted it. Gentlemen, Yan Jingfu turned to the crowd and shouted, the first gong strike brings wealth. Clang. Zhu Ju struck the first gong. The second gong strikes the silver gong, and the god of wealth enters. Clang. The third gong strikes the gold gong, and fortune arrives. Zhu Ju, who was about to strike the gong, suddenly stopped and frowned, looking into the distance. What's wrong? What happened? Seeing him stop, the crowd looked at each other, and then a cry of alarm rang out. Fire! Whoosh! A shop at the end of the street was engulfed in flames. Someone must have deliberately set the fire. Shen Hu slammed his fist on the table and stood up. How could a fire happen so coincidentally? He shouted angrily, martial arts disciples, go quickly and catch that arsonist. Kill him without mercy. Let's put out the fire first, Tai Heng said. The fire is spreading and may injure the nearby people. He knew it wouldn't be that easy. Zhu Ju sighed softly. Officer Tai, I would like to pay a visit to Lord Fang. Chapter 21 Deployment. Night. The guards of the cloth shop gathered together. The martial arts school owner and the shopkeeper sat on either side, with 2 large chairs of different heights placed in the center. Master Shen, please. No, no. Shen Hu waved his hands repeatedly. I am but a martial artist. Young Master Zhu is the head of the cloth shop and should sit in the main seat. After some polite exchanges, Zhu Ju sat down in the center. By this time, dozens of people had already gathered below, and more were arriving one after another, many of them frequently casting curious glances at Zhu Ju. As the owner of 1K Cloth Shop and the head of the cloth shop, few had truly seen his face. Mysterious, that was everyone's consensus about him. However, compared to Zhu Ju, their gazes were more focused on the 2 chests filled with silver in the center of the room. The silver ingots, each weighing 10 taels, were stacked together, totaling no less than 3,000 taels of silver, radiating an alluring glow that made hearts race and mouths dry. The situation has been investigated. Yan Jingfu stepped forward, cupped his hands, and said, the arsonists came from the red light district. Some people couldn't stand seeing us doing well, so they deliberately set fires to cause trouble. Which district? Baixiu district. Brother Zhu. Shen Hu leaned forward and whispered, the current head of Baixiu district is Zhang Kang. You should have heard of him. Zhang Kang. Zhu Ju's eyes flickered. He had indeed heard of him. One of the people who ordered Shen Ying, the head of the Lim Martial Arts School, to assassinate him was Zhang Kang. The other was Wu Shou from the Wu family. This wasn't hard to find out. After Shen Ying's death, the people from the Lim Martial Arts School were still around, and many of them had seen them. However, firstly, the other party had a powerful background, and secondly, he himself lacked the resources at the time, so he didn't mention revenge. Perfect. Zhu Ju nodded slowly. We can deal with them all at once. He looked down, where nearly 100 guards were waiting for orders. Most of the guards in the cloth shop came from various martial arts schools, and the martial arts schools were shareholders of the cloth shop, so their interests were tied to the cloth shop. There was no need to worry about large-scale betrayal. Bang! Bring him here! Someone shouted angrily, bringing a man into the hall. Young Master Zhu. The guard in tight-fitting clothes clasped his hands in a fist and bowed. This man sneaked out, trying to send a message to the red light district, but was tracked down and captured by our men. Zida! It's him? The man brought in had a weasel-like face, and many people recognized him, immediately calling out his name and looking towards the martial arts school to which Zida belonged. You bastard! Master Liu of Liuyan Martial Arts School's expression changed drastically. He rushed forward and slapped Zida across the face. You traitor! How could I have raised such a beast? Pa! Blood trickled from Zida's mouth, but he still looked disdainful. "You have no idea who's behind the 7 brothels of Flower Street. You're overestimating yourselves. You're courting death. Master Liu, for the sake of our years of martial arts training, I advise you to see reality and not follow these people down this dark path." "You." Master Liu was furious, his body trembling. "Bastard. Bastard. All right." Zhu Ju frowned and said in a low voice. "Pull Master Liu down to sit. There's no need to get angry over these people." He reached out and picked up a silver ingot, tossed it in his hand, and glanced at the entire room before speaking slowly. "Blocking someone's path to wealth is like killing their parents. We didn't get to where we are today without hard work, and no one should try to destroy it, not even the 7 brothels of Flower Street. If you wish to enter the red light district tonight, you may stay at the cloth shop. Zhu will not blame you. But if you ruin my grand plan..." Whoosh! The silver ingot in his hand vanished abruptly, reappearing embedded in the center of Zida's forehead. Crack! Only then did the sound of skull-shattering ring out. Zida's eyes widened, and he fell backward to the ground. He was undeniably dead. The crowd gasped, many faces paling. Body tempering. Others might not see anything amiss, but the martial arts schoolmasters present were not mistaken. The rumors were true. Young Master Zhu was indeed a body-tempering martial artist. Shen Hu silently calculated whether he could achieve the same level if you were to intervene. Yes, but not so easily. However, compared to the strength Zhu Ju displayed, what truly shocked him was Zhu Ju's age and the potential it represented. A body-tempering martial artist not yet 20 years old, it was almost certain he would become a Gukang master in the future. Such strength at such a young age, talent is one aspect, but his background must be impressive as well. Luckily, I didn't compete with him for the title of head of the cloth shop, otherwise, the consequences would be dire, and I might not even know how I died. Shen Hu secretly rejoiced. Those who act tonight will each receive 10 taels of silver. Another 10 taels will be awarded for capturing Bai Xilfang. There will be additional compensation for injuries. Zhu Ju scanned the entire room, taking in the changing expressions and flickering eyes of everyone, then smiled calmly. "You all don't need to worry. The 7 brothels of Huaji have deep foundations, we alone cannot possibly eliminate them. Actually." He sat up straight and continued, "Tonight, we are only assisting, the real action will be taken by others. Bai Huafang. Only one character different from Bai Xilfang. As one of the 7 brothels of Huaji, Bai Huafang is not just a single building, but a complex of a main building and 12 smaller buildings. Each of the small buildings had a flower queen, who would compete every month for the title of Flower Queen of the main building. This practice was extremely attractive to onlookers, making Bai Huafang the most successful of the 7 flower-themed districts. Night. The moon was hidden and the stars were few. Bai Huafang was still as bright as day. Bang! With a loud crash, Zhang Ping, disguised, suddenly overturned the table in front of him, drew his long sword, and roared, "When the yamen is handling a case, all of you kneel down obediently." Clatter. The yamen runners hidden in the crowd stood up, tearing off their disguises to reveal their police uniforms underneath. "My lord. What's going on?" The madam rushed over, pulling out a silver ingot from her pocket, "But this slut has been unhelpful. Please come upstairs. Miss Pear is waiting for you. Get out of the way." Jiang Ping kicked the madam to the ground and shouted, "Lord Feng has ordered that the brothel be sealed off tonight. You all kneel down obediently and don't cause trouble for yourselves. Get out of here." The constables who came today were clearly different from usual. They were all unfamiliar faces, coldly sweeping through the floors. "Kneel down. Put down what you're carrying and go over there." Clatter. In an instant, the entire 100 Flowers brothel was in chaos, with men and women being urged to separate and squat in the corners. Ouch! One person's legs gave way, and he tumbled down from the 2nd floor, crying out in pain. "Get up quickly." A constable frowned, grabbed the other person's collar, and tried to pull him up. "Watch out. PFFT." A cold glint flashed, and the constable clutched his throat, retreating in terror, blood seeping from between his fingers. His throat had been slashed open, there was no way he could survive. Who? Kill him. The other constables roared furiously as they charged forward. HMPH. The killer sneered, brandishing his soft sword, "Dare to cause trouble here? Even the yamen won't stand for it. All of you, attack. Don't let a single one escape." "Yes." Whoosh. Guards from the 100 Flowers brothel and members of the Crimson Blood sect rushed out from all directions, wielding clubs and swords, and clashed with the constables. At the same time, bang! A firework rose into the sky and bloomed. Duck? The Canal Gang's headquarters. Gang leader. A gang member clasped his hands in a fist salute. There's movement over at the Flower Street. Xiang Zhongyin, barefoot, stretched his limbs and stood up from the tiger skin chair. We must give face to Lord Fang, and we certainly cannot disregard the face of the Flower Fist Master. He swept his gaze across the crowd and shouted to his gang members who had gathered under the cover of night, take any block in the Red Street. As long as no one is harmed, you can take all the gold and silver jewelry inside. Go. Go. No need for any motivation. Everyone knew that the 7 blocks of the Red Street were overflowing with gold and silver, and desire was already burning in their hearts. At his command, countless people rushed towards the Red Street. Chaos was already uncontrollable. The Zhao family. Father. Zhao Ziran paced anxiously back and forth in the room. We've invested countless taels of silver in the red light district. Are we just going to stand by and do nothing? Stay? Master Zhao looked up. How? Your second uncle sent word from the capital that the man surnamed Fang has the support of the third prince. No one can stop him from gaining a foothold in Yucheng. If it's discovered that we're connected to the Crimson Blood sect, even your second uncle's official position will be stripped off. How? He chuckled softly and said in a low voice, this is a good thing. Some people are overestimating themselves, trying to fight a losing battle. This is precisely an opportunity for our Zhao family to advance further. Not only should we ignore what happens tonight, but we should also lend Lord Fang a hand and let him see clearly who is opposing him. It's starting. Watching the fireworks bloom in the sky, Zhu Ju waved his hand gently. Let's go. Upon hearing the order, hundreds of fully armed martial arts disciples rushed out of the cloth shop and headed straight for the red light district. Quite a commotion. Approaching the red light district, Shen Hu leaped onto a rooftop and surveyed the surroundings. Lord Fang has been in office for less than a year. Yet he's managed to gather so many forces. It seems we really have a chance to wipe out the red light district tonight. Indeed. Zhu Ju nodded, then sighed. I just want to live a peaceful life as a wealthy man. A very simple request, but some people just don't want to see it. Huh? Crossbow carts. He had encountered someone shooting him dead in the street with crossbow carts before. These powerful crossbows used for city defense were incredibly strong, even a body-tempering martial master wouldn't dare to withstand them head-on. And now, there was more than one crossbow cart. At least 6 crossbow carts appeared on high ground, firing at the Canal Gang disciples rushing towards the red light district. Whoosh! Thud! Arrows as thick as a child's arm pierced through bodies and embedded themselves in the ground. For a moment, a rain of arrows fell like a forest, actually halting the attack. Good heavens! Shen Hu couldn't help but exclaim, there are only 2 roads in, blocked by crossbow carts. This is a siege. But selling crossbow carts privately is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. I wonder who will be charged with this crime? Master Fu has made his move. Master Gikan, Fu Wanlian of the Flower Fist. A fiery red figure darted out from the darkness, moving with unbelievable speed, heading straight for the crossbow carts. Fire. Bang. Several crossbow bolts crisscrossed in the air, attempting to kill the attacker. Fu Wanlian flipped her body, dodging several crossbow bolts. One of them seemed to be too slow to dodge, and she had to raise her hand to block. Clang. The sound of metal clashing rang out, accompanied by sparks flying. Fu Wanlian's figure had already crashed into the tall building where the crossbow carts were located. The next instant, boom! The wooden tall building exploded. Hiss! Shen Hu gasped, so strong. Master Fu must be a strong figure in Gikan, otherwise he wouldn't be this powerful. Let's make our move. Zhu Ju withdrew his gaze, looked towards the location of Bake Fang, and dashed out. He had already spotted Zhang Kang's figure. If you are listening to this novel on a channel other than Fanfic World, it means it was downloaded and re-uploaded without effort. We warmly invite you to visit our channel, Fanfic World. There you will find the original version of this story and many other novels of various genres. We look forward to seeing you dive into a world of incredible novels. Chapter 22 Night Raid. Eagle Claw Kung Fu. Soaring eagle through the heavens. Zhang Kang moved like a whirlwind, flashing through the crowd. Several martial arts disciples screamed and fell to the ground. Deep, bone-revealing claw marks appeared on their bodies, and upon closer inspection, faint black aura emanated from them. Poison. To apply poison to claw techniques without harming oneself, only someone who had cultivated the technique to an extremely high level could achieve this. Throughout the entire U City, there were very few such individuals. A bunch of trash, trying to stop me? Zhang Kang sneered, his face contorted with disdain, and leaped to leave. Is that so? A cold voice rang out, and Zhu Ju's figure landed steadily from above. What if it were me? Zhu Ju. Upon recognizing the newcomer, Zhang Kang's expression changed drastically. Young Master Zhu, it was the Wu family's idea to attack you back then, and I have always opposed it. Enough with the nonsense. Zhu Ju charged forward. Take this punch. Yan family iron wire fist. Straight punch. A simple straight punch, yet in his hands, it transformed the ordinary into the extraordinary, its force encompassing all directions. Zhang Kang's breath caught in his throat, unable to dodge in time. Ah! With a roar, he advanced instead of retreating, his hands clenched inward, his 10 fingers glowing with black energy as he fiercely struck out. Eagle claw iron shirt. Bang! Fist and claw collided, and the figure was forced back rapidly, struggling against a force. Zhu Ju raised an eyebrow slightly, then stepped forward again, his hands shifting from iron wire fist to Hunun iron hand. Peak blood condensation? Almost at the body tempering stage. Zhang Kang's strength was much higher than what had been investigated, and his eagle claw iron shirt was particularly formidable, allowing him to escape unscathed from a direct confrontation, even using the momentum to retreat in an attempt to flee. Unfortunately, he had encountered Zhu Ju. Iron hook and silver brush. The moves and power techniques of Hunun iron hand far surpassed Yan family iron wire fist, and the moment the palm strike landed, despair filled Zhang Kang's face. The palm strikes, capable of sealing off all directions, rained down relentlessly. He barely managed to withstand 3 blows before his center was completely breached. Bang! The figure crashed through the wall, plunging into the chaotic crowd. He rolled several times on the ground before finally losing consciousness. Peak blood condensation realm, dead. Zhang Kang. It's Manager Zhang. Upon seeing the corpse on the ground, the guards still struggling within Bixilfang shattered into disarray. Whoosh! Zhu Ju followed closely behind, leaping into the brothel. He grabbed a heavy octagonal table and swept it around. With the added power of his terrifying strength, the guards were either grazed or killed instantly, and their defenses crumbled in the blink of an eye. Bixilfang was merely one of the 7 brothels of the Flower Street, and its strongest guards were only at the blood condensation realm. With the combined efforts of Zhu Ju and Shen Hu, 2 body-tempering realm warriors, it was quickly overrun. Squat down, guests. Don't invite trouble. Seeing the situation clear, Yan Jingfu shouted, we are here on Lord Fang's orders to seal off the red light district. Anyone who dares to resist will be killed without exception. Surrender obediently and await your fate. Men and women separate. The officials will be here shortly. Ghost Market. This is the deepest part of the red light district, dark, damp, and filled with a strange smell of rotting corpses. It is a gathering place for beggars with broken legs, dying vagrants, and withered women who cannot take in others. Even the people of the red light district do not want to come here. At the same time, all kinds of shady businesses are conducted here, murder for hire, stolen goods disposal, human trafficking, etc. Tap. Zhu Ju stood with his hands behind his back, his gaze sweeping across both sides of the street. All the shops were closed, and it was pitch black all around. That's right. The sweeping of the 7 red light districts outside could easily affect this place, so it's natural to close early to avoid trouble. He walked to a shop and knocked on the door. Is anyone there? Who? Are you crazy? Don't you know what's going on outside? We're not doing business today. I'm looking for Manager Wang. The shop was silent for a moment, then another wary voice rang out, who are you? What do you want? Help. Zhu Ju smiled faintly, Manager Wang, you really have a bad memory. Boom. A single palm struck the wooden door, unleashing a burst of violent force. The door shattered, and several figures fell backward. Zhu Ju stepped inside and looked at the person inside. Manager Wang, where are you going? It was Manager Wang, dressed in black, carrying large and small bags on his back, looking like he was about to move away. Who are you? Manager Wang took a step back. What do you want? It seems you really have forgotten. Zhu Ju shook his head. Do you still remember that jade tricolor guanine bodhisattva statue from last year? Jade tricolor guanine bodhisattva statue? How could he forget? He bought it for 100 taels of gold back then, and later tried to ambush the seller, but failed. And now they've come knocking on his door? Shopkeeper Wang instinctively looked back. The young man standing behind him frowned slightly and waved his hand, signaling, "Kill him." Whoosh! 3 cold lights appeared in the darkness, their angles treacherous and their attacks vicious, clearly intended to take lives. Zhu Ju took a step back and lightly grabbed forward with one hand. Crack! He gripped the 3 long swords tightly in his hand, the sharp blades seemingly bound by iron hoops, unable to move. This scene caused the expressions of those in the room to change drastically. Bang! Clatter! The palm force exploded, the blades instantly shattering into pieces, like chaotic arrows whistling forward. PFFT. 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 Several figures fell to the ground simultaneously. Shopkeeper Wang was also unfortunately slashed across the throat by a piece of the blade, his eyes still filled with confusion even in death, as if he couldn't believe he had died so easily. "You must be the young master of the He family, the backer of this shop, right?" Zhu Ju stepped forward, rummaging through the bundle on the shopkeeper's body, and found the jade tricolor guanine statue again. And it was intact. After all this time, it had returned to his hands. "No, don't kill me. Young master." His face was deathly pale. "My uncle is the prefect of Longbei, and my second grandfather is a high-ranking official. Even if you kill me, you won't escape. So foolish." Zhu Ju shook his head, picked up a broken blade from the ground, and with a flick of his finger, the blade pierced the other man's brow. "Knowing you have such a powerful background, how could I possibly let you go? Although, I didn't know you would still die." Just as he finished putting away his things, as if sensing something, he raised an eyebrow, his figure flashing into a dark corner. Immediately afterwards, he saw 2 figures, one old and one young, rushing out from the backyard. These 2, they looked so familiar. Although they had never met before, Zhu Ju felt a strange sense of familiarity from the 2 men. "Young master." Running out of the shop, the old man glanced back, his face contorted with rage. "You go first, I'll hold off that foo fellow." "Old ghost." The young man didn't hesitate, nodding emphatically, "Be careful." "Haha." The old man laughed, "Don't worry, young master. In terms of strength, I'm nothing among the Gyakun grandmasters, but when it comes to escaping, I dare say no one in the world dares to claim first place." Whoosh! A strong wind rose from behind, and a slightly hoarse female voice drifted back. "Elder Ghost, Du Yu Ming, you have committed countless evils and heinous crimes, you will not escape today." Immediately following behind. Boom! An invisible force field descended from the sky, like a giant hammer slamming into the earth. The muddy ground suddenly sank, trapping the old man and the young man within. "Ah! Fu Wanlian, I'll fight you to the death." The old man roared to the sky, his feet barely touching the ground as he soared into the air like a hawk. Fast. Incredibly fast. Even with Zhu Ju's keen eyesight, he could only see a fleeting afterimage. The 2 above had already officially clashed. Fu Wanlian, the flower fist. Zhu Ju's eyes flashed. The ghost elder? That must be the shadowy figure who broke into the martial arts school owners' gathering that night, the Crimson Blood sect elder, the Gyakun grandmaster. And this young man must have been the first black-clad figure to appear that day. Even Shenhu and Lu Chu combined were no match for him. So young? He probably isn't even 20 yet. Taking advantage of Fu Wanlian being blocked by the ghost elder, Du Yu Ming turned and ran. "Don't go." 3 fully armored figures brandishing weapons blocked his path. These 3 were clearly only at the blood-strengthening realm, but because they were fully armored and fearless against ordinary swords and blades, coupled with their skillful teamwork, they managed to hold Du Yu Ming back for a time. "Get out of the way." After several attempts to probe were blocked, Du Yu Ming's eyes hardened. "Die?" Crimson Blood Claw. A blood-red claw light flashed suddenly, and the 3 figures in the arena froze, slowly falling to the ground. One move. 3 people died instantly. This scene also made Zhu Ju's eyes narrow, his face slightly grim. He could also kill 3 people, but he could never do it so cleanly and neatly. Whoosh! Another figure darted out from the darkness, a slender and tall figure rushing out with a resolute momentum. She shouted angrily, "Du Yu Ming, give me back my sister's life." Clang! Du Yu Ming rolled to dodge, and then flicked his finger, his fingertip colliding with the incoming sword blade, producing a metallic sound. Missing the first strike, the woman drew her sword again. She offered no defense, each sword strike aimed directly at her opponent's vitals, the sword shadows merging into a blur in an instant. Crazy woman. Du Yuming dodged swiftly, cursing angrily, "You and your sister harbor ill intentions. Lurking by my side for unknown purposes, and you dare blame me for being ruthless?" Normally, he wouldn't have given the woman a second thought, easily dispatching her with a few moves. But now, she was displaying a desperate, all-or-nothing attitude, and with pursuers close behind, he couldn't shake her off. "Fine. Since you think I'm ruthless, then I'll be ruthless again, sending you down to join your sister." Crimson blood divine ki. Stimulated by some secret technique, his blood and ki surged forth, transforming into a visible layer of blood-red light. Clang. The sword struck the blood-red light, unable to penetrate even an inch. Du Yuming seized the opportunity, grabbing the sword with both hands as if tearing a noodle, snapping it in two. The violent force sent the woman flying, her body collapsing to the ground, limp and weak. Die? Huff. Just as he was about to seize the opportunity to take the woman's life, Du Yuming sensed a warning and suddenly twisted his body, striking behind him with both hands. Bang! With a muffled thud, both figures staggered backward. Tai Hang. It's me. The personal guard beside Lord Fang stood in the middle of the field, holding a long sword, and coldly shouted, "Du Yuming, our men are everywhere in the 7 brothels of Flower Street. You can't escape today. Surrender." "How?" Du Yuming sneered, "Idiot." Swish. He flashed forward, quickly pouncing, his crimson claws leaving streaks of blood in the darkness, his attack swift and fierce. Tai Heng's expression remained unchanged, his long sword slashing out with blade light, refusing to give an inch and confronting him head-on. This unassuming constable, who often stood guard by Lord Fang's side, was actually a master of body tempering, stronger than Shen Hu. The jade-severing blade. So it's a master from the Imperial Palace. Du Yuming's eyes narrowed as he listened to the increasingly rapid footsteps around him, his expression hardening. "Get out of my way." A flurry of claw shadows suddenly converged. Tai Heng's eyes twitched, and he roared, unleashing his jade-severing blade technique to its fullest extent. Boom! A powerful energy roared. Tai Heng grunted and staggered back, a smile playing on his lips. From the darkness, a figure silently appeared behind Du Yuming, striking with a palm. The primordial iron hand. Chapter 23 Blood Curse. Danger. Having just repelled Tai Heng with a single blow, Du Yuming hadn't even had time to rejoice when he felt an invisible force appear from behind. Unfortunately, his repeated activation of his ki and blood had left him weak and feeble, and even if he sensed it, it was too late to dodge. Ah! With a loud roar, he turned and blocked with all his might. The next instant, a terrifying force surged along his arm, shattering his defenses with overwhelming force and sending him flying. The power was so strong that he even thought he had encountered a Gikun Grandmaster. Bang! Zhu Ju stomped on the ground, sending dirt flying, and attacked again. Strike while the iron is hot. Whoosh! His palm struck down, and Du Yuming's body below was like a slippery eel, effortlessly avoiding most of the palm strikes. However, after the continuous activation of his ki and blood, and being severely injured by the surprise attack, his movements had become sluggish. A weapon within an inch. A deadly intent hidden within a small space. Damn it! Having experienced countless battles, Du Yuming instantly grasped the current situation. He let out a low roar and charged towards Zhu Ju instead of retreating. Since he couldn't dodge or stop him, he would fight to the death. He refused to believe the other wouldn't back down. Facing Du Yuming's suicidal attack, Zhu Ju's expression remained unchanged, the corners of his mouth even curled slightly. PFFT. Crack. Zhu Ju staggered back several steps, while Du Yuming's chest and abdomen caved in as he flew backward. Zhu Ju's palm slammed solidly into Du Yuming's body, and Du Yuming's claw strike landed on his heart. PFFT. Du Yuming coughed up blood, his face filled with astonishment. This is impossible. Nothing is impossible. Zhu Ju shrugged, patting his chest. Underneath his tattered clothes was a golden silk soft armor. Without this golden silk soft armor, even with his 13 horizontal training having achieved external mastery, he wouldn't have dared to directly withstand the opponent's claw attack. Unfortunately, there are no ifs in this world. Even with a golden silk armor and protective martial arts, Zhu Ju still felt a dull pain in his chest and was temporarily unable to move, demonstrating the opponent's formidable claw technique. Just then, whoosh! A figure darted out of the darkness, grabbed Zhu Ju, and disappeared into the shadows in a few flashes. Judging by the speed, even someone who hadn't undergone body tempering was nearly at the same level, and the figure was extremely familiar with the environment, making it impossible to catch up. Zhu Ju raised an eyebrow upon seeing this, then smiled nonchalantly. His two palms had landed solidly on the opponent. Even the Grandmaster of Gui Kang would be severely injured if not killed. Moreover, he clearly sensed that his palm force had penetrated into the internal organs. Zhu Juming's internal organs were probably now reduced to minced meat, a situation beyond saving even by a god. If he could truly survive? Absolutely not. Zhu Ju gently shook his head and turned to look at Tai Heng. Officer Tai, how are you? I'm fine. Tai Heng was only slightly out of breath, but after a short rest, he had recovered considerably. His eyes showed surprise as he looked at her. Young Master Zhu, you are so young yet possess such cultivation. Given time, you will surely become a Grandmaster. I admire you. Then, his gaze shifted, and he said, this young lady seems to be one of the Qin family's twin beauties? The Qin family's twin beauties? Zhu Ju stepped forward, helped the woman up from the ground, and secretly checked her pulse. He did this to check her injuries and also to prevent any ambushes. The Qin family of Xiling was once prosperous. Tai Heng sighed. Now, only 2 girls are left to fight in the martial world. Judging from what she said, she's probably all alone. After some manipulation to improve her blood circulation, the woman groaned and woke up from her unconsciousness. Sister. You villain. The woman opened her eyes and instinctively tensed up to grab the sword beside her, causing the 2 men to retreat. Miss Lingwei. Tai Heng spread his hands in goodwill, but his eyes betrayed a hint of wariness. It's me. You don't need to be nervous. Zhu Juming was severely injured by this young Master Zhu and is doomed. You. Qin Lingwei slowly regained her senses. Officer Tai? It's me. Young Master Zhu. Her gaze fell on Zhu Ju. Qin Lingwei's beautiful eyes trembled, and tears streamed down her face. Thank you. My sister was deceived by that villain and died tragically. Thank you for avenging her. It is our duty to help those in need. You're too kind, Miss Qin. Zhu Ju waved his hand, keeping his distance from this unfamiliar woman, and advised, you are injured. It's not good to let your emotions get the better of you. Miss Qin. Tai Heng stepped forward. Do you know the Crimson Blood sect's stronghold here? Yes. Qin Lingwei nodded, struggled to sit up, and took a step forward, leaning on her sword. My sister and I recently met. Zhu Juming. My sister thought she had found her perfect match, but who would have thought? What? Thinking of the past few days, she couldn't help but feel overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face. Screech. Boom. Suddenly, a huge fire broke out on the street ahead, followed by a lifelike water dragon leaping out of it. The water dragon spun around, extinguishing the fire and crashing into a dark figure. 5 Elements Fist. Elder Ghost roared loudly, what a fancy move, Fu Wanlian. 5 Elements Fist? Zhu Ju looked surprised and couldn't help but ask, Head Constable Tai, can Master Fu's 5 Elements Fist control fire and drive away water? What he had just witnessed was truly astonishing. Even a master of internal energy projection couldn't do that. A water dragon's whirling. Wasn't this a celestial technique? However, the water seemed to be just ordinary water. It looked terrifying, but in reality, it could only extinguish some ordinary fires, far inferior to the legendary techniques of innate key cultivators. And the fire that night, also fueled by torches, wasn't particularly lethal. Yet, even so, it was still extraordinary. This method was remarkably similar to that of a key refining master, which made Zhu Ju thoughtful. Yi Chongshan had also said that internal energy cultivation methods had varying levels of strength, with the strongest being those that directly led to the innate realm. Such methods could condense ice and ignite fire, possessing many wondrous aspects, similar to the 5 Elements Fist. He wondered what the difference was between the top-tier key and blood martial arts and internal energy cultivation methods in this world. Indeed. Tai Heng nodded, his voice filled with emotion. The 5 Elements Fist was created by the peerless Grandmaster Fu Zhuan. It can manipulate the power of the 5 elements, achieving what ordinary people cannot. A peerless Grandmaster, appearing only once in 1,000 years. Under heaven, if we're talking about fist techniques, the 5 Elements Fist is arguably the most profound. A peerless Grandmaster? The 5 Elements Fist. Zhu Ju pondered, a strange longing for top-tier ki and blood inheritance growing within him. We've arrived. Qin Lingwei stopped in a courtyard deep within the ghost market, wiping away tears from her cheeks. She choked out, "Gentlemen, this place is rather strange. I only learned about it by chance and haven't explored it deeply. Thank you for your trouble." Tai Heng cupped his hands and swung his sword. Bang! The courtyard gate shattered, leaving the inside completely silent. Frowning, Tai Heng glanced at Zhu Ju, gesturing for him to wait, then flashed inside. A short while later, "Please come in." Tai Heng's voice came from within the courtyard. "There's no danger here." The hustle and bustle of the 7 brothels of Flower Street was far from over, and the ghost market had descended into chaos, but this place remained relatively quiet. In the darkness, the straw shed used to cover goods in the backyard had been torn open by Tai Heng, revealing the strange pattern on the ground. The pattern covered an area of about an acre, composed of countless intricate lines, spreading across the entire backyard. Inside, some unknown liquid flowed, its pungent odor filling the entire courtyard. A Taoist inverted Tai Chi diagram? No. Zhu Ju shook his head slightly. It was ambiguous. The patterns underfoot lacked any Taoist transcendent charm. Instead, they exuded a strange eeriness. Just a few glances were enough to send chills down one's spine and make one feel uneasy, wishing to leave as quickly as possible. The blood-stealing curse? Qin Lingwei, standing beside him, covered her mouth with both hands, her face full of surprise, her body trembling as she spoke. "The legend is true? What blood-stealing curse?" Zhu Ju tilted his head. "Young Master Zhu, you haven't heard of this?" Tai Heng looked at him with surprise, then explained, "The Crimson Blood sect has 3 great divine arts, Crimson Blood Divine Ki, Crimson Blood Divine Claw, and the fundamental method, Blood Divine Art. Besides that," he paused slightly, then said in a low voice, "there is also an inconceivable secret technique, the blood-stealing curse, which can steal the life force and talent of others. It uses human blood as a sacrifice, with the timing of the heavens as a warning, a method that harms others for personal gain. It is said that it is precisely because of this secret technique that every leader of the Crimson Blood sect has been one of the strongest in the world, without exception. Stealing the life force and talent? How is that possible?" Zhu Ju shook his head repeatedly. "Yes." Tai Heng sighed. "How is that possible? I also thought this was just a rumor, but now it seems that's not the case." "Wait a minute." Qin Lingwei suddenly spoke up. If the legend is true, then the liquid inside is." "That's right." Tai Heng's face darkened. "It's human blood." "Human blood?" Zhu Ju was shocked. Such a complex pattern, covering such a vast area, if entirely made of human blood, would likely require over 100 people. No wonder the smell was so familiar. Actually, they smelled blood as soon as they entered, but no one dared to think of that. Crimson Blood Cult. Tai Heng gritted his teeth and roared. "A bunch of beasts." "Officer Tai," Zhu Ju's eyes flickered slightly, "whether the blood-stealing curse is real or not, the Crimson Blood Cult laid it here to steal people's life force. Where is that person?" Tai Heng looked up and immediately rushed towards the low houses on either side. "Found him. It's Master Gikan, Yin Liuyan, the great hero. He must have been drugged." "Master Gikan?" Zhu Ju was stunned upon hearing this. "Cloth shop." Zhu Ju stood with his hands behind his back on the second-floor window, gazing into the distance towards the red light district. Tonight, the people from the cloth shop were only cooperating with the Yamen to take down the red light district. They weren't involved in the subsequent handling of the matter, so they had retreated early. 5 Elements Fist. Blood-stealing curse. The martial arts of this world seemed far from simple. Tonight's experience had broadened his horizons. Regardless of the authenticity of the blood-stealing curse, the 5 Elements Fist was indeed formidable. A peerless grandmaster. Zhu Ju's eyes flickered. After returning, he made a special inquiry and gained some understanding of the Fu family. Over 100 years ago, the Fu family was virtually unknown until a young man named Fu Zhuan appeared. This man possessed extraordinary talent in martial arts, reaching the body-tempering realm before the age of 20, becoming a Gikan Grandmaster at 26, and breaking through his limits at 30, reaching the pinnacle of his time. He then traveled the world, creating the 5 Elements Fist at 47, further enhancing his strength, making him unmatched in the world. He was known as a peerless Grandmaster. During his lifetime, even the leader of the Crimson Blood sect and the holy monks of Buddhism were overshadowed. Unfortunately, Fu Zhuan's attempt to reach the legendary celestial realm ultimately led to his death on Mount Mang. At the time, many forces coveted the Fu family's five elements fist. To protect their family, the descendants of the Fu family surrendered to the imperial court. Their life story was not complicated, but it was filled with bloodshed and turmoil. A legend. Zhu Ju sighed softly. It's a pity that the five elements fist is never passed on to outsiders except for the direct descendants of the Fu family and royal disciples. Otherwise, I would definitely want to see it. Young Master Zhu, Yan Zixuxin's voice came from downstairs. The Yamen officials have delivered an invitation. Chapter 24 Celebrating Victory. Hongfu Restaurant. Zhu Ju arrived at the invitation. This was a banquet hosted by the government to entertain the heroes who had wiped out the 7 brothels of the red light district a few days ago, and many guests had gathered together. Young Master Zhu Shenhu, now dressed in a refined manner, pulled one of the guests aside and said with a smile, "Let me introduce you to a friend, old Xiang, the ghost foot of the Canal Gang. This guy's strength is in no way inferior to mine." Ghost foot Xiang Zhangyan, the leader of the Canal Gang. This man was very famous in Yucheng. The docks and fish markets were his ironclad empire, impenetrable to outsiders. In terms of foundation and strength, the Canal Gang was in no way inferior to the Wu and Zhao families, 2 centuries-old powerful families. The disciples of the Canal Gang were also the main force in the attack on the red light district last night. Gang leader Xiang. Zhu Ju cupped his hands. "I've heard so much about you." Xiang Zhangyan was not handsome, but tall and thin, with long and powerful legs, and walked with a powerful stride. "Young Master Zhu, I've long admired your name." Xiang Zhangyan grinned. "The Canal Gang has some connections on the waterways. If your cloth is ever transported by water, please don't forget to patronize my business." "You're too kind, Chief Xiang." Zhu Ju shook his head. "My cloth business has always wanted to cooperate with the Canal Gang, but unfortunately, we haven't been able to find a way. We'll have to trouble you in the future, Chief Xiang." Of course. Xiang Zhangyan laughed. "That's what I admire about young Master Zhu, making connections with all sides and not hoarding everything. That's how you grow and become powerful. A single flower does not make a spring. In business, there's no need for mutual destruction. Cooperation and win-win are the keys to longevity." Zhu Ju gestured. "Let's go inside and talk." All right, let's go inside and chat." Xiang Zhangyan put his arm around Shenhu. "I heard that after capturing Beixi last night, you went to Maya Ottingfang and had a good haul?" Shenhu pursed his lips. "I was asked to go there to find some things. You seem honest, but you're actually the most dishonest. You even keep secrets from your old friends." Xiang Zhangyan shook his head, then turned his gaze. "By the way, do you know who those people are?" In a corner of the restaurant, more than 10 people occupied 2 square tables. They sat there silently, carrying swords and exuding a chilling aura, a stark contrast to the lively noise elsewhere. "The Xuanjia army." Shenhu lowered his voice. "They came from the capital on the orders of the third prince." "The Xuanjia army?" Zhu Ju seemed thoughtful. "Last night, more than 200 fully armored men rushed into the red light district to help the Yamen suppress the Crimson Blood cult members. These men had all cultivated Ki and Blood martial arts, and with their armor, even those who only had the Ki and Blood control level were equivalent to more than 200 blood condensation martial artists. Even Du Yuming, whose methods were quite extraordinary, was still held back for a moment by 3 Xuanjia army soldiers. If hundreds of Xuanjia soldiers were to swarm in, let alone a body-tempering martial master, even a Gikun martial grandmaster would be doomed if surrounded. The capital? Xiang Zhangyan mused. Lord Feng seems to distrust the nearby garrison. Having mobilized troops from the capital all this way. Third Prince. Is he the one who has a chance to inherit the throne? Yes. Shenhu nodded, lowering his voice. Brother Xiang, be careful what you say. The Crown Prince has only lost power and still resides in the Eastern Palace. Besides, this matter has nothing to do with us. Indeed. Xiang Zhangyan shrugged. The court is too far away. Young Master Zhu. At this moment, a hearty voice came from the side. I thank you for saving me. The newcomer had sword-like eyebrows and bright eyes, handsome and extraordinary, with an ethereal, otherworldly air, like a celestial being in a painting. Even though Zhu Ju considered himself fairly good-looking, he still felt inferior to the man. Hero Yi. Zhu Ju cupped his hands in greeting. As the saying goes, good people are always protected by heaven. Even without us, Hero Yi would have been safe last night. Yi Liu Ian. The chivalrous man trapped in the Crimson Blood sect's stronghold last night, he had a considerable reputation in the martial arts world, came from a martial arts family, and was known as the Seven-Star Swordsman. He's a Gikun Grandmaster. To be honest, Zhu Ju was also surprised when he learned of this. After all, Yi Liu Ian was not yet 30 years old. It's no wonder that such a young Gikun Grandmaster was targeted by the Crimson Blood sect, who wanted to use the blood-stealing curse to steal his cultivation and talent. You really are something. Fu Huanlian, the Flower Fist Master, appeared to the side and shook her head. A Gikun Grandmaster, actually being ambushed by a few blood condensation martial artists, is far too inexperienced in the martial arts world. Sigh. Yi Liu Ian sighed, his expression complicated. Martial arts, how can they compare to the wickedness of the human heart? Zhu Ju's gaze swept over the two of them, his eyes filled with suspicion. These two Gikun Grandmasters seemed to have some ambiguity between them. Could there be some entanglement in their relationship? This wasn't surprising, given their similar ages. Master Yi, Xiang Zhangyun said excitedly, do you remember me? 10 years ago, I accompanied my master to Yi family manor and paid my respects to Elder Yi. Chief Xiang, Yi Liuyan said politely, I've long admired your name. Shen Hu scoffed from the side. He and Xiang Zhangyun were top figures in Yucheng, but in the grand scheme of things, in the martial world, they were nothing special. To put it simply, they were merely local strongmen, barely second-rate figures in the martial world, renowned in Yucheng but virtually unknown outside of it. Meanwhile, renowned masters like Yi Liu Ian of the Seven-Star Sword and Fu Huanlian of the Flower Fist were undoubtedly first-rate experts. Almost everyone in the martial world had heard of them. Above them were the Yi family patriarch, the leader of the Crimson Blood sect, and the high monks of the Golden Wheel Temple, the most powerful figures of their time. To call them second-rate. In reality, Shen Hu and Xiang Zhangyun weren't particularly strong in the body-tempering realm. After all, the cultivation methods they practiced were far too ordinary. If there were a novel with Yi Liu Ian as the protagonist, they would just be some barely presentable background characters. Thump. A muffled sound made them all stop. Young Master Zhu. A beautiful young woman knelt before Zhu Ju, kowtowing and saying, You avenged my sister and saved my life. I have no way to repay you except to serve you as a servant. I beg you to grant my request, young master. She kowtowed heavily, making a loud thud on the floor. Miss Qin. Zhu Ju took a step back. What are you doing? Get up quickly. Young Master Zhu. Qin Linghui gritted her teeth. Please take me in. Haha. Shen Hu laughed loudly at the sight. Young brother Zhu, how can you be indifferent when a beauty is willing? Just be a good person and take her in. That's right. Xiang Zhangyun nodded. Young Master Zhu seems to always be alone. It's only right that he has someone to take care of him. The others, seeing this scene, also smiled without saying a word. Saving a life, and the beauty repaying with her body, this is a common elegant story in folk tales, worthy of conversation. Seeing Qin Linghui kowtowing repeatedly, Zhu Ju's face darkened slightly. There was no pleasure in his eyes, but rather a sense of vigilance. His eyes flickered slightly. He shrugged and said slowly, All right, if you want to stay, then stay. Get up first. Yes. Qin Linghui got up and stood behind Zhu Ju with her swollen forehead, like a personal maid. Gentlemen. At this moment, Lord Fang finally appeared. The 7 brothels of Flower Street, aided by the Crimson Blood Demon, have wreaked havoc in Yu City for many years. It is thanks to your help that we were able to wipe them out in one fell swoop. On behalf of the people of Yu City, I thank you all for your help after years of suffering and having nowhere to turn. Thank you. He raised his wine bowl and drank it all in one gulp. Lord Fang, you are too kind. We are also people of Yu City, and we have long been dissatisfied with Flower Street. This time, we were able to wipe out Flower Street, thanks to your efforts. We should be thanking Lord Fang. Yes, yes. The crowd nodded repeatedly, their cheers echoing. Young Master Zhu. Amidst the commotion, Shen Hu pulled Zhu Ju to a corner and whispered, Have you noticed anyone missing today? Who? Zhu Ju scanned the room, his eyes flickering slightly. The Wu family? That's right. Shen Hu nodded. Yesterday I went to Maya Ottingfang and found some things. The Wu family is very likely colluding with the Crimson Blood sect. No one from the Wu family came today, so it seems this is true. Zhu Ju understood Shen Hu's meaning perfectly. He couldn't help but take a deep breath, lower his head, and ask in a low voice, someone from the Wu family holds an official position in the court, and there are also classmates, colleagues, and relatives among them. Can they really be taken down? Colluding with the Crimson Blood sect is a crime punishable by the extermination of 9 generations of one's family. Shen Hu grinned. If this is true, those people are probably trying to distance themselves from the Wu family and would never dare to interfere. The Wu family. His voice trembled. They possess a complete key in blood martial arts technique. Zhu Ju looked up and saw Xiang's Hangin looking over from not far away. Their eyes met, and then several figures silently left the room. The Wu family is probably being targeted by quite a few people. Chapter 25 Pure Yang Key Technique. Wu Mansion. Wu Zhengai, the head of the Wu family, trembled, letting the letter in his hands fall to the ground. His body went limp, and he slumped into a chair. It's over. He murmured, his eyes glazed over. This time, it's really over. Master. Madame Wu cried out, throwing herself at him. Please think of something. Pinger and Shower are still young, they shouldn't be going down with us. How? Wu Zhengai's face was bitter as he shook his head helplessly. The matter of the Crimson Blood sect can't be hidden anymore. The key is that the Wu family has always sided with the Crown Prince in the court. Now that the Crown Prince has lost power, we've been deliberately targeted. Now, no one is willing to protect us. Then what can we do? Madame Wu was at a loss. Are we just going to wait to die? No. Wu Zhengai suddenly stood up, gritting his teeth. The Wu family rose from war and passed down its literary tradition. Over the past 100 years, we've suffered heavy blows, but we've always managed to rise again. As long as people are alive, there's hope. He picked up the letter from the ground, lit it on the candlelight, and his face flickered in the firelight. I hold an official position, and the imprisonment and confiscation must be carried out according to regulations. This should buy at least half a month of time. Before the news gets out, let Pinger and Shower leave immediately. Yes, yes. Madame Wu trembled. Let them go first. Steward. Yes. Old Wang. Wu Zhengai pressed the steward's shoulder and said in a deep voice, you have been by my side since childhood. We are nominally master and servant, but in reality, we are brothers. In this vast Wu mansion, I only trust you. Thump. He knelt down on both knees. Old Wang, I entrust my children to you. If they dare to disobey, you may beat or scold them as you please. Master. Steward Wang's face changed drastically. Seeing that he could not be helped up, he hurriedly knelt down opposite him and cried, Master, please rest assured, I will definitely send the young masters and ladies out. Good. Wu Zhengai nodded, take the secret passage. You know the place. Once outside the city, let them split up. As long as one escapes, I will be satisfied. Master. Steward Wang gritted his teeth and said, rest assured, unless they step over this old servant's corpse, the young master and young lady will certainly be safe. This old servant. Farewell. After seeing Steward Wang off, Wu Zhengai took a deep breath and waved to his still weeping wife. You should still have some poison wine, right? Divide it up as you see fit. After I die, don't let anyone bully you. Yes. Madame Wu's voice choked with sobs, we will take our leave first. Night. The city gates, which should have been closed, remained open for some reason, and within moments, several groups of people left the city. Wu Zhengai had miscalculated. The news of the Wu family's misfortune had been deliberately spread by someone, and many forces, like venomous snakes, had long been eyeing the Wu family. Over the past 100 years, the vast wealth accumulated by the Wu family had made some people bare their greedy fangs. In a certain body of water. Splash. Several figures leaped out of the water and onto the deck. The people on the deck tried to stop them, but were swiftly and cleanly knocked to the ground. Second Master. Xiang Zhongyin, barefoot, kicked open the cabin door and grinned at the figure inside. It's a dark and windy night. Why aren't you enjoying your retirement at the Wu residence? What are you doing here all this way? Xiang Zhongyin. The figure inside said grimly. Let's not beat around the bush. For the sake of our past relationship, could you spare my life tonight? Huh. Xiang Zhongyin stretched. Second Master, what are you saying? The Canal Gang pays tribute to the Wu family every year, Not even for a day later. You never considered our past relationship. The second master of the Wu family lowered his eyes. What do you want? It's simple. Xiang's Hangyun raised an eyebrow. Hand over the Pure Yankee manual, and I might spare your life. Pure Yankee? The second master of the Wu family smiled. Chief Xiang is already so old, yet he still hasn't forgotten martial arts. I admire him greatly. Unfortunately, the Wu family's ancestral teachings forbid the Pure Yankee manual from being passed on to outsiders. I cannot agree to this. Besides, he sneered, you surnamed Xiang, even if I hand over the Pure Yankee technique, you probably won't let me leave. How? Xiang's Hangyun nodded, showing no surprise. He waved his hand, since you won't hand it over, don't blame me for being impolite. Since second master has chosen the waterway, let's set off here. Attack. Boom. The cabin suddenly exploded, and several figures leaped out, two of them brandishing swords and rushing straight at Xiang's Hangyun. Second Master Wu had extensive connections, making connections in both the legitimate and underworld circles with real money. He naturally had trustworthy people around him, and judging from their approach, they were likely figures who had achieved blood condensation. Well done. Xiang's Hangyun shouted, his figure flashing like lightning, his legs neither dodging nor avoiding, but directly charging towards the swords. The next instant, bang! A figure, carrying the force of winds and thunder, rushed towards Xiang's Hangyun. Thunderclap hand. The second master of the Wu family was the only body-tempering martial master of this generation. Although he rarely fought, he was always among the top experts in Yucheng. The two had a long-standing feud, and today was the perfect opportunity to settle it. At the foot of the mountain. Young master, you go first. Manager Wang shouted, leaping towards the pursuers behind him, his hands striking out in rapid succession, seemingly unstoppable. Body tempering. Someone in the darkness exclaimed in surprise, the Wu family has been hiding well, even this old bastard is a body tempering martial master. Go. Several figures rushed forward. Body tempering martial masters were strong, but they were still mortals. With enough numbers, they were not invincible, and none of those involved in the attack tonight were weak. Escape. Escape quickly. Wang Shou's face was pale, his obese body charging forward with astonishing speed, as agile as a cheetah. Whoosh! Footsteps sounded ahead. Stop them. Gritting his teeth, Wang Shou shouted to the last remaining guard beside him, while simultaneously twisting his body. Second uncle, fourth uncle, and brothers and sisters from the family, there are at least 10 groups that have left the city this time, with old Wang holding off the experts behind. And with the others delaying us, the chances of the pursuers catching up with me are slim, unless someone is specifically targeting me, young Master Wang, just as he was silently calculating in his mind. A slightly cold voice came from the side, where are you going so late? Why don't you sit down and chat? Wang Shou's expression changed drastically. Mud kicked up under his feet, and he rushed towards the vines not far away. As soon as he landed, he twisted his body, like a fat snake, and darted away along the ground. Good footwork. Who would have thought that the second young master of the Wang family, who is so fat, actually has a strong foundation in martial arts? Whoosh! A gust of wind howled. A large hand appeared on the back of Wang Shou's neck. No matter how he dodged, he couldn't avoid the light grip. Swish! In a few flashes, Zhu Ju carried Wang Shou to riverbank. Young Master Zhu. Wang Shou's knees buckled, and he knelt on the ground. I was ignorant and offended you. Please forgive me, sir. I will never forget your kindness. Stop talking nonsense. Zhu Ju said. Hand over the Pure Yankee manual, and I can let you go. Only body-tempering martial masters can see the complete Pure Yankee manual. It's useless to those who haven't reached the body-tempering stage. Wu Shou looked bitter. Young Master Zhu, it's not that I'm unwilling to hand it over. I really only have the methods for the blood strengthening and blood coagulation stages. If you want them, I can write them down for you immediately. Oh. Zhu Ju nodded. In other words, you're useless to me. Crack. A pebble shot out, and Wu Shou screamed, clutching his arm and kneeling on the ground. The excruciating pain made him sweat profusely and roll around on the ground. I have it, I have it. Seeing Zhu Ju produce another pebble, he hurriedly growled, but you must swear that you'll let me go after you get the Pure Yankee technique. Of course. Zhu Ju's expression remained unchanged. I only want the method, I won't kill anyone. Really? Of course. Swear it. Zhu Ju narrowed his eyes and looked down at Wang Shou. Zhu, keep my word. If you don't believe me, you don't have to talk, but you'll still die. If you honestly hand over the pure Yang Qi technique, I will never harm you. This. Wang Shou hesitated. Crack. A pebble struck Wang Shou's wrist, breaking his wrist bone, causing him to scream and fall to the ground in agony. I'll talk. Talk. Zhu Ju took out a prepared paper and pen and nodded. Wang Shou gritted his teeth and lowered his head, saying, the form depends on Qi. Qi depends on form. The soul and spirit move about, and form and Qi depend on each other. The pure Yang Qi manual was only 1,000 words long, and it was recorded in a moment. Young Master Zhu. Wang Shou clutched his wrist and whispered, can I leave now? Soon. Zhu Ju said, the moon's damp water becomes clouds and rain, following the north can. What's the next line? Wang Shou's eyes were blank. Snap. He cried out in pain again, rolling on the ground with a scream. I'll talk. It returns to the Zihai Kidney Sea Qi Palace, be honest. Zhu Ju's face was gloomy, and he picked up his pen to revise. I'll give you one last chance. If there are any mistakes or omissions, I don't mind having another life on my hands. Yes. Wang Shou nodded desperately. The next line after Limingtang Palace, guarding the two fields is Limingtang Palace, the 12-story tower, entering the Qi Sea Golden Chamber. The left kidney is the sun. Yellow Qi rises from the left side of the spine. Not bad. After confirming that everything was correct, Zhu Ju showed a satisfied expression, put away the paper and pen, and waved his hand. You can leave now, really? Wang Shou hesitated for a moment, and seeing that Zhu Ju was unmoved, he carefully took 2 steps back, then turned and rushed towards the dense forest. The next moment, crack! A large hand appeared at his throat and twisted it suddenly. Shen Hu stepped out of the darkness, threw away the corpse in his hand. The Wu family has harmed countless people, how can we let them go so easily? Master Shen. Zhu Ju seemed to have known that he was nearby, and threw over the copied method. Take a look at the method, there should be no problem. How many people in the Wu family still cultivate pure Yang Qi? I'll find others to compare later. Shen Hu put away the paper, his eyes showing a complicated expression. I wonder if I will be able to see the scenery of the Gui Kang realm in my lifetime. End of this chapter. Thank you so much for reading until the end. Don't forget to give it a like. Looking for more exclusive content and immediate access? Subscribe to our Patreon. Remember, every like, subscription or donation encourages us to continue. Thank you all. See you in the next video.